Hey everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am doing another episode of Tech Talk. Tan and Mark could not join me today, but that's fine. I am going to go ahead and do this on my own. Today we are going to cover something that I have been watching and following for a while. I've been getting emails for God knows how long from the Daily Build, and I actually became curious with C++ a while back when I dabbled a little bit in Unity and working with code and stuff. So I figured I would start out with this article. It's from the Daily Build, and it concerns randomization and sampling methods. The article is by Peter Ockel, and this is public domain. It's a 116-minute read, so with that I will just go ahead and start reading it because it's very interesting. If anybody wishes to come in and maybe have a conversation about what I'm reading, you're more than welcome. There's a Jitsi link in the chat and in the description, so feel free to join if you wish to. With that being said, I'll start reading. Has many ways applications can sample using an underlying pseudo-random number generator and includes pseudocode for many of them. This page discusses many ways applications can sample randomized content by transforming the numbers produced by an underlying source of random numbers, such as numbers produced by a pseudo-random number generator, and offers pseudocode and Python sample code for many of these methods. There is a download source code, and that's 245.2 kilobytes. This page catalogs randomization methods and sampling methods. The randomization or sampling method is driven by a source or random numbers and produces numbers or values called random varieties. These varieties are the result of the randomization. The source of random numbers is often simulated in practice by so-called pseudo-random number generators, or PRNGs. This document covers many methods, including ways to sample integers or real numbers from a uniform distribution, such as the core method, and that is RNDINT. And ways to generate randomized content and conditions, such as true-false conditions, shuffling and sampling unique items from a list, and non-uniform distributions, including weighted choice. Hello.
Hey, what's good? I see everybody kind of bailing today. I got the boys, they got to be at practice in a few minutes, and then the game started at 7, so I was just going to, pull up for a little bit, for a little while, at least as long as I could. I don't know much about this tech stuff anyway, so
Yeah,
it's just one of those, yeah.
it's fine. I'm just
Come on, guys.
I've got good material that I can read and go over, so it's all right.
Okay, cool.
Just go ahead and spend time with the kids. Tell them I said hi, and
Look, Mr. Roger, say hi. They can hear you.
Hi, Mr. Roger.
there you go. And have fun in Minecraft. I put out 4 more videos for them, so
Oh, neat. He said he put some more videos out for you. I'll make sure they check it out when we go home because I got that account on the TV for they got the kids YouTube on their iPads. I don't put regular YouTube on there because, I mean, well, it's tainted enough. I don't have to rush it for them.
I
But
hear
yeah,
you.
I'll make sure they check it out whenever they go home. Juice got his iPad in his hand now, so that way while we wait for Rocky to practice, he could play on his iPad.
I just was playing Minecraft.
Yeah, he was just playing Minecraft. He got you should see. You're gonna have to see his. We're gonna record his screen and start posting some of his videos because he and tonight I would like to do our interview and I'd like for you to show me how to record OBS or something so I can start record Bob Dub because I do Bob Dub at 7 tomorrow night after the thing. So I'll hit you up about that. But you should see his little room. Like he got a whole cellar and it has all his armor lined up. Like he's so cool with he's so dope with it. Like I still ain't built the house yet. But and he really be getting it on the Minecraft. And then Rocky likes videos more than he likes to play, and he'll play, but he's gonna actually go in there and commit. I think it's kind of cool. Just different personalities. But all right, then if you cool, then you say you cool, everything good.
Perfectly fine, yeah. And you guys just have fun and do what you got to do. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Alrighty. No, well, you not gonna do an interview tonight?
Oh, tonight, yeah, we can do it. Yeah, sorry.
Nah, you make me feel like I'm gonna be chasing you down.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it. Sorry.
All right,
we were just having
let's
the
do 11 my time, 10 your time. That's cool. That way I can know they're straight. I got them in the bed and if that's cool. If you got to reschedule though, we can do that. But that's what I'm gonna plan for.
No, we'll go over the OBS and everything beforehand too. So.
Yeah, so probably a few minutes before that. I just was going to do it at 10, but usually I get them in the bed and settled in by 10. There's no way I could be sitting in front of the computer at the same exact time. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right. So 11 worked better for me. All right. I appreciate it, then, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. You guys have good.
Later.
Bye.
Oh, stop! Don't lick me, weirdo. All right, thank you. Have a good
There we go. That was Karma. She's my co-host. She is usually taking off today so that she can go and spend time with the kids and do what she's got to do as a mother, and she's really good at it. So glad that she stopped in and gave her support. We'll continue with the reading. Okay, so ways to generate okay, I better come up here. This document covers many methods, including ways to sample integers or real numbers from a uniform distribution, such as a core method or the core method, and ways to generate randomized content and conditions, such as true, false conditions, shuffling and sampling unique items from a list, and non-uniform distribution, including weighted choice, the Poisson distribution, and other probability distributions. This page is focused on randomization and sampling methods that exactly sample from the distribution described without introducing additional errors beyond those already present in the input, and assuming that the ideal source of random numbers is available. This will be the case if there is a finite number of values to choose from, but for the normal distributions and other distributions that take on infinitely many values, there will always be some level of approximation involved. In this case, the focus of this page is to mention that minimize the error. The focus of this page is on methods that minimize the error they introduce. The documentation shows pseudocode for many of the methods and sample Python code that implements many of the methods in this document. The document shows pseudocode for many of the methods and sample Python code that implements many of the methods in this document. is available, together with documentation for the code. The randomization methods presented in this page assume we have an endless source of numbers chosen independently at random with a uniform distribution. For information, see sources of random numbers in the appendix. Now, I'm not going to go over the appendix on this, so like I said, I can share the link to this, and if you wish to go over those, feel free to do so, but I will not go over any of the appendix when it comes to this. In general, the following are outside the scope of this document. The document does not cover how to choose an underlying PRNG or device or program that simulates a source of random numbers for a particular application, including in terms of security, performance, and quality. I have written more on recommendations in another document. This document does not include algorithms for specific PRNGs, such as Mersenne Twister, PCG, Zorshift, linear congruential generators, or generators based on hash functions. This document does not cover how to test PRNGs for correctness or adequacy, and the sample applies to other devices and programs. And the same applies to other devices and programs that simulate a source of random numbers. Testing is covered, for example, in testing PRNGs for high quality randomness. This document does not explain how to specify or generate seeds for use in PRNGs. This is covered in detail elsewhere. This document does not show how to generate random security parameters such as encryption keys. This document does not cover randomness extraction, also known as unbiasing, deskewing, or whitening. See my notes on randomness extraction. Variance reduction methods such as importance sampling or common random numbers are outside the scope of this document. In addition, this page is not focused on sampling methods used for computer graphics rendering, such as Poisson disk sampling, multiple importance sampling, blue noise, and gradient noise, because this application tends to give performance and visual acceptability a greater importance than accuracy and exact sampling. About this document. This is an open source document. For an updated version, see the source code or its rendering on GitHub. You can send comments on this document either on Code Project or on the GitHub issues page. My audience for this article is computer programmers with mathematics knowledge, but little or no familiarity with calculus. I encourage readers to implement any of the algorithms given on this page and report their implementation experiences. In particular, I seek comments on the following aspects. Are the algorithms in this article easy to implement? Is each algorithm written so that someone could write code for the algorithm after reading the article? Does this article have errors that should be corrected? Are there ways to make this article more useful to the target audience? Comments on other aspects of this document are welcome. And now we have the contents. This is all that's involved in it. So it's pretty big. Now, notation. In this document, the pseudocode conventions apply to this document. The following notation for intervals is used. AB means A or greater but less than B. AB means greater than A but less than B. AB means greater than A and less than or equal to B. Pay attention to these symbols right here. It's important. And I believe I've got it to where that's clear on the stream. I will double check. Yeah, I hope so. Maybe I could take the chat off there and make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, there we go. So if you guys are having problems with seeing the code that's on there, then sorry about that. Leave a comment in the section below if it does, or if it is a problem. Now you have log1p x, the equivalence to 1n 1 plus x, and it is a robust alternative to 1n 1 in the colon plus x, where x is a floating point number, and that's Pedersen 2008. Now you have make ratio, and that's ND creates a rational number with the given numerator n and denominator d. Sum list calculates the sum of the numbers in the given list of integers or rational numbers. Summing floating point numbers naively can introduce round-off errors. Now, this is about the best I can get things going, because this is all about tables and code that's going to be really hard to read out loud to viewers. So I believe I should probably just finish off there and be done with it. Finish the stream. I wish I had more to offer today, but like I said, today's actually been a pretty interesting day. Yesterday I started streaming on Rumble instead of on Minds Plus or Minds, and I have been using Jitsi for my streams, and today was the first day that I actually used Skype so that I could do an interview with another podcaster who I just finished doing the interview on this morning, and I had to come in and do this. And after I got here, Tan and Mark both had to back out, so I was also wanting to get into the daily build a while back, but I didn't really want to do it all on my own. I was hoping that maybe we could have some people in here to do it. I'll scroll through as much of this as possible, but It's a pretty big document. The best that I can tell you is after this is done, which it will be posted on YouTube as well as on Odyssey, but after this is done, go to YouTube, slow the speed down, and then you can go through and see the whole document at your leisure, and you can read it. Because like I said, this would be almost impossible for me to bring to you on here by reading it out to you, because you've got a lot of C++ in here, and you're gonna have to be able to go through and follow what's going on there when you're doing it. Because with me, I had to have my C++ open, had to run the code and go from there. So a lot of times that's what I had to do. I had to open up the video, slow it down, stop it at certain points, and start it back up whenever it was time to move forward. So that's what I suggest. I need to get more familiar with Rumble, see if they allow you to slow down the video. I think they do, but I'm not positive. But let me get through here. Now, I'll also mention too, the daily build has been around for a while. This is a very good open source. They also offer classes when it comes to C++ and coding. So if anything, this is probably, if you're into technology and tech stuff like that, if you're a techie, this is probably one of the websites you need to go to and subscribe to so that you can get emails from them, because I've never blocked them ever. They've got articles and stuff too, but if you want to really learn how to do this stuff, this is one of the places where you need to go. Now, the article, along with the association code and files licensed under public domain dedication, this is written by Peter Osel from the United States, and this member has yet provided a biography, assuming it's interesting and varied and probably something to do with programming. So if you guys want to check him out, check him out. And like I said, I will post this up in the comment section for the video as well as in the chat. So let me see how long I've wasted. Was it a good enough time? Yeah, we got 23 minutes. So thank you guys for watching my short stream, and maybe later we'll be on. I'm also wanting to get back into my editing, try to go over some stuff concerning my OBS, Blender, working with video editing. That's one important thing, because on Blender, especially with these new updates with 3.5, I believe it is, they don't have very many streamers getting on YouTube doing videos about video editing with Blender, and not too many people are aware of the fact that you can go on Blender and edit your videos. They're mostly getting on there to do computer graphics, and the video editing aspect of it is being completely left out. I'm not saying I'm doing a tutorial, because I'm not. It first started out where I was trying to help a friend of mine understand how to edit his videos with Blender, and I finally said, I might make about 12 videos explaining the whole process behind all the functions that you can do with Blender. So I am going to get back into that too, which that's probably what I should have done instead of going over code project like this. Well, I hope I haven't been babbling on for longer than what I really should have been, but I wanted to put that out there. I am also going to go over some stuff with the OBS and getting it set up, because I noticed when I started doing my streams for mines, a lot of my friends didn't really know how to use OBS. They've been using some other type of method on the browser, and I've always used OBS. Before that it was XSplit, till I learned that XSplit sucks, and I can do basically the same thing with OBS for free. I mean, it's the same with Blender. You know, for the amount of money that you pay for Adobe Prime, you can go get Blender and do the same thing for free. You know, plus you have access to the CGI. You know, you can create your own graphics and stuff, so you can't beat that. Well, I believe I am done, and I appreciate anybody who took the time to actually watch this. Thank you all for showing up. If you do watch this, leave a comment, you know, give some feedback, whatever, and that will pretty much be all of it. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today the topic is gaming, and we were planning on doing something with emulators today. Karma started doing Team Retro with me and Rapid Glitch, so I wanted to kind of go over emulators and stuff, and randomizers. So if she doesn't show up, like I said before the recording started, I'm going to go ahead and just go on through it and kind of give an idea to everybody about what is involved with setting up the emulator that we're going to work with. This is going to be Pokemon Gen 1, but later on we can go through and do Gen 2. She's going to be doing Gen 2 next year with me and Rapid and Matt, so with that we can do it later, because she if she's still around to do it, it'll be late next year, so we don't know. It all depends how much she likes it, how much she doesn't like it. So with that being said, I can go ahead and kind of get things started on what I wanted to get going. So let me double check, make sure that my voice is coming through. Alright, documents. So I'm in my documents area, and I have I believe I have all my games right here, my emulator games. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, my emulator games. And for you to do Pokemon, you have to, these are emulator games. I've got it separated from emulators. So with this, you have to come in and you have to use Gambit. Now Gambit is the colored version of Pokemon Gen 1, and the one I'm using is Pokemon Yellow. So that's the game that I have set up right here. I have the file here, and I've also got other emulators down on the bottom here. Let me see if it's, no, it's not showing the desktop. But I believe you're seeing that. So, but down here on the bottom, I have it on the taskbar. I have it locked to the taskbar on some of the emulators that I do use. I use RetroArch. I use Zemu. I'm probably not going to use Zemu very much anymore, but PCSX2, P2 emulator, and I also use RPCS3. So right now I don't have Gambit pinned to the taskbar because I don't use it very much. I've found it a lot more useful to just pin the ones that I'm using, and then when I'm not using, unpin it, and then just it makes it easier for me to keep track of. So let me see if I have Gambit on my taskbar. Yeah. Let me go ahead and just capture screen. Screen capture. You'd think I'd have screen capture available on here with all the stuff I've been doing. Let me add it. Display capture. Maybe that's why I haven't seen it. Yeah, display capture. I'm really surprised that I haven't got it available. Okay, so here we go. Usually I have a shortcut right up here. Gambit. Let's see here. Escape. No, I got RetroArch. So probably what I'll have to do is go ahead and go back into documents. And pull up and pull up just go ahead and hit the application, basically, is all you gotta do. I thought I had a shortcut for it, but I guess I don't. Now this is basically the gist of it. So once I click on that and do that, that is basically what comes up. I'm hoping that this is actually showing. So yeah, there we go. That's basically it. You have the Gambit. I've got it short, and the reason why I do that is because I stream. So like when I'm playing the video game, I want to be able to see the video game here, but at the same time I want to keep track of my OBS on this side. Or if you guys are good with latency and stuff, if you want to keep track of your chat, whatever, do it either way. OBS also has a feature where you can put your chat over on this side if you want to do that. That way it's you can keep track of your chat while you're streaming and everything. But basically what I had to do after I installed Gambit is I come in here and well, for me, you have to load stuff and select and stuff like that. But I came in here and I have Pokemon Yellow after I opened it. Now, if I hit open, it brings you to the emulator game that you want. And like I've got all of these. Let me see if that's even showing. Yeah, it's showing, so I just have to make sure that everything's working out the way it's supposed to be. The window capture is important for at this moment. It is so. But anyhow, I turn around and I get the. Let me figure out where the game is now. Oh, there it is. So I'll just cancel out. Now I have that in there by hitting open. I go in, I get it, and then I open recent, which is Pokemon. And Pokemon starts. Now I'll just stop. You can reset it if you need to. Pause. You can hit play and pause the game. Stuff like that. So I'm just gonna pause that real quick, and I'm gonna come back in here and I'm gonna show you guys. Well, down here, whenever I've got that popped open, I come in here to window capture, which I really wish that's what I gotta keep an eye on. It the screen doesn't do right, and like right there, the video capture is actually bigger than what it should be. Our display capture is. So I'm going to have to fit to screen. Yeah, there we go. Now down here is what I was wanting to show you. Window capture, you hit this and you turn this on. Now we have window capture, but it's below display capture. So I come up here, I do this, and then this. You see? So now you got that above display capture. Come in here. What I do is I've got to figure out where my game is that's being played. And there we go. So I've got that. I hit there. I have to hit defaults because it does that. But anyhow, I have Gambit now, which is on there, and it's being captured. So whenever I want to start, what I do is I come in here, and like I said, now I can keep an eye on all of this down below, and I really don't want the mouse to be seen, so what I usually do is I keep that sitting there because, or wait, let me show you. It's better to just show you. I usually set this here and then I play, and then I have this scene, so I'm playing the game, and down here I am And see, I'm having to do it again. It just keeps. Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. I've gotta keep up on that because I've got it in studio mode. But here I have the game, and I can keep track of all this right here at the same time. And to do that, window size right there. I can switch the window sizes to whatever I want. Here's for play. Hit pause. And then if I want to if I want to go, you see. So I've got that going right there. It's the most annoying sound in the world, by the way, Pokemon. Now, after I do that, what I also, wow, I'm dropping 3% frames right there. That's crazy. Usually I haven't been dropping frames like that with this computer, so that's different. But anyhow, I keep track of all this, and then I play the game basically. But that's pretty much how it's done. It's a lot easier than what you think. Now, in my files, I have the Gambit. Okay, so what I do is, those are the emulators, and I keep it in a separate folder in my documents file. A lot of people like to put them in the C drive, which is fine if you want to do that, but you don't have to. And on a lot of these, you can just put them in a file in your documents. And then right here, I have all my games, created folders for each emulator. And the weird part is I don't think I have a folder for Pokemon. Yeah, there it is. It's actually in my RetroArch, but it's a Gambit game, and I can use Pokemon Yellow in RetroArch too, but in my personal opinion, it's not as good of quality with RetroArch as what it is with Gambit. So I still have it in my RetroArch folder though. And what you do is you go to a website to get it. I'm probably not going to show you how to do that. No, probably better not. Vim's Lair is the best place to go if you want to go there. Actually, I'm not going to do the actual act of getting the of actually getting the emulator. I'll just take you to the website. Now this is it. You go to Vim's Lair and then go to the vault, and right here you have Nintendo, Master System, Genesis, Super Nintendo, Sega 32X, Saturn, PlayStation, Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, PS3, Wii, and WiiWare. And that's for consoles. And then handhelds, you have the Game Boy, Game Gear, Virtual Boy, Game Boy Color. And that's the one I'm using right now. Game Boy Advanced, Nintendo DS, PlayStation. Now, over here, you have all these games right here that you can use too. And out of all of the websites that I've gone to, I can tell you guys right now, this is the one that I feel most secure with. If you are uncomfortable with getting these games, this is where you want to go to. I've had absolutely no problems whatsoever when it comes to getting these retro games, when it comes to like spam or viruses or anything like that. And I do want to put it out there, I've mentioned it in previous ones too, you need to be careful when you're doing this stuff, because a lot of these websites are frauds, and when you go into them, some of them aren't even frauds, but a lot of them are dead links. So when you go into them, they're going to hit you with a lot of spam downloads that they're going to try to put on your computer. So be careful. Don't just go to anybody, go or listen to people that are your friends on the internet who are doing the same thing. And if they say that this is, just have enough trust in them to know that they wouldn't lead you in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? And basically that's the best way to do it. But that is really important. I do want people to understand that, because it's true. So I'm not going to lead you wrong when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's basically what I do there. I should have probably done a better job at that. Now that's how I get them. When you get it on there, you download it, and what you have to do is you have to extract the file. Download it in your download file, extract it into your folder that you set up for that game. If you want to put it in documents, put it in documents. If you want to put it in your C drive, it's up to you. I just put them in my documents. And then once they're extracted, you come in and you hit this, you go to open, and it's right there. You click on it and then you open it, and it's that simple. Then I will pause the most annoying song on the face of the planet. Once it's done, you can take your controller, plug it right into the thing, and you can actually play it. But first you need to work on your input, and that's what this is. This is your game controller. So hat 0 up, hat 0 down, hat 0 left, hat 0 right. So what you have to do is plug in your controller, you click here, and then you hit up, you click here, you click down, click here left, click here right, button 0, button 2, button 7, and button 6, and you choose which ones those are, because the controller that you're going to be using isn't going to be the same as what they used to be when the game first came out. You see what I mean? So the controllers are going to be different, so those buttons you have to assign according to what feels comfortable with you when you play it. Once you do that, then you can come in here and you can play. And I don't have any controller hooked up right now, but I should probably hook it in. Make sure I didn't mess up anything by doing that, and I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Yeah, there we go. But all I do is plug in my controller, and there are games that don't use controllers too, so you can use computer games, old computer games, and that'll be fine. So let me go in here and test this out, make sure I didn't mess up my controller settings. Let me reset that, because I started it with the plug or the controller unplugged. So Now I reset. Oh wait. Yeah, so when I came in here and did this, I did mess it up. So now it's fine because I can show you guys what I'm talking about. I click on this, then I go hat up, and wait a minute. Something's not right here. Let me plug this in. Yeah, it's not responding. Boy, this isn't working out. But anyhow, that's how I... Yeah, let me quit and pop this back up, start over again, come in here to settings. It might be the fact that it was playing, so yeah, there we go. And then this one, clear it, hat down, then here to left, here to right, and then since there's 4 buttons, I use 0, 2, 7, 6. I'll do A, B, start and select. So A I can do, as since it's an Xbox, I can do that one with the A button. Yeah, and then I'll use the X button for the B button. Well, no, I can use the B button. It's got a B button too. So then right here with the start, you just come over here, hit the start button, and then the select button, and you're set up and ready to go. So, well, yeah, here you go, button 6. See, it's all right there for you. You have it all set up. Then I turn around, I come in here, I open the file, and boom. Now the controller's set up. Hit start. Oh wait, it's gotta go all the way through, so. There we go. Oh, so if you have an issue with the volume, you want to turn it down, you can come in here, I believe, and turn the volume down. So let me look. My voice isn't as good as the volume on here, so let me go ahead, and you might not be able to hear me, so I'm not going to talk. So yeah. Let me see if maybe it's in miscellaneous. Oh yeah, see, in this turbo, this is something that I've been checking out too. Like there's games that you have to have turbo in. So yeah, That's Gambit, and I have other games where I can adjust the audio. Maybe that one is the one that I can't do that with, so let me make sure that I've got my stuff straight. Yeah, there we go. I will go ahead and put it on there. That's basically the setup of it, and like I was saying, we're going to get together and kind of run through all that stuff. Maybe later I can show it to Karma how to do it, but for me, I've showed you Vim's layer. I didn't go in and do the actual thing because let me explain something. Using these emulators is legal. Okay, if you have the game and you change that game in the cartridge over to an emulation game, that's legal as long as you're using it for personal use. But if you go on a website and you download an emulation game from a website, then you're breaking the law. That's piracy. So just remember that. I'm not gonna do any kind of crazy disclaimer shit. I'm not gonna tell you I endorse anything or I don't endorse anything, So it's your call on that. I personally don't understand why these companies have a fit about it when they haven't made a dime off these games for well over 40 years, maybe. Well, less, but you know what I'm saying. So you just use your conscience, what you think about it, and these are good games. If somebody doesn't do something like this, they're going to get lost because these gaming companies are just dumping them on the wayside. Next year Xbox 360 is going offline, and then well over 150 games are just going to be lost. That's it, no more. And the emulators for 360 suck. So somebody's going to have to work on coming up with a better emulator for it, because it's needed. It's needed by July the 29th of 2024. After that, you get no more Xbox 360 games. So if you guys aren't aware of that, then become aware of that, especially if you're into video games. And I wish that I had more that I could talk about, but it looks like I've pretty much done my best with what needs to be done. And usually it's a lot longer than this, but it's not, and I apologize for that. I may be changing stuff around too because I'm not really in the mood to be talking about video games anymore, so I might change this spot to something else. I don't know yet. I'm kind of thinking about it. I've got a couple things going on that I want to start doing. Me and a friend of mine, we are starting a morning show my time, and well, it's still morning for him. He's in Wales, and we're going to be doing a new show starting on Tuesday. It's called Old Men Talking. It's hosted by Karma Love. It'll be at 5 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 11 a.m. British Standard Time, 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. On Thursday, I am starting another morning show. It's called Roger's Real Time Talk Show Event. It's at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and that one is going to be about current events. But we'll talk about politics and stuff too, but I'm not going to make it kind of like a news central kind of thing, you know what I mean? It's pretty much a talk show kind of thing about current events and what's going on in the world and politics and stuff like that. I've been hesitant about doing that stuff for quite a few years now, but I'm starting to see maybe that's what I need to do. So, glad you guys could stop in, and if you guys want to, check out Karma Love's channel. She's got a channel on minds.com as well as Rumble and YouTube. It's called The Joe, Joo. So check that out. Also, Old John's Gaming. He's got some pretty good stuff going on there too. And Disney Magic Zach. He's also another guy. It's all about Disney for him. So Old John is on minds.com. He's on Rumble and he's on YouTube. You can check him out. He's also got another channel called The Wonderful World of Weirdness. That's pretty good stuff right there. So it's on YouTube. And Disney Magic Zach is on YouTube as well. So these are good guys to get to know and check out their channels. They're small creators too. And John's Wonderful World of Weirdness is pretty big, but he's just now getting monetized on his video games. So if you can give him some support, it'd be greatly appreciated from me. So let me see if I've wasted enough of your time. I've got 35 minutes, man. I'm on the ball. 41 in stream time. So that is all I have. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you haven't, I apologize. If you have, thanks for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. We are here to discuss ancient history and history if you want to talk about it, because we'll eventually get to that. Today is my wrap up on Phoenician history. This is the 12th episode of my ancient history topic for my live stream. So we're going to move on from Phoenician history from this point to either Canaanite or Sumerian. Not quite sure, because both are good. A lot of the stuff that was discussed with Canaanite is stuff that I haven't covered yet, and I have covered quite a bit with the Sumerians and the Assyrians and the Babylonians, but these deities I've never really tapped into. Hello Karma, how are you? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Now before you got on, I finally announced everything. I got it recording now. Now I was saying before, what I want to do is, this is the 12th episode that we've got on here. So I want to wrap it up on the Phoenician part of what we've been doing and go either with the Canaanite or the Sumerians. You know what I mean? I wanted to discuss that with you on here and kind of have it go over some of the stuff that we covered that I know that we both like,
Well, I'm just going to be able to listen today. I'm not going to be very active. I'm just going to be tuned in because I have a lot of stuff going on with the boys. But I wanted to make sure that I was still here for the support. And but I'll listen and I'll chime in whenever. I'm not sitting in front of an iPad. I'm not doing anything active as regards to like the stream.
Okay.
I'm like walking and I'm out and but I'm listening. And
Now,
I'll be able to ask questions as they arise.
Before you stop talking, though, let me ask you, which direction do you want to go? You want to go with the Canaanites or the Sumerians?
See, I prefer the Canaanites just because I feel
Okay.
like I've heard a lot about them in relation to what we're doing with Phoenician
Okay.
history. So it just, for me, I feel like it makes sense.
That's kind of where I'm going too. So
Cool.
that's unanimous. Then we go with the Canaanites.
Okie dokie.
All right. So with that being said, we are going to head in the direction of the Canaanites, and I like that too because there's in the past when I was doing the Sumerians too, and the Assyrians, the Amorites were brought up, and I got to hear a little bit about them, but the Amorites are also associated with the Canaanites as well, so maybe we can get more into that area as well before we head in deeper into history with the Sumerians and things of that nature. Now, there are a few things that did catch my eye, and I noticed it got Karma's attention too, and it was Cadmus and the Ormus and the beliefs that they had, and I can kind of read over some of that stuff and kind of go back on it. And the good thing about tonight too is it's Halloween, so this is the perfect time to really get into it. So with that, let me start the reading. I'll read about Cadmus. Let's see if everything's working out fine. Alright, so let's get this started. Okay, so here's Cadmus. And in Greek mythology, Cadmus was the legendary Phoenician hero and founder of Boeotian Thebes. He was alongside Perseus in Bellerophon, the greatest hero and slayer of monsters before the day of Hercules. Commonly stated to be a prince of Phoenicia, the son of King Agenar, the queen Telephassa of Tyre, the brother of Phoenix, Clix, and Europa. Cadmus traced his origins back to Poseidon and Libya. Originally, he was sent by his royal parents to seek out and escort his sister Europa back to Tyre after she was abducted from the shores of Phoenicia by Zeus. In early accounts, Cadmus and Europa were instead the children of Phoenix. Cadmus founded or refounded the Greek city of Thebes and Acropolis, of which was originally named Cadmea in his honor. He is also credited with the foundation of several cities in Illyria, like Botho and Lychnidis. In ancient Greek literature, the end of the mythical narrative of Cadmus and Harmonia is associated with Ukelele and Illyrians, a tradition deeply rooted among the Illyrian people. His parentage is also credited with the foundation of several cities in Illyria, like Botho and Lychnidis, however that's pronounced. And forgive my bad interpretation of these words too. I'm not Greek. In ancient Greek...
No, you're good. It's good. I mean, like, yeah. It's not like they're the easiest way. It's not like they're the easiest to pronounce, but go ahead.
In ancient Greek literature, the end of the mythical narrative... Wait. Yeah, I already know his... Yeah, his parentage was sometimes modified to suit claims of Theban origin name. Oh wait, in suit, e.g., claims of Theban origin name his mother as one of the daughters of Nelis, one of Patami, and deity of the Nile River. Now, see, in Greek mythology, Nilus or Nilos was one of the Patami who represents the gods of the Nile River itself. So you can kind of see where it's blending into Egypt right there. Now, Catamus was linked to this, basically. It's about Ormus. Now, I'm going to read some from the story of Ormus. The story of Ormus is said to be originated with the Baron de Westerode, member of the Leg de Philalethes. He is said to have gotten it from a source that claims it originated in Sweden. We first came upon it in Holy Blood, Holy Grail. When we did our research, we found it in Arthur Edward Waite's New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Later on, we found it again in the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. When we obtained our copy of Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, we found it in there, as well as a couple of George Oliver D.D. Ann's works. Once we were able to obtain the authentic tradition, once we were able to obtain the authentic tradition was transmitted from the Dark Ages to the High Middle Ages fairly intact. It would probably be redundant to repeat the quotations we have already made regarding this, but repeat we may in order that it be clear what we are writing and that people do not mistake what we have to say. Starting then with the history of the legend itself in Waite's Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. I will mention here one only of the more recent legends which may be said to have grown up within the order far down in the 18th century. It has obtained a casual vogue owing to the dissemination through Masonic channels in France. It postulates a founder of the Rosicrucians in a certain Amicius or Ormuz, and affirms that he was converted to Christianity at Alexandria by St. Mark, AD 46. He is said to have purified the Egyptians' mysteries and married them to the new faith. His disciples followed their master, and with these as a center he established the Society of Ormuz, or of the Light. The sign of membership was a red cross worn on the person. Essenes and Theraptae entered the ranks of this solidarity in which the Hermetic's secrets were preserved and transmitted. The Baron de Westerode has been credited with putting forward his fiction, he being an adventurer among secret societies derivative from Masonry about the period of the French Revolution. An obscure figure in the annals, I conceive him nevertheless to have been connected with one of those cliques or cliques which found shelter under the banner of Masonry, offering little distinction between Rosicrucian rites proper and the numerous obediences of the Rosicroix grade in the rites in the old rite of perfection. These things merged into one another continually, or at least in the records concerning them.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
We spoke about Rosicrucians not too long ago. The Rosicrucian.
yep,
This is the direct correlation, right?
right.
Or am I hearing something? Okay,
It's
because it
indirect.
just sounds like
Yep. This is actually about the cult of Ormus, and
yeah.
the court of or the cult of Ormus is supposedly supposed to be connected to the Rosy Cross, and the they also call
Rosicrucian.
Rosicrucian. Now,
Yeah.
um,
I just
the
remember because we looked it up and we saw the pictures of it, and
hmm
that's what I immediately pictured when you were talking. So I was just making sure I was hearing right.
right. Now, the alleged Society of Ormus has been reflected into modern systems like the confused and unwieldy Masonic rites of Memphis. It is a characteristic specimen of spurious traditional history to be met with everywhere in Masonry. It would be interesting to follow this curious fable further and identify the rite with which it may have been incorporated at first. Among English references, there is Kenneth Mackenzie, Royal Cyclopedia of Freemasonry, SVXXVIIPP 422 et sec. 1900 to 1901. It produces some reasons for believing that Francis Bacon was a Rosicrucian, and leads us to this main subject in the manner following. The Order of the Rosy Cross claimed Ormus as its founder. It did nothing of the sort, and the Ormus favor was fathered on the order of the late period. Our note. Yes, but Arthur, we know what you wrote in your third order note, Re Falcon et al. That is, that indeed there was a third order operating in Germany, but you had to keep denying that to the public. Therefore, why not deny the obvious to the public as well? Like that there was a group of Upper Egypt that existed and combined the mysteries of Christianity and buried the scriptures so that they could be discovered in the 1940s, long after you died, and wouldn't have to deal with it. Yes, why not? Arthur Edward Waite has bungled the entire tradition, the which he was the sole legitimate hoaxtorian for, and waits to the lion X-lax sorry we're freshed out. Okay, so that's basically their note to it, and it sounds like they're from some crazy English country. Sounds like they're Scottish, maybe. If you guys understood that, great. If you didn't, I apologize.
Yeah, you kind of lost me at the end. I was like, what? What are we talking about? We're fresh out.
Yeah, it's talking about the weights to the lions. X-lax. Sorry, we're fresh out.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
and
that went
then
over my head.
that was kind of weird. But anyhow, continuing.
X-Lax. It's like, right. It's like, what? No one tags for X-Lax here, but okay. All right, go ahead.
It was allied closely to the Knights Templar and or the Knights Companions of Saint John of Jerusalem. Batista Porta in 1605 was chief of the Rosy Cross, who, under cover of his comedies, instructed initiates in things human and divine, not apparently under cover of his famous work in Magia Naturalis. Wickfield, Lolland, Chaucer, Dante, uh, Petrarch, Becocco, Voltaire, Goethe or Goethe, Lessing, Swedenborg, Mesmer, and Bohm are today openly acknowledged as brethren of the craft, by whom does not appear, but by those presumably who regard Bacon as a Rosicrucian and as the concealed poet of the Shakespeare plays. It is scarcely necessary to say that no particular evidence is produced in support of these statements. They are the vaporing and foolish dreams. Porta, for example, died in 1615, 1 year after the Rosy Cross made its public appearance on the stage in Germany. We may compare an essay of the Rosicrucians which appear in Theosophical Sifting, Volume 3. All accounts are said to agree in pointing to the origin itself, into an origin outside Europe, in Oriental lands. They do nothing of the sort, and in fact, the Ormus fiction appears to stand alone. Now, Arno. Well, then, was Damcar in Europe, or Fez, or Damascus, or Damasco? You may limit yourself, Arthur, but then we are well aware that you like to deny plenty which actually took place, if it give you grief to admit it. And I don't agree with their note, by the way, because like they're trying to imply that Francis Bacon was the original writer of Shakespeare. And don't get me wrong, I mean, he had the talent to write stuff like that, but you have to put his work side by side with Shakespeare to understand one man couldn't have written all of that literature from both people. You know what I mean? It's just impossible. Um, Francis Bacon wrote a lot just on his own. He's also the one that came out with the New Atlantis, which I was talking to you about earlier, Carmen. So, a lot of this has to do with what we've been reading when it's concerning the Neoplatonism and Hellenistic beliefs and how it affected the 1600s. The strange part about all of it is like Phoenician history was supposed to be missing and lost, but for some reason it got blended into the secret societies. So that's what really stands out to me about
And
that. Go ahead.
then there was something else that right. No, it was just because, and then you think about how much we know about like Greek mythology, and then supposedly, like, that's where a lot of the information came from from Greek accounts, which, despite the fact that they were kind of enemies, I think that's interesting as well. And then finding out that it goes with secret society teachings, and for them
Hmm.
to be quote unquote lost, more like secret. It sounds like you said, yeah, no, that
Yeah,
is interesting.
it's really interesting because, I mean, I'm not going to go as far as to say as the secret societies lasted all the way back to the mystery schools, but they did retain a lot of the knowledge that was back there in those mystery schools. So that does seem pretty interesting, and that sticks out to me. So let me continue here. Okay, it stands to fall. It stands or falls on the authority of Thory, who says that a letter by the Baron de Westerode is in the archives of the philosophical rite. That it was written from Ratisbon in 1784. That it was addressed to the head tribunal. That it contains the Ormus story, and that the story in question is described as received in Sweden, which may mean that it is a traditional history belonging to the Swedish rite of masonry, in incorporation of many elements. That according to de Westerode, the Rosicrucians came to Europe in 1188, an important date connected with Templar history. That 3 of the Adepti proceeded to Scotland and there established an order of Masons of the East. This legend is naturally set aside by Thory. There is very little doubt that he had seen the letter of Baron de Westerode, the present whereabouts of which are beyond speculation, as the archives of the Scottish philosophical rites were dispersed on February the 23rd, 1860. A catalog was printed, but I have failed to obtain a copy. Baron de Westerode was on the council of the rite of Philothes and was present at the convention of Paris summoned by the illustrious Masonic body. Now, why did he do this? This work originally came out in 1924, at the same time that the collection of Masonic articles of his own compiled together under the name Emblematic Freemasonry. Okay, hold on. At the same time that a collection of Masonic articles of his were compiled together under the name Emblematic Freemasonry. In there he speaks of the Knights of the Morning and of Palestine. Shoddy's legend and writes there in his new encyclopedia about the Thebaid Solitaries, about the knights who were contacted by them, who went back to Europe, about the depositing of a sacred treasure in the crypt of the 3 kings of Uppsala. We see in the legends already quoted at the beginning of the part 4 of book 2, pertaining to the gold R plus C snipped remnants of the story. So that is Ormus, and Ormus is actually an old Greek cult that or actually Phoenician cult, that was started, and then it was incorporated into the Greeks, and the Greeks actually created a mystery school out of it, just so people know. And these are writings that were supposed to connect the Rosy Cross and the Rosicrucian together with these mystery schools, which I wouldn't do on my history topic, but it is Halloween, and I thought it was cool to discuss. Plus,
No, I think you picked a good one, and
yeah,
it leads into tonight's show on Pirate Radio that I'm sure you're going to be at, right?
I believe so. What time are they
Yeah.
doing it?
Well, same time,
Same time.
11 o'clock. Yeah, well, 11 for me, but yeah, same time. I'm only gonna be able to stay for a bit. I have a show tonight myself, but I'll be there for a while.
Now, another thing that I wanted to bring up too was the Judgment of Solomon. Now, a lot of people aren't aware of that either, but the Judgment of Solomon is a story from the Hebrew Bible in which Solomon ruled between two women who both claimed to be the mother of a child. Solomon,
Yeah, but
yeah,
oh my gosh, right. And the one lady was like, he was like, well, look, if you're not going to be able to tell, the one lady's baby died in the middle of the night. And then after the baby died in the middle of the night, she stole the other lady's baby. The other lady knew it was her baby. And so the king was like, yeah, look, this is what I'm going to do to find out. Just so that way y'all both can have the baby, since no one really knows. I'm going to just split the baby in half. And the girl that stole the baby was like, okay, cool, split the baby in half. Knowing that would kill the baby. But the mom was like, no, she can have it because it's her baby. She wanted to keep it alive. Right? That's the story.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
I think that story is so dope because I think about that just like with the life. How many times people will kill something in order for them to say they have a part of it, as opposed to allowing it to live in its fruitfulness and its divinity. So that story is always in my head because people do that a lot. They'll kill the kid before they let the rightful owner have it.
right. Solomon ordered that the baby be given to the second woman, as her love was selfless, as opposed to the first woman's selfish disregard for the baby's actual well-being. Some consider this approach to justice as archetypal. The concept of an archetypal appears in areas relating to behavior, historical psychology, and literary analysis. Now, some consider this approach to justice as archetypal example of an impartial judge displaying wisdom in making a ruling. Now, the biblical narrative is in 1 Kings 3:16 to 28. It recounts that two mothers living in the same house, each the mother of an infant son, came to Solomon. One of the babies had been smothered, and each claimed the remaining boy as her own. Calling for a sword, Solomon declared his judgment. The baby would be cut in two. Each woman would receive half. One mother did not contest the ruling, declaring that if she could not have the baby, then neither of them could. But the other begged Solomon, give the baby to her, just don't kill him. The king declared the second woman the true mother, as a mother would even give up their baby if that was necessary to save its life, and awarding her custody. The judgment became known throughout all of Israel and was considered an example of profound wisdom. So that was something that I wanted to bring up there, and I wanted to find more when it came to Ordeus or whatever it was, but there really wasn't much that I could pull up on it. I probably could have dug into it a little bit more, but I figured it would be something that would be good to mention and everything. And like I said, I just wanted to let everybody know that we are going to stop with the Phoenicians, and then me and Karma just discussed it. We're going to start discussing the Canaanites because with me, I think that if we go from the Phoenicians to the Canaanites, it's going to show kind of like a direct connection on how the Phoenicians and the Canaanites and the Egyptians were influenced by older uh, lore and older deities, gods and stuff like that. So it's kind of interesting. And like I said, I have noticed the Amorites and a lot of the stuff that we've been discussing, plus some stuff that I've checked out before I even started doing these streams with the Sumerians. So that's an aspect that I'm going to have to look at right there. So, hold
And
on.
then we can tie the Sumerian and the Canaanites history because I feel like they have a closer connection than the Canaanite. I mean, than the Phoenicians and the Sumerians. Even though they do have a connection, it's all interconnected. But I feel like going here with the Canaanite, they probably are like the extension branch. Like Phoenicia is on his one side, and then Sumerians on a different side. Canaanites kind of in the middle, both all stemming, which kind of creates them in the form of like a triangle, to where they're interconnected, even though that they have different points. So it'll be good once you start doing the Sumerian history, just based off of what I've been learning with you guys.
So, kind of give us a little feedback on what you're saying. For a second, I got to come out here and talk to my mom real quick. So, just kind of give some feedback and the way you've seen what we've been going through and what direction we're going to be taking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, what I was just saying is we've been learning a lot about Phoenician history and how it ties into a lot of other cultures. There are a lot of different cultures in regards to some of the deities that we learn about in Phoenician history that kind of interact and overlap in different cultures. So, with the Canaanites and the Phoenicians seem to be very interconnected, and so as well as the Sumerians and the Canaanites. So, I think it's kind of cool that we have this type of opportunity to use the Canaanites in the middle as being able to see where they are, their roles in history, different stories that are being told, and then be able to kind of outbranch again to where we're going to Sumerian history because they're all kind of forming, like I was saying, a triangle to where it would probably be Canaanites at the top, and then you have Sumerian history on one side, and then you have Phoenician history on the other, and they all also have a line drawn to them as well, but all both stemming towards the Canaanites. But that was that. Also, too,
Yeah.
there's a lot of Egyptian culture that's tied into the Phoenician history. Like, in general, every single culture seems to kind of go back toward the Egyptian history, where we really should attempt to get into some point because, like, even Greek culture, the gods they overlap. Like we talk a lot about Thoth and in Tawatis and just different, even in Sanatrinathion, like even with his role where he's in Phoenicia, but we also hear him and a little bit of like the Greek I don't want to say mythology, but like Greek history as well too. Roman history that's probably better than Greek. Yeah. So that's something I think is neat.
Yeah, I really want to. That's one reason why I want to follow the Canaanites because that Thoth thing or Toth,
So
to,
yeah, talk to Tawatis, the T
ha,
boy.
Tawatis is probably what I'm just gonna start calling them because, but
Tawatis is the easiest way to pronounce it,
yeah,
and for whatever reason, it seems the most legit.
yeah,
Like Toph doesn't seem legit to me. Tawatis just keeps standing out. Like this is my name. Like him, almost him saying this is who I am, and then this is where they got this from. And this, I don't know. It's just crazy because I know Toph from studying previously, but I still hear him saying, or I still hear this a reoccurring voice saying Tawadas, 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 and I just
Hmm.
learned Tawadas through you. And like, but every time I go and I connect and relate towards him, it's always Tawadas. It's never two.
Yeah. And like there's actually three kingdoms in the Egyptian history. You know what I mean? Like, and Tawatis was only a part of that last kingdom, the third kingdom. So it ended up migrating to Egypt somehow, and that's where I really want to get it, because you always hear people. Well, see, even I fell under this impression that like the Greeks came down and learned about Tawatis and brought them back to Greece, you know. But now we're learning that it was the other way around. It was actually Tawatis was integrated into the Egyptian pantheon. It wasn't the other way around, you know. So that's something that I find pretty interesting. I didn't know that before, and I'm glad we did the Phoenician, to be honest, because this is the one area that I really wanted to get into. And like, if you go and you watch ancient history videos like I do, not too many people come out with the actual Phoenician stuff. It's always got to do with the Assyrians or the Sumerians or the Babylonians or the Egyptians. They'll even go into Greek, but they never say anything about the Phoenicians or like the Urartu. I'd love to hear more about them, but you just don't hear about it. And Mithra, I want to hear. Mithra is probably the most amazing cult belief that they had back then when it came to ancient stories and stuff.
Mithra, can you elaborate? How do you spell it? First of all, is it Myth then
It,
Ara, so ER
it's
A or
it's Mirtha.
oh
Now,
Mirtha, not
yeah.
Myth. Okay.
Now that kind of goes the other direction from where we're going with the Canaanites. It goes north, and actually it might blend down into the Greek and the Phoenician histories too. That's probably deeper, going farther back in that direction, but it's also connected to Zoroastrianism and Mithra. Back whenever Persia was actually being formulated, it was coming together as Persia. They incorporated Cyrus is actually the one who incorporated his father's kingdom, which was farther north from what's present day Iran, and he actually went into what's considered Iran today, and he created, or he was able to join a lot of the tribes in that region together to create the Persian Empire. But it's a pretty interesting story. And Afghanistan used to be a part of Persia too, and then it split off. So it's a lot of people don't understand that, because Afghanistan was actually it broke away from Persia so far back that people don't even realize that they once were the same country or the same kingdom.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So Parisians and Afghanistan, that's the same.
Yeah, at
Oh
one time.
wow.
At one time they were, but um, Zoroastrianism split up, and the best way to say it is that the Hindus and the Buddhists, especially the Buddhists, they originated out of Zoroastrianism. They didn't agree with their teaching, and they split away, and that's how we ended up with Buddhism. And like they have video footage of historical documentaries where they show Buddha with red hair and Caucasian, and it's been desecrated because people over in the Middle East didn't like seeing a Caucasian face on Buddha, so they didn't like that, and you find it all over that area. And they've got old mummies that are buried and petrified under the ground. Some of them have red hair, and they're taller than the average Asian in that area. That's some of the cool stuff that I think we should get into too later on. But that all starts because of Mithra, believe it or not. That's the cool stuff. Did any of that make any sense to you? Oh, she'll be back. But yeah.
Oh, I was talking to you. I didn't know I was muted, but I was like, yeah, it makes good sense. And then especially what you're saying about how they kind of discredit or sweep certain type of histories under the rug and stuff like that, where they I guess they focus on the ones that they correlate or connect to. And then you were talking about the Buddha having the red hair and the face of a white man, which kind of pissed the Asians off. Not even say it like that, but
well, it's basically the truth. And like when I'm talking about Asians, I'm not talking about like Afghanistan. Well, maybe a little bit of it, but like I'm talking about like people in China and people in Thailand and countries like that. You know what I mean? Especially in India. Indians had a real hard time with that. They don't believe that India was invaded, and that's how they ended up getting their Vedas and their religious beliefs, because they believe that it all started right there in India. You know?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they have a real hard time with it. And something
but
that
India and Asia are like so closely connected. I don't think people realize, like, even when we talk about like Asiatic people being like the original people, they are like a mix of Indian and Asian and African.
Yeah. And like in history, there's certain mysteries too that don't have answers to it. Like Genghis Khan, he was a conqueror, and he conquered every area he could get a hold of.
God bless you.
But when he made it to the borders of India, he stopped and turned around. He refused to invade India. Why would he do that if he didn't have some kind of connection there?
Right.
That's Genghis Khan, and he didn't have sympathy for anybody.
I heard him before. Why do I know this name? Khan, obviously. Why do I know him? I just read about him in something that I read, but I don't know where I read him.
Have you ever heard of the Great Horde or the Golden Horde?
I think he's in my Power of the Soul, actually. Honestly, I think in my Soul Series book is where I know of Genghis Khan from. But no, I didn't hear about what you're talking about. Dr. Shah has a Soul Series, Power of the Soul Healing Series, and that's where I know his name from. And that's interesting. That's crazy. That's interesting.
But that was one of the things that a lot of people don't really know, like the story behind Genghis Khan and the situation there. So now, when it comes to the Canaanites and everything, I'm gonna go back over a lot of the stuff that we have set up, or that we've already gone through, and I'm gonna point out or pull out the information that we got from our research, and we can go along those and try to stick to that story, because I think that's gonna send us in a better direction if we do it that way.
Okay.
Because we came across a lot of good stuff, Like when they were talking about the Assyrians and the Sumerians, they were mentioning, first of all, it was the mermaid goddess that was supposed to be kind of like a Phoenician version of Isis or Ishtar. I mean, and then what was it, last week or the week before, the rainbow goddess. I think that's cool. So
Yeah, and the rainbow goddess, and how we were talking about even the mermaid goddess too, and just connections to like
hmm
the same kind of entity. And then I think there was one that was like a snake.
hmm you know, on the walls of Babylon, that the unicorn was on there, right?
No,
hmm
that
They had the unicorn on the walls of Babylon
in a movie, or you mean like in
in
actuality?
real life. I mean,
Oh, I
like
say
old the old city of Babylon.
Pegasus. Oh, okay.
Uh,
Yeah, not a unicorn or Pegasus. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I'm listening.
So
We're listening.
well, since I wanted to wrap up the Phoenician part, man, I think we should bring it to an ending here in a minute. You know, kind of be done with it, and we start fresh with the Canaanites in the next one.
That
So,
that'll work so great for me because I'm about to run out the house again, and
okay.
I have to pee and stuff before I do that, and then it's like I hit the phone. Yeah, I know. I'm like my politically correct. Imagine me being your president. Like, yeah, hold on, guys, I gotta pee. Like, no, Mrs. President. Excuse me, ma'am, please. I have to be excused to go to the restroom. Like, I know the proper, but I guess I've
That's
gotten
fine.
lackadaisical with the proper. But yeah, if you don't mind, excuse me, correme, masama.
But
And
yeah,
so yeah.
is there anything you want to say before we get off here?
Summer emailed me back, so I'm gonna set up something with her. I haven't because she emailed me last night. I feel like I was in the middle of my show, but if I wasn't in the middle of my show, I didn't see it till after my show. So I'm gonna hit her back. I have an interview with Bob Dub coming up on Friday after our evening show, so it'll be like 7 our time. So I'm gonna require some assistance from you to get everything
Okay.
set up in order for me to be able to start recording on my own, so I don't have to ask my interviewees to record for me.
Okay.
Shout out to old John. Our interview is up as well. He's going to be posted on his channel. Like I said, I have a show tonight. I have a time for you at 1:11, and so excuse me, 11:11 at 1. Excuse me, 11:1 at 1:11. We'll have 1:11 all the way around the board. So I'll
Okay.
do that. My shows haven't been too long lately. I have a time frame as to when I plan to stop. And what else is that? Like I'm not. I don't want to say I'm behind. It's just like all this stuff kind of hit me from left field. It
Yeah.
kind of came out of the clear blue for me all of a suddenly. And I'm just attempting to kind of readjust in accordance because I'm very grateful for the opportunities to be able to like just meet people, like meeting you guys, meeting Jaffe, meeting, you know, we got a tag team tan. And he's not going to get us off the hook. He's not getting off the hook that easy. He wants us to do a double. If we're doing a double, he's going to have to put in 2 good whole hours, maybe 3 hours. So Tan, I know you like to listen on live stream. If you're listening, we're coming for you, man. We're coming for you. I think we should incorporate that on Friday's roundtable,
Yeah.
and yeah, we can kind of get him there, and then we'll see how that goes, and you can send me a link for mine, and I can get that. That'll be 3. That'll be Bobbed Up. That'll be Summer, and that'll be Tan. And like I said, we already have Old John, and we already have Disney Magic Zach up. So yeah, let's keep getting. And your interview, you're gonna have to. When are you gonna do this with me?
You,
Tomorrow.
we can set it up whenever you want to. I'm ready to go when you are. So just let me know. All right.
Okay, so it'll probably be tomorrow, Thursday. I'll let you know for
Okay.
certain within the chats, because for whatever reason, Thursday keeps sticking out of my head. I don't know why it keeps sticking out. Cause I keep tomorrow, Thursday, but Thursday I know I have the basketball. So I don't know why I want to do it on Thursday, but today's my last show until the 11th, so I'll have some content in the middle if I do my interviews and I schedule accordingly. Because I only do it with the sync, so I
Yeah.
might have one on the 7 though, because 11/7, even though it's not 7/11, 11/7 is still significant. But the whole month of November is technically synchronicity because it's 11, 11/1, 11/11, 11/2, 1/12, 1/13, 1, all of it. But everything is sync actually 2, 3, 4, 3. But we don't have to do all of that. But that's
hmm
that, and good stream, and yeah, I look forward to being
Now,
better suited for our
I've also
endeavors.
got I've got also guys. Are you okay with starting Old Men Talking on the 7th?
Yeah, that's fine. Is that a Monday though? I didn't think that
That's
was a
on
Monday.
Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday. Okay,
Yeah.
Tuesday at 6 a.m. Yeah, 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 yeah. So far, I am. Yeah, yeah. I'm good. I'll be good.
So
And
so that's gonna be 6 o'clock your time, 5 o'clock my time, right?
okay.
And because I believe that's 11 o'clock John's time, so it'll be 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 6 o'clock Pacific, no Eastern Daylight Time, and then 11 a.m. Not p.m. on any of them, but 11 a.m. British Standard Time. So that's going to be Karma's show. She's going to be the host. Me and John's going to be on the panel. It's about old men talking. Is that good?
I apologize. I'm hitting. Yeah, that's great. I was just
Alright.
listening to John too. He said that he went to another spiritual church, and I was just reading and attempting to multitask. But I gotta go because I have like.
Alright.
Yeah, I definitely will check you out tomorrow. And like I said, I'll let you know when I'm ready for you guys. We're ready for you anyway.
Okay. And
All right.
I will see you later.
All right. Thanks for everything. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too. And just so everybody knows too, me, Mark Worthington, and maybe Tan, if he wants to. I don't know if he can show up or not, but me and Mark Edworthy, or Medworth on Minds, are going to be doing the first show for Wednesday, and it's going to be at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and that'll be at 4 o'clock p.m. British Standard Time. It's going to be Roger's real-time talk show where we talk about current events, politics, stuff like that. I don't want it to be called news because that's not what I'm wanting to do with it. It will be about politics and stuff like that, but I refuse to call it any kind of news because I don't want to get into that category. So if you guys want to show up for that, you're more than welcome to. And with that, I think we have everything covered. Things are getting pretty interesting. Tonight we are going to possibly be on pirate radio. I'm not quite sure. All depends on how that's working. So with that being done, I am going to get off here and thank you guys for showing up, and happy Halloween. Hello everybody, and welcome back to this is our first episode for our Rogers Real-Time Talk Show event, and I am happy to say that we have Jaffe Ryder on here for the first episode. We're doing an interview with him. Before I say anything else, I'd like to say welcome, Jaffe, and we're glad to have you here. If you want to say hello, you feel free to do so.
Jaffe Ryder via the Republic of Korea, the southern half of the peninsula. So, yeah, been here the past 20 plus years now, 20 plus tours of duty, as so often like to put it. And thanks for the invite, really appreciate it. And just to let people know, in case you're wondering, I mostly am known for my role and position, playing the part of host of pirate radio podcasts, the flagship to the wider WPRPN network. It's the pirate radio podcast host essentially. So yeah, that's about the extent of things, I guess. And working on bringing people together, I think, as everyone here, Mark, Roger, and Karma, you've all hopefully witnessed by now. I really get a big kick out of producing synergy, online, and then ultimately even in real time, real world synergy between people. So it's a lot of fun.
All right. Now, beforehand, we were discussing how we usually do our interviews. We have a panel that set up, and right now I have Karma Love with me. She's my co-host, and then Mark Edworthy. The way we usually do it, we ask the person being interviewed if they feel all right with the panel asking questions during the interview, or if they prefer for them to wait after the interview, or even if they want questions and answers. So.
Oh yeah, just free flowing conversation. Pepper me with whatever questions you want. And I know myself as a host, it's important to sometimes interject, so don't feel bad if you have to jump in, because I know a lot of times that I'll often forget what the hell it was that I wanted to raise or to have the guest comment on if I let it slide or go too long, because I don't take notes.
Don't worry, we're here to talk to the pirate. Ain't that right?
All right,
Mark?
yeah, Chief Communications Officer of the Robin Hood. That's right.
Yes.
That be me, indeed. Shut up, Long John.
That's your alternate ego right there.
Long John Sinclair. He shadows me like you would not believe everywhere I go.
So before we get started, I'd like Karma Love and Mark Edworthy and John Clark. Hey, welcome, John. John, this is the first time you get to actually meet Captain Sinclair in person.
Is that old John?
Yep, that's old John.
Oh, cool. Right on.
If you guys like to welcome him to the show, feel free to do so.
We just connected. John and I just connected, I think, on Minds. Mm-hmm. I think, John, where did we connect? I think, did you drop by one of our chat groups on Minds?
Yeah, I joined it. I'm not sure on this profile, but I joined it on my Wonderful World of Weirdness channel. Maybe it was through that, I think.
Wonderful World of Weirdness.
Yeah, I paranormal channel. Yeah.
Oh, and isn't this great? This is another guest for us as well, too, Roger. Sounds like, a really colorful personality. That's really what we're all about. Anyone, if John has a story or two to share and can provide a little bit of commentary, or sounds like he's an Englishman. He's a limey.
Don't call him an Englishman. Yeah. He's from
Wales. Hold it. He's a Scotsman.
No, he's Welsh.
No.
He's
Welsh. Oh, yeah. Scotsman is even worse.
Well.
It's even worse to be called this. He's Welsh.
I'm looking after my son, so I'll just drop in here and there when I can.
Okay. Roger is
Hi,
Welsh.
John.
Hi,
Yes.
Camera.
Hey, Ross on Y, man. Ross on Y. You heard of the place?
Oh.
I guess he ducked out.
His baby. He has his baby,
Yeah,
so I don't know if it's. Yeah.
Ross
He said he
on
heard
Y.
of it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because if he's in Wales, do you live in Wales still?
I live in Wales. I live on the West Wales coast. I'm literally a mile from the beach. Beaches
far
everywhere
out.
around me. It's lovely.
Oh, that's cool. Although, yeah, definitely, literally, metaphorically and literally quite cool. I don't think the West Coast or any coast of the UK is known for its lovely sun-soaked beaches. Just had the good fortune of crossing paths with the guy after, and that's like one of my life's biggest just inspirational moments, really connecting with him. It's, I think, in the Tibetan tradition, what they refer to as the meeting of two minds. I'm not the sort of person that sees auras or light or like energy around people, but him, I turned around after I was talking to his guitar player in the hotel lobby, the Chase Hotel, what it was called, ironically. So you got this Canadian expat chasing after Van Morrison, his musical hero. And so I turn around after getting an autograph from his guitar player, Johnny Scott, and man, there he was walking like straight towards me up to the desk. and this light energy burst off of his shoulders and neck, of course, and just head area like a halo. It was like just really bright, intense, kind of white light. And I just looked at him for a moment or two, and then made my way off to the little, I guess you call it like an antechamber. It's just like a little drinking kind of pub type area, location just to the side, just to off, set off from where the check-in area was via the lobby. But how about that, eh? Has anyone else ever seen people's auras?
That's pretty good. No, hold on a minute.
I bet. Yeah, karma,
Hey,
exactly.
We gotta.
You know what? You remember you were arguing with me about not having a Canadian accent. Your accent is so.
A boot.
Hey,
A boot.
and then this
Aye.
this A is so heavy on your neck, like the pressure is heavily applied. Like,
Do I say there's a lot of A's? Hey, you've heard of them?
I like it. I like it. Please don't stop. It's
What she said? Please don't stop. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
okay. I was talking about.
Hey,
the
cut it
A.
out. My wife's coming
Now-
home soon. My wife's coming home soon.
I
She
tried
has-
to warn you. You guys.
All I said was just
Yeah.
like, hey.
It's too
Right,
early
like,
in the morning too. You're
That's
gonna
the reason.
fire her
That's the
up.
reason why she married you. That's the reason why she married you. You stopped at A. She started falling for that divorce. I'm telling you. She likes
My
the A.
wife?
Yeah, she likes the A. You just don't know. She doesn't tell you.
She likes a lot about me, I think.
I'm
She's
probably
madly. It's like she's so under my spell right now. It's crazy. Just the way I have her wrapped
So,
around my
Mark,
finger.
you want to say hi to him?
It's the voodoo, man.
It's your call, man. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to be a part of this conversation now. These two are just perverts.
Nothing too overly sexual, I don't think. Just,
No, just admitting that he put his wife under a spell to gain her respect, love, and trust. You know. What I mean?
no, I didn't.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
No. It was just my natural something. I don't know.
Charisma.
Something like that. Yeah, something for sure.
It was
Yeah.
his wiener.
What?
Oh,
It's
oh my God.
Well,
Speaking of having to leave because
Oh,
it's getting
sorry,
too
sorry,
overly
sorry,
sexual. It's like, hey,
Okay, so
how dare you?
we need
I
to
know.
we need to straighten up, I guess.
Pretty faggy remark. I mean, come on.
Hey, were you referring to the English version?
Of a fag.
No, that's what Mark smokes. What are you talking about?
Okay, now that we got the welcomes and everything straightened out, I'd like to welcome you to the show, Jaffe Ryder, Captain Sinclair, WPRPN, the Pirate Radio Show. So
It's 11:11, just for anyone who cares. But yeah.
with everybody here, I'd like to hand everything over to the pirate and let him kind of give us a background of himself. This isn't, about just your radio show or anything like that. Anything about your background that you wish to share, feel free to put it out there, okay? Because we're here to get to know you. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So-
cool. I would definitely don't let me forget about my dad's UFO encounter. He's a kind of contactee. But that's a little later down the road. Okay, so I was born in Canada, actually in a hospital to begin with, in a hospital in Canada back 69 actually was when I was born, July. And just provide a few personal details on as far as that goes, I guess, for anyone that's into numerology. But I grew up in a pretty isolated, small town kind of kid in an isolated region with lots of snow and cold in the winter, short summers, lots of fishing, motorbiking, sports, and hockey, of course. Uh, Never quite sure what it was that I wanted to be when I grew up. Thinking, how we've some of us, at least, I was going to say everybody, but I'm sure at least some of us, growing up, our parents gave us the books where you kind of do your future dream sort of. You log in your accomplishments, how your school is going, and maybe a picture of yourself for that year, class photo that was taken, so on and so forth. But future ambitions. So for me, as a cowboy, astronaut, maybe hockey player, and but music came along, and even back in grade, I don't know, maybe I was, 10 years old, let's say. It was I guess Elvis and the Beatles especially. It was really, there's just something about what they had to offer, the sound, the vibration, the melodies, of course, the way everything was put together, that appealed to me. And I mean, this is the time basically growing up when ABBA, Saturday Night Fever was a big deal. I'm a child, born in '69. You're a child of the '70s, I guess, right? So we only had one channel, CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, similar to what folks in the UK are offered. The British Broadcasting Corporation, I guess, as it's known. So, and then around that time, I guess, we got another TV channel, which is really cool because we started to gain more of a sense of the outside world, America first and foremost, and with the satellite TV came along, and that was really made a big impression, had a big influence in shaping just my sense of what was taking place via the wider world. So, I don't really know what more to say other than I played a lot of hockey. Ended up, there's a lot of, I missed out the whole music part where just kind of skipped over that, as I tend so often to do. But we had these little rulers, and we had elastic bands on the rulers, and then we made little guitar bodies that we cut out of cardboard paper, basically. And the whole deal, I was leading the charge, as is so often the case, it seems. And a targeted individual all my life as well, too, I must say. Even though, captain of the hockey team, and maybe it's because of that, certain leadership qualities, because I have been under surveillance, actually, for quite a while, as we all have been. And, there's files on everybody, too, of course, as you can imagine. I think we all have kind of like, it's a color-coded rating system that the powers that be have at their disposal that they work with, So whether determining, like, black, I guess, is super crazy and dangerous, and maybe red, little more tamer type version of what could be a totally over the top bomb throwing lunatic. Maybe blue or green, kind of moderate people, and yellow, like little just harmless, easily manipulated pansies. But going back to the childhood, yeah, just doing, like, getting a band together in, I'm trying to think, it was about grade 5, maybe, or maybe 6 at the most, so about 10 years old. It was right just in the lead up, Elvis died, so that was 1977. I was about 8 years old, and from there to the point up to where Lennon was shot, like, those were big things that really left a huge impression on my psyche. With when Elvis died, I walked down to my grandma's place. I guess I must have been at my house up on Fifth Avenue, the Red House that I still sometimes dream of. I'm not sure how many others out there listening or folks here on the panel have those sort of dreams where they're taken back, lucid type experience, I guess, in some ways, and there's that psychic connection that still persists with the past, of course, and places where we used to live and whatnot. But yeah, but anyways, so walking down from there the day that Elvis died, hearing the news, probably my mom told me, so I knew who he was, and I think even my grandmother had just prior to that bought me an Elvis record, if I'm not mistaken. So, but I was actually ended up being frozen at the end of my grandparents' driveway, just frozen in the way that Socrates, if you've ever read any of the dialogues of Plato, Republic and so forth, that he would be sort of in a semi-type trance sort of state and not moving, not going anywhere. People kind of making fun of him, laughing at this goofball, crazy old Socrates, and it caught up in his trance. But that's how it was with Elvis. It just really hit me hard, where I was, I guess, reflecting on the implications, because he was such an icon. But anyways, yeah, and just music. The point is that music has long been a part of my life. So if you want to talk 20th century popular music, we can do that until the cows come home, obviously. But am I hopefully, I mean, jumping around a little bit here, but anything you'd like me to maybe fill in some of the gaps, or that you're not clear on, getting a visual picture of things?
If you want, you can kind of go a little bit over what was your motivation for moving from Canada to Korea. That's
yeah, okay. That's jumping ahead quite a few years, though. Obviously,
if you want to build up to that point, that's cool too. But
okay, well, fine. I mean, university is like, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And my first couple of years, like the early 90s, essentially, I was getting really good grades. Really, really good grades. A's and B's, as Karma's mother, her expectation was no less than that, right? So, but after that point, I started smoking, I'm not sure if you say too much dope or just starting to smoke dope that was, it really packed a punch. And I ended up moving, had a girlfriend, and, I wasn't in a band or anything at the time, just playing music and studying a little bit of philosophy, literature, sociology, history, number of different areas of academic, I guess what they call discourse, and having a great time, just brilliant chance to really to grow and to flourish, to try and learn more about ourselves and our place in the world as humans, of course. George Harrison, he was really sort of fixated, I guess you could say, really committed to the principle, and some Christians are this way too, interestingly. In fact, one guy who it seems may have unfriended me recently, he's kind of a big shot, believe it or not, but we had him on the show, and he brought this up. It's like, it all boils down to, where have we come from? Why are we here? Where have we come from? Where are we going? Just, that whole thing over and over again. Where have we come from? Why are we here? Where are we going? So, wash, rinse, and repeat. Sort of like just a focus for meditation, I suppose, which is quite good if people are seeking hopefully a greater, deeper sense of truth, as it were, whatever that may happen to be. But yeah, university was was great, man. Spending time with friends, and I just reflecting on it today. This loving, just having. I mean, it's the hash that we would smoke, hot knifing hash over the stove, and kind of reminiscing over over the 60s, having this great rock and roll. We lived in Victoria, British Columbia, which is the capital of the province. And remember, I was like, I was a small town, product of a small town logging community, essentially fishing and logging, mostly logging, in completely landlocked, but with a lot of lakes in the region. So I was fortunate enough to be renting a room from a friend. And this is, as I think I was talking to you the other day, Roger, if I'm not mistaken, the worshipful Grand Master of our local Freemason lodge, which this was his son that basically he was the landlord. This house where we had, we're living life to the fullest, having a lot of great fun. But the lodge itself, back up in the central interior of the province, this little logging community was located in the basement of a church, of an old church up on top of the hill, that where I actually, as a youth, had attended preschool. They had it in the same room and location. That's where they had their Masonic temple. They do call them temples, from what I understand. They're lodges, but truth be told, they're actually they're temples. And they insist till they're blue in the face. Of course, I haven't heard any Masons to this point yet admit to the fact or cop to the fact that what they're a part of and what they practice and engage in and pursue is actually, qualifies as a religion. And then, in my mind, clearly it does. As some have talked about, actually, certain experts, as it were, that it's largely a case of where politics and religion come together, basically. But anyways, we had a lot of great fun down south in Victoria, and that was like, I mean, if you want to get a sense of proportion, I mean, it was like 2 days drive to get there from where we lived up in the central interior. But yeah, man, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and just a lot of great memories. Painting houses in the summertime, tree planting, painting houses down in Victoria, going back to the central interior, tree planting. Jobs that now I'm guessing largely have been replaced, or would you say supplanted, by people who I'm willing to bet are mostly non-Canadian citizens. Even back in the day when I was there, and working in that industry for summer employment, something that's so critical for so many students, of course, the lifeline to help keep their economic show on the road, that you would have these busloads of I think Indians, maybe, like from from India itself. I don't think India is a continent exactly. It might as well be, but it's a vast country, of course. So either that or Pakistan, but I'm pretty sure India. And I can just imagine where the state of things find themselves presently, unfortunately, and with all the foreign investment and ownership, everything taken out of the hands of Canadians themselves. Sort of along the lines of what, wasn't it Jefferson talking about, if ever the banks are allowed to issue these these the debt-laden currencies that they're so hell-bent on promoting, that it'll lead to some pretty challenging, pretty ominous times for the indigenous people, both the natives, of whom our family, my grandparents, got along with just splendidly back in the day. Exchange of gifts, a pretty regular basis, with fish and all kinds of things, baked goods and whatnot. My grandfather was a denturist, father's a denturist, sister denturist, and it's small world. A little bit of, not even 6 degrees of bacon, just 1 degree of bacon, as it were. Mark Edworthy here, part of the very quiet part, for, mostly to this point, the panel. He's his father. Have you shared with
nothing really mentioned that, but yeah, my father trained and was a professional, like you said, dentist. Somebody who used to make false teeth.
He's retired now, is he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there we go. Yeah, I think the implants are taking over now.
I heard they used to make them out of wood and stuff like that.
That's right. Yeah, George Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we hear. So, but I mean, I don't know what more. Like, when I made that move after the first couple of years to Nanaimo, and ended up performing in a bar. I'd busk as well too, but performing in this one bar called what was the name? The Queens, I think is what it was. It was run by the Hells Angels, actually, and I don't know. It was a great meeting place for the university kids, and great. I mean, if I had a girlfriend, unfortunately, the one I was hooked up with, I guess I could have done a little better for myself, but be that as it may, wrote a song for her actually called Karmic Knowledge. I could send you a copy maybe sometime. So, speaking of which, yeah, we're working on making some progress on that front. The whole Minds World Indie Music Showcase, Chris Do Better and Bob Dub, we're hoping that they're going to lend a bit of a hand on that front. So we've been doing some work here behind the scenes, and yeah, that's one of the songs I like to feature. So anyone's welcome, as long as you got a Minds channel and you've got independent music that you've recorded, like studio quality, essentially, in a studio type environment. So as far as demos are concerned, but I mean, we have gone even more rustic than that, just somebody kicking back with an acoustic guitar in and then just recording what it is, just live off the floor through just a cheap mic. So we tend not to do that if we can help it, though. But anyways, yeah, I mean, and we were performing, had a band together there during that phase. As you can imagine, the academic pursuits, that end of things, kind of went off the rails. Good times, though. Good times, good memories, but just the grades went downhill. My dissertation, or baccalaureate, I guess, is what I regard as my dissertation. Nietzsche non-duality and the nature of our neuroses. Looking into Nietzsche, of course, the philosopher Nietzsche, and who himself, he was a closet Buddhist, interestingly. I suspected something quite profound along those lines. His relationship with Schopenhauer, if for anyone that's looked into philosophy, German philosophy of the 19th century, really kind of two important figures. But there was a lot going on at that time. Actually, So a non-duality is an Eastern concept. People can look into if they're so inclined. But think about the Big Bang basically, and how everything emerges from out of the one and the many, right? The one and the many, from out of nothing into something. Come here, Danny. Danny's our special needs kitty. He's very, very sensitive. He needs touching and loving all the time, or yeah. It's okay, Danny. Come on. Go ahead.
Yeah, my cat was doing that just before we got on here too. He was wanting attention. I was like, it's almost perfect timing. I'm getting everything ready, and here he is sitting outside the door going meow. Meow.
What's your cat's name?
I've never named him. I don't.
Hey, cat, get over here. Cat.
Me and Karma talked about that before.
Jeez, Roger, come on,
kinda,
get with it, man. Is this the first cat you've ever owned?
No, I've had.
He says cats choose us, and because cats choose us, that we really don't. And then we're putting ownership on it by naming them, so that's why he calls Cat. But no lie, Omni has a name, but I still call her Cat. Wherever she's at, she disappeared. Hope the people didn't take her again.
Oh no! Oh, cats disappearing in Korea all too often, ending up in the soup bowl.
Oh my gosh! Why?
Yeah, well, it's dogs more than anything. Little puppies.
Oh my god!
Yeah, puppy soup is pretty popular here.
Wow.
Whether they like to admit to it or not. A lot of Koreans, of course, they keep pets. Pardon me?
Have you ever had it before? Puppy soup?
Not that I'm aware of.
They snuck it in on you.
Yeah. Well, they can do anything, I guess, right? So, no.
Shit happens in a small town. I mean, you know that term, right?
What's that?
Shit happens in a small town.
Oh no, it sounds like a good lyric though.
Like, freaking, you're sitting there and one day and somebody says, "Here, try this." And next thing you know, you're reading Cat Stew.
Yeah, or hooked on fentanyl or meth.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Shit happens in a small town. That's something that we could get into. But just to finish the story, my academic pursuits. Okay, here's another example of sort of psychic intuition. I thought I prophesized, and in mentalism, it's all about hits and misses. I don't know if you know about how that works with these so-called psychics. But hits and misses, hits, of course, where they get it right, misses where they don't, but then they can kind of fudge their way around and just sort of intuitively basically find what it is that they're looking for, or what that'll satisfy the audience. So, but in this case, yeah, I felt intuitively that I was going to be getting an award, academic award at university. Lo and behold, it wasn't too long after that, this friend of mine came up to me and said, "Hey, don't know if you heard or not, but there's word going around that you're going to be receiving some special academic reward for everything you've been doing here on campus." So I never did. And that's because I think everything just sort of went off the rails, and I said, fuck it. Well, I don't give a shit. It's all bullshit. So what is it? And in the end, my professor, he's like, look, just forget this. You're not cut out to be an academic. You make a far better poet than an academic. So and for anyone who's read Plato, of course, he wanted to exile and ban all poets, have them move to places like Korea.
Well, being honest, I've read some Plato, and I've got to say he was like a major asshole. That's about the best way you can put it. Like, everybody makes him out to be so great. Like, if they really listen to what he's saying, I mean...
Yeah, eugenics.
Yeah, he was... I mean, even beyond that too, like a lot of the stuff he had was just complete. I mean, crazy.
No Democrat. He was no Democrat.
No, and he hated the Stoics. I mean, he hated them.
The Stoics?
Yeah, he hated them.
Wait a minute. Were they around at that time?
Well, anybody who believed in any kind of lore was considered a Stoic. I mean, or Stoic. Well, I know they were organized and everything at one point, but like anybody who believed in any of the gods, believed in myth, he denounced them.
Okay, that's interesting. Are you familiar with the? Well, there's two things: the Axial Age. Look into it, folks, if you haven't heard of the Axial Age. Really important. And Greco-Buddhism. 900 years of Greco-Buddhism around this, from the time of Alexander the Great up until I would say like Mani, the Persian philosopher. He was into like syncretic religion, and even this is after Christ, right? And he's bringing Christianity, I think Zoroastrianism and Buddhism all together. He's just synthesizing it all, saying this is fine, it's no big deal. Truth is truth, right? So why worry? I guess, and whatever works just to get the job done. We can do this. He ended up losing his head and having it displayed on the end of a pike outside which city wall exactly, I'm not sure. It was probably the capital of like Iran, or Persia as it was known back in the day. But yeah, Axial Age, AXIAL, Axial Age, and then Greco-Buddhism, which sort of overlapped. And there's, Axial Age was only, I think it was less of a time frame apparently, but then Greco-Buddhism, 900 years. Why do we hear so little of it? Is my question. I mean, I had to go to university to find out about this with my the path that I found myself upon, my intellectual
For me,
pursuits.
I think the majority of the reason why we hear so little of it is because they kept getting killed off. I mean, Pythagoras. I mean, the story of Pythagoras is horrible. Like they killed everybody that was within his, I guess his sheltering, whatever it is,
his school. But the Pythagoreans, the school of. Really, I had no idea. I did not know that.
They burned it down and killed him and everybody in there. And
well, who was this? Who did that exactly? Supposedly,
it was like. Guess it would be the freaking Romans, maybe, or
okay. So he was long gone. Pythagoras was long out of the picture, but his students prevailed. Is what you're saying?
No, there's stories saying that he escaped for a short little stint. He was able to run for a little while, but then they caught him in the woods. But
bro, he was a contemporary of Buddha. Like he was around. Like he was older than the Buddha, actually. I think.
Pythagoras. No, Pythagoras. He came up with the equinox. He was the rotation of the what is that? The long year.
Okay.
And he also.
Well, I'm pretty sure that he was prior to Socrates.
Well, yeah.
He was what's known as a pre-Socratic.
Yeah, and he was more of Alexandria than anything else. I know he wasn't deep into Greece and all that, so I know he might have been more right around the Alexandria area. So
you're talking like Hellenism, maybe a term you're looking for. Yeah, interesting. Well, and Alexander followed him by a couple hundred years. Yeah. So the mystery schools, though, right? And I looked into Orphism a little bit when I was in this. It was a liberal arts program, actually, that. I mean, I didn't know anything about it other than it looked good. It's like, Jesus, you get to study all these different areas of thoughts. Like, That sounds cool. I'm into that.
Wait a minute.
Let's check this
It's
out.
early in the morning. I might have mixed the story up with Botinus.
Yeah. Jackass.
That could have been. That could have been Plotinus.
You call yourself a host? I mean, come
isn't
on.
that horrible?
What kind of bush league operation you got running here, man?
That's it. We're gonna have to talk about Korea now. So
Whatever you like. I jumped around a little bit and
Well, I have
covered a few of the bases. Good
okay, go
question.
ahead.
Yeah, what are your favorite things to do?
Besides jerking off.
Oh, he said
Play-
that out loud, didn't he? He did. Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay, this should
Oh, I thought you said what were your favorite things to do? Like you're talking about when I was younger. So, yeah, I didn't set that one up very well. Besides, playing with my cats and jerking off. Actually, I don't even. I just do not do that anymore. I don't. In fact, the wife is I don't even look at porn anymore. God's honest truth. I mean, the thought arises, right? But I'm also like a practicing Buddhist, right? So, why I say Buddhism is because there's nothing that's the highest. That's the number one game in town as far as I can tell, really, as far as real truth is concerned. And it's just down to the basics too, of suffering, change, desire. I mean, how complicated is that? And then out meditation, breathe out, people, breathe out, let shit go. So, but what are my favorite things to do? Take care of my little babies, the kitty cats. Practice guitar. I like walking, getting a little bit of exercise here from time to time. What else? Doing the podcast, of course, talking to people like yourselves, obviously. Following the news, although I'll tell you, with all this crap in the Middle East right now, that it's really sad. I just pray. I'm not sure how effective prayer really is, but in Korea, there's two schools of thought. There's what's known as self-power and the other power. And so basically, they say, what is it? God helps those who help themselves, sort of deal. So, but also then, of course, if you pray to the other, like an angel or some celestial being, potentially is out there to come to your aid, believe it or not. Yes.
Korea, mainly Orthodox Catholics.
You is this Mark speaking?
Yeah. Isn't Korea mainly Orthodox Catholics?
You're what? Are you saying in Korea?
Yeah.
Oh no, there's my wife is she mostly she leans in that direction, self-identifies Catholic, like she says 80%. Hey Panda, what is it? 80% Catholic, 20% Buddha, is that right? 70-30?
So cute you call her Panda.
5% what? Oh, 5% Neo-Confucian. Oh my God. So, yeah, okay. So, but no, it's Protestant is very big. And they're kind of scary, those people, because they're wound so tight. They're just really tight, and I would say like neurotic. Just
it kind of makes sense though why you like backed off on the masturbation thing. I finally realized. I was wondering if your wife was nearby, so
she came in. She came.
She didn't want to hear all that. Started talking about Buddhism.
Oh, that's just part of the foreplay routine that we got down to. Is sort of throwing that kind of language around.
Yeah.
The cats, they can hardly comprehend anything. Although, yeah, it really isn't it creepy. Like, I don't know, cats watching you while you're doing the nasty, you know.
I just smack him on the head, tell him get the hell out of here. It's like you don't want to watch none of this.
Roger Dodger, do you have a girlfriend or wife? I'm not clear on that.
No, I'm single. I've been single now for
yeah. So just
over.
You're talking about flying the Jolly Roger when you're in your room alone.
Yeah, we aren't talking about no Jolly Roger today, buddy. I'm not taking that nickname.
You remember what that means, right?
Yeah, like the poop deck. Nobody.
Yeah, the poop deck. Literally, it was where people would go and take a dump. That's right. Yeah. And apparently, like, it's at the front of the ship because just with the way the wind would blow, that if you went to the back, that it would circle back. I guess the smell would, and people
the actual
want that,
dung, like the water on the poop deck would come up on the front and wash it off, so that people didn't have to mop it and keep it going.
You would swing out on a board too, is what I've read. You have sit down and just swing out their asses out on that would be totally freaky. I can't help but wonder how many people died while out there doing their thing on the poop deck. There's probably more than a few. You know, what would you have to tie yourself up with a rope or something with it? You know, I'm not too clear on that exactly, but anyways. All right, so okay, time is limited here. So what more? And how long do you extend things here? This is different than your news show that you're going to be launching shortly, and that's one of the reasons you wanted to get me on here, correct? Because you said that Jaffe and the Pirate Gang via WPRPN, World Pirate Radio Podcast Network, the People's Pirate Network, helped to inspire you.
Yeah, we wanted to have you on for the first episode to do an interview and everything. See, basically, you know, what kind of person you are, a little bit about yourself. Now, whenever you were talking and everything, there was a couple things that did stand out to me, like that dream that you were talking about whenever you was younger. Is there a way that you could kind of elaborate on that, or you feel up to doing that?
Yeah, that's a problem. I all too often I'll start on one particular point and then kind of jump around and lose my train of thought, which the classic Socratic method is you stake yourself, you pin yourself to the original point and carry on in a stream of consciousness and circle back.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We've gotten to know pretty much quite a bit about whenever you was younger right there. So
that's okay.
You know, now when you were talking about having that dream,
which dream exactly?
You said when you was younger you was having a dream that when you was asleep and it was hard for you to interpret.
You know, I've had a few dreams. I'll tell, even with this latest business in the Middle East, that was not hard to interpret, because I woke up. It was like this is not the dream that I was talking about originally, which I can't recall exactly right now. Maybe somebody, one of the people that was paying closer attention can, or it'll come back to one of us at some point.
Tell us that dream that you were discussing right there.
With recently with events in the Middle East. Well, here's what happened. Here's what happened, man. And this like I saw even prior to that, like Springsteen doing the inauguration for Biden, and both of them, like, I'm totally, like, even like as Springsteen's bad enough with his politics. Biden, obviously, way off, is in my books at least. Like, what kind of is this the best America can do, really? But that aside, and I am able to distinguish the art from the artist. Some people are not that tolerant, they're like, oh geez, I'm not gonna, like, another Jim Carrey movie or whatever. It's like, because of the stupid things that he says or does, and but I learned years ago that we could do that if we're so inclined to just let it ride, man. Separate the art from the artist. But Springsteen, in my dream, as an example, was singing, doing the inauguration for Biden, and that's how it came to be, even before it was announced. Just a couple, I guess, weeks later, maybe a month or something like that, where I had seen him clearly on where approximately where and how he'd done it, in the fashion that it all played out. But thinking of other dreams, the one that's most recent is and these are all hits and misses though too. Once again, going back to the mentalism, although, but this is different though too, because this is more kind of, I don't know if you say mystical, spiritual, intuitive, psychic, right? And that whole long-standing question of do we have these psychic and intuitive abilities? I actually think we all do, and we just have to take care of ourselves and really dedicate ourselves, opening up to spirit, as it were, the universe, the cosmos, as it was known in ancient Greece. Cosmos, logos, of course, meaning the word. So that's kind of worth taking note of. Eros, nomos, pathos, demos, all basic root kind of cognates of important linguistic terms, even all the way up to where we are today. They've remained with us through thousands of years of history. But the dream itself was like an arcade game or a video game with lots of red, and then these red characters running back and forth. And I've had a few war dreams in the past, mostly camouflage kind of scenarios, but this one was like an arcade game or a video game, and with these firing red lasers back and forth, and make of that what you will, the color red. But I woke up, and it was more the feeling of what I woke up with, how it was like, fuck, like what, like this, like major world conflict, like this is impossible, was my sense, my feeling. How could this be? This was not supposed to be. How did I end up on this timeline? So it's like, this doesn't make sense. This is, but here we are, I guess. And that's what I'm saying. All I can do is pray. And then the next day, just to cap it off, is the next day was when that attack took place on the Hamas was allowed to, total inside job. It was so sloppy the way that they let it all happen, of course, and I just do not buy it for a moment that, oh yeah, just like Pearl Harbor, Netanyahu is exactly right. He's like, oh, this is our Pearl Harbor, this is our September 11th. Well, yeah, he's right about that. He should have added Maui to the list. All of them, of course, inside jobs. Hello, like, come on, like, just ridiculous. Like the world's most sophisticated intelligence, surveillance apparatus, system, network, and it just coincidentally goes on the blink, right? Fails right as Hamas is invading in a very kind of novel, innovative, never seen before way with I guess, what did they have? The hang gliders and the motorbikes, and oh, fuck's sakes. I mean, just totally incredible. And the thing is, in addition to all of that Egypt, as some of us may have heard by now, that Egypt provided ample warning. It's even rumored that the NSA, CIA, they knew about it. They knew something was up, something was in the works. And as with Pearl Harbor, FDR just turning a blind eye, saying, "Yeah, I don't want to know about it." And Bush, September 11th, saying his people around him, like, no, he doesn't want to know about it. And Maui too, I guess. So it's incredible, and then for people to, but you see, the thing is, with the Hegelian dialectic, they needed that in order then to respond in such a draconian manner where they could then pursue the final solution to Gaza, which is a total, just a genocide of the region and its people.
Now, before you go on to that, let me see if we got any questions over here from the panel.
Sure.
Mark, do you want to say anything?
No, I was just thinking about your last comment. I was just going to say, rather than Biden ignoring it, he's actually been giving American taxpayers money to them by Iran.
Yeah, what kind of money are we talking? There's a considerable. That was right. That was like the week. That was like a week before. Like how many billion? Six billion for 5 prisoners.
Yeah.
And immediately, like even dumb old me, like just a kind of really regular kind of dude, not that bright when it comes down to it. Honestly, everyone would love. Well, most people would love the idea of being a genius, but anyways, the fact of the matter is, like anyone can see that Americans, their value as hostages, suddenly on the international market, it's like, whoa, like you become major targets hugely. Biden has made Americans highly susceptible, more of a target for kidnapping. Like, hello, what a stupid move that was. Ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it actually goes back to like Iran-Contra and stuff. I mean, like we're actually a commodity. Like the whole Iran-Contra issue was over Oliver North paying the terrorists for American hostages.
Oh yeah. So wait a minute. So they had drugs, guns, and hostages with George H.W. Skull and Bones Bush 41 in the midst of it all.
They were actually like paying under the table to get these prisoners released, and they were selling guns and drugs to do it. So
wait a minute. Did the coke go to Iran as well?
The coke and the opium were all being traded to South America, and that's where they were also getting involved with the Contra down there. They were training them to where they could fight off socialism and communism.
Oh yeah, sure, right.
So
yeah.
So they were trading back and forth between weapons and drugs so that they could come up with their own money sources in order to...
Okay. Yeah, so hang on. So the weapons went to Iran, but the drugs, why would the drugs go to South America? They've got plenty of coke down there, well, surely.
You've heard of Webb, haven't you? He ended up committing suicide because he uncovered all that. Two
gunshots to the head. Yeah, suicide, right.
Now he's a good example, or he's a good person to check out.
2 gunshots to the head?
Yeah, that's what most people ask themselves. So someone's paying attention. That's right. It's like, wait a minute.
And see, even today, people don't even talk anymore about Webb. Like, that was a big story, and
you got to remember that. That's right. Or the octopus and Gary. Was it? Oh, Jesus Christ! Because that's all part of it too. The octopus and Danny Casolaro. Yeah, look into that, folks. That was a big deal. That's all got to do with surveillance as well. Surveillance, like the magic lantern, the keystroke logging technology. It's probably much more sophisticated now. I was just thinking about this before we actually hooked up here tonight with the AI. Using that as just to basically surveil people. So Magic Lantern, yeah. Danny Casolaro. You can search it in real life time right now if you want. That's probably the way to do it. Just keep on top of things here. In conjunction with Gary Webb, both of them probably, they were both murdered. The octopus, man, the octopus. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you did fine. This is your interview. That's why we got to bait you into talking about stuff.
I got a big mouth though. That's the problem. It's like I try to. It depends.
Perfect.
Like
This is the perfect place for a big mouth. I mean, like you're in the middle of an interview. You're in the right place at the right time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So. Oh yeah. Sure. I understand. But at the same time, like I try to remain humble and modest too. But you will hear me, of course, become quite impassioned at times where I just can't hold back, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't help myself. So I feel bad about that. But if I'm the host, for sure, if I'm the host, I will sometimes kind of dominate a little bit, but then pull back and let the guest unload, like unpack and present what they feel they need to. So. Yeah, it's all kind of give and take, definitely. And you guys are doing a great job. You're great listeners. And I guess now's the time for me, as you said, to do more speaking than listening. So where would you like to go with things now, though? And how much time do we have? What's left? Another 30 minutes or so, would you say, maybe?
Well, it's up to you if you want.
Yeah. We do 90 minutes typically with the shows, like our feature guest interviews, but like 90 minutes. It can go a little longer, but I'll tell you one thing. We're joking about we were pleasuring oneself earlier. The wife has been totally SF for the past little while, so I kind of have been promising her that it's what's known as like the husband's dharmic duty.
Uh-huh.
Do you know? Like the husband has like in order to keep the bond.
You're supposed to get busy and do the right stuff.
Well, to maintain the bond, right? The love and caring and intimacy and she's always on my case. Like I need it for health reasons, or I'm gonna die. Like I'm gonna get like you what is it, the cancer of the uterus and die. But then I'd say to her, well, what about all these nuns, like, because who live their lives, and I think to a ripe old age, many of them they might not be the happiest or most satisfied and spiritually.
Definitely using those toys, like they definitely using the toys.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
The nuns were definitely using their toys. Keep saying, they might not have a man, but they had a toy that moves it's battery operated and generate the actual stimulation.
You talking about medieval times?
I mean, like, where do you think we got the idea from? They probably were using, like, baths and stuff. Their things were probably way huger than the things we use now. The nuns are probably getting off better with their masturbation props than we could ever even imagine.
I'll tell you something.
Are you talking about, like, yesterday? I mean, or are you talking...
Check this out. Here's something going back a little bit to medieval times. Did you hear? And we could kind of transition from this talking point to Benjamin Franklin in a similar vein, if you'll excuse the pun. What Hellfire Club member Benjamin Franklin? Yeah, getting his kicks out on Route 66. Bad man, I think. They're potentially very bad man. But anyways, finishing the story just in brief. It's not a lot really to be said other than there was. If you can research this too, go on the once again interwebs. Knowledge is power, as I say with my adult students here with the ELF gig. It's like a 21 tours of duty now here via South Korea, working as a professional ELF. That's something I guess I didn't make clear from the start. So with, not an astronaut, not a cowboy, not a hockey player or a rock star, but a professional elf. 21 tours of duty via the Republic of Korea, where I think perhaps in a recent past life I may have I can't say I recall this explicitly, but been here. That's why I've returned here for for a reason. Died in perhaps the Korean War as a foreigner. I don't know, was I Korean? Who's to say? But there's something that's drawn me back, as the same reason that you're situated, all of you, around the world where you currently find yourselves, the parents you've been born, whether male, female, and the white, black, Asian, you name it, with whatever attributes we have, skills, maybe
So,
disabilities.
you say that you're a career elf. Okay.
Yeah, but hang on. Before I get into that, the nuns, just to cap off, it's really, oh man, this is quite something. No, they found babies. They found little skeletons of children underneath the nunneries. Yeah. Okay, buried. Lots of little babies were buried. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, so you can say that's all, but that's a big deal. But that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
So, in conjunction to what Karmalov was sort of hitting on, that they're not as pure and pristine as all the time as they may want the world to think they are, right?
But you caught my attention on the elf thing. I mean, we really got to cover that. I mean, like, are you like Santa Claus and the elves for Santa Claus?
There you go. I called in. See, I called into the Art Bell show when it was, I guess, Dark Matter, perhaps. I think you call it Dark Matter. No, I forget the name. Midnight in the Desert, maybe. And I just heard myself. I got those archives. Remember, I shared the link with you guys just like a week or so ago, and so I downloaded and put together as many of the archives as I could. I've been playing them at night when I go to sleep, and it's great because, I mean, his career is like nearly 25 years or so that you can access and listen to if you know where to find them, basically. But the elf thing, I called into his show on 2 occasions. The first time talking about exactly that, and it really kind of I don't know if you say caught him off guard. It's sort of it did catch his attention, though. Yes, as it has yours, and that's part of the reason, I guess, why we're so big on this annual Operation Secret Santa 10-day world campaign, generating as best we can greater awareness regarding issues regarding world hunger, homelessness, unemployment, people who struggle, as most of us do to one extent or the next, with mental unease. Everyone is mentally diseased unless you're totally perfect and enlightened Buddha. That we all have. Even the Dalai Lama struggles with his mental states, although I think he's at this stage probably he's very skilled in dealing with things, as it were. But just the fluctuation of consciousness and the way that we get hung up and kind of caught up in all the ridiculous, kind of silly, unnecessary things that they say don't sweat the small stuff. So many of us unfortunately do. But so where the hell were Operation Secret Santa, 10-day campaign.
What about the elf thing, though?
Well, it's a central part. That's why I'm here, man. My destiny. It's drawn me here so that I can. We've launched the shows came first. Well, actually, no. The 2 were almost simultaneous. Back, if you check out the archives, go as far back as you can. Christmas of 2015, I believe, is when our first shows kicked off, and that was with AWOL Aaron, who's no longer with us. He's AWOL, obviously, right? So, speaking of people who've been struggling with their issues, I'm kind of concerned. I think he may, because the door is always open to the guy. he may show up from out of the blue one at some point in the future yet again. Typically we hear from him maybe once a year, and it's just random kind of happenstance. He connects with us on Facebook just to say hello. It's like, yeah, how do I connect? How do I join you guys? It's like, dude, come on, like, you don't know? Give me a break. He helped to launch the whole show. He provided the inspiration for getting everything off and running. The pirate radio podcast end of things. When I saw him on camera, you have to go back and check out off of Jaffe's Man Cave, WPRPN.com, member info, I believe is what it says. Go to Jaffe's Man Cave, click on from Jaffe's Man Cave, the Medium link, and they'll provide some blog sort of backstory information, including an Art Bell angle where I was actually, because of The Voice, recruited essentially by someone who was working for Art at that time. It's a really small world, the world of live streamers, podcasters, a lot smaller than what some people might think. So, but there was AWOL Aaron, and he popped up out of nowhere, kind of groggy, California, just getting the sleep out of his eyes. But he had this really kind of cool beard thing that he was rocking, and we got to just shooting the shit and talked about the pirate kind of character as it was. And yeah, hey, that would make for a pretty good show, because we had a thing for connecting, talking with people around the world. And through Blab, this is blab.im. Does anyone remember that? Did you hear about that when all kind of took off? And by the way, I'm hearing a little bit of echo, sort of feedback here. So someone who's not muted out when I'm talking, actually, that's where it's coming from. So I don't think I can.
It's most likely the speakers
Mark.
Of Mark's
actually
thing, so
and you're probably hearing something different via your end too.
No, you're coming through clear with me, so.
Yeah, I got Mark though. He was kind of just looping around there because the mic was open. It's one of those technical things that we need to be aware of, all of us. So where the hell were we? Basically, AWOL Aaron out of California.
Yeah, there you go.
And then from there, now, dude, I totally got into it with these radical Muslims. You got to go check out the blog, the blog that I put together dealing with this, man. Like, these people were freaks, like just total radical, like dangerous whack jobs, and they were boasting. Like, I had a recorder that wasn't too far from me, like a handheld recorder. I didn't have any OBS or anything at the time, or I would have totally captured what they had to offer. But they were just, like, they had an open room, right? Like, blab.im had all these rooms where you could go, right? And this was one Christmas room they had set up. I dropped in there, and they're like, no, you can't, you're like the kafir. They didn't say that explicitly, but that's the deal, right? It's like you're non-Muslim and, kafir, and there's only like 3 or 4 of them, but they're just rude. And it's like, people, like, why do you even have a room open to the public here if you're just going to have, when people drop in, just not be very welcoming? That doesn't make any sense at all. Unless you just, like, is this some sort of jihadi hobby, kind of sideline of yours, or what? I didn't say this, of course, but or maybe I did. No, I was sort of goading them a little bit not initially, not initially, but once they started treating, just being jerks, I just kind of reflected back at them what they were projecting, essentially holding up a mirror, I guess you would say.
That kind of gets me wondering too, whenever you're talking right there, how do people in that region of the world deal with Santa Claus? Like, I know a lot of people have issues with it in the Middle East, but like on the subject of Santa Claus, how do they feel about Santa Claus?
Well, That's exactly the point, and one of the angles, and what I kind of blogged about in part. But these people were in Canada, and what they did, they were boasting and goading me on over how, because I think I said I was in Korea, probably, and they were just making having all sorts of. They were just being really rude, talking about how they were invading Canada. Like as part of the it's not called a jihad. It's God Almighty. Why can I not remember these terms? People, how well do you know Islam? There's a term for it. Anyways, it's kind of the whole thing with Islam is they talk about peace, right? Oh, it's the religion of peace. But the truth of the matter, it's the religion of peace after everyone has submitted. After the whole world has been converted and submitted. But even still, wait a minute, don't you have Muslims fighting with each other? Like Sunnis and Shiites, as an example? So, the whole thing is ridiculous and nonsensical. But going back to Santa Claus, hey, they're killing right now. With the help of America, is what it seems. The Zionist occupied government under Netanyahu. Let's keep in mind there's a lot of Israelis who do not support him. This is a guy who should be he should be behind bars. But he's a war criminal. And it was an inside job once again, in case people forgot. You know what we're watching unfold. And he's dangerous too, because it's either he has to. He's all in right now. He's all in, or he's going to be all out. I guess is kind of the deal. Remember, he wanted to totally nullify the judiciary. Very Hitlerian. You know, basically ambitions. You know, with a power grab, where the judiciary, the judicial branch of government, would be totally have nothing to say really if the prime minister, and he's someone who's won re-election now 6 times. They should change that, kind of like it has, you know, it's in America where you can only serve 2 terms of office. That's how they have it in Korea here. It's like only think 1 term, believe it or not, because of how crazy, how drunk some people become with power. Go ahead.
I was just checking, and next presidential elections in Egypt is it's in December this year, so next month.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, but well, yeah, and that's interesting. They finally allowed aid to start making its way in, a small amount of aid with trucks and so forth, crossing the Rafah border, thank God. So, but they don't want, even though a lot of those people are of Egyptian descent, they don't want any back in the country. And the thing about it too is once they leave, they're never going to be allowed back in. This right of return, as some of us may hear about, and the Nakba, as it's known, the Nakba, which is their Holocaust. In 1948 was one. And there was another just a couple years ago. Do you remember that slaughter? The Israelis, they talk about, oh, it's so terrible what Hamas did. Like, you hear them, the way they go on butchering and slaughtering and beheading and raping, just like, yeah, like, okay, we get it. Like, you know, and how much of this is accurate, we don't know exactly. And some of it seems to be a little bit exaggerated, especially when you hear that some of the people that were held for a time were actually just let go, and they moved on to other places where they were treated decently, and I guess each one of these the militants or terrorists, if you will, was each one from the next was different in their approach and style. But also the Israelis, they killed a lot of their own people apparently. Look into it, man. look into that. It seems to be a fact that they're hiding, they're covering up right now. But coming back to this business of Santa Claus, great question, how it's perceived in the Middle East. You know what? A lot of Muslims are very polite, I find, and kind when it comes to Christmas. They wish us well during the Christmas season. The problem was these people were just jerks. They were just bad seed, as it were. They're like, they were just mental. They were just full of themselves, unfortunately. And I don't know. It was like they had laid a trap. They'd laid a trap for anyone to who's dumb enough to step into it, and I did, and the rest is history. But yeah, live and learn, I guess. But no, there are Christian. There's Christian Arabs, there's Jewish Arabs, and there's Muslim Arabs. Okay, and so the Arab, a lot of people are not clear on this. They're a little confused. Arab is like an ethnic sort of identity, whereas the others, Christian, Jewish, Islamic, they're more religious. Although the Jewish thing is a little confusing because it's almost like they flip-flop, and it can kind of, in a chameleon type manner, if people have noticed, I have certainly throughout the years, where they really make the most of the term itself, and it can be confusing. Sometimes it's an ethnic identity, other times it's more religious nature, and then thirdly, of course, it's a political way of talking about who they are. But just to finish up here, regarding Semitism and Zionism, love those isms. All the isms, apparently, if you look around too. Now, who did this come from? It was someone who's actually still with us, a Jewish commentator.
Socialism.
Yeah, they're all Jewish, basically endeavors, projects that have been launched by Jewish folks for whatever reason.
From my experience, if there's
Marxism.
an ism at the end of it, it's probably a branch of socialism in some way.
Feminism.
Everything. So.
Yeah. Let's see if we can just end briefly as and
okay?
Well, it's a little. I've had a somewhat of a long day, so I got to focus here. It would help if I kind of sat myself up more in proper meditation posture. Thank you. So just kind of half lotus, as it's known, which is just basically sitting with your legs crossed, and I guess that's so that you have the optimal sort of energy flow, more, alert and in the moment, focused, as it were. But where were we talking about? The Christians in the area? Semitism and Zionism. This is really something people need to be aware of, and we need to spread the word on this. Look into it, and if you take exception to or dispute this, let me know. I mean, if splitting hairs, or if there's finer points to what maybe I'm missing out on, help me grow, help me gain greater, clearer understanding. But Semitism, whatever the fuck that is, that's a stupid term. It's so general and broad. Most Semites in the world, whether ethnically, linguistically, or if you want to lump the religious thing into it, and you can see why it gets all muddled and confused, as what we see now in the Middle East, and all the way, from Lawrence of Arabia and the Ottoman Empire, as it fell, it transformed itself under, in a way that seemed to please Lord Rothschild greatly, with the Balfour Declaration, 1917, right before the end of World War I, which that seemed to, speaking of the Ottomans, they had considerable investment in that that particular that bloodbath, as it were. So, as they say, all wars are bankers' wars. It really does seem to be the case, obviously. But that aside, so Zionism, most political Zionists, not Jewish. Many Jews, not Zionists, not political Zionists. They don't support Israel in the least, not at all. In fact, quite the contrary, for any number of different reasons. Secondly, with Semitism, guess what, folks? Because constantly you hear, anti-Semitism. Well, first of all, what the hell does that even mean? Can we stop to look at that term, please? And this really pisses me off because the mainstream media, these mockingbird assholes in the corporate mainstream, that's how lame they are. Lamestream media. That's how just illegitimate and lacking as far as what they have to offer. What a farce, what a joke. And I'm no expert in media studies, but it's something that does intrigue me. And I did actually take a couple of media study and journalism classes in university. I did work in the field of journalism in my university days, largely, but that was mostly in the field of print. This whole business of broadcast journalism is something that, once again, going back to AWOL Aaron, Christmas, essentially leading up to Christmas 2015, everything seemed to come together. The cosmic tumblers falling into place. Operation Secret Santa was something. The seeds, the germinal seeds of that were delivered to us here in Korea and left, just dropped off at our doorstep. In whatever way these sort of things occur, I don't really know, but it was like a vision, I guess. Yeah. So
now, before you head out, remember to do a plug on that Secret Santa and stuff like that too. So, so just people get the word out, and we know.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was one of the things, because we are coming up to the season, obviously, and it takes a lot. Well, it's the 9th year. Can you believe it? This is maybe the first chance you folks will have the opportunity to help promote and spread the word or good news as things, the way things stand here, because it is revolutionary in a good way, not in the sense of bombing and killing and maiming and murdering people hither and yon, but actually offering solutions to help better remedy a world where suffering is so universal. People are in despair, and you've got strangers that appear in human form, angels in human form. Maybe they're the Hell's Angels on occasion. They can be beneficial from time to time. Let's not be too harsh with those guys, obviously, but everybody needs to be held to account. So yeah. But anyways, before there's Operation Secret Santa. Click on the link. It's right there on the main web page itself, WPRPN.com, right at the top. But I want to come back to the Semitism business, just to be clear. I think this is really important, because we hear this time and again, anti-Semitism. Well, it's like anti-X, right? It's like basic algebra or math, anti-X. Well, what is X? Well, it's Semitism. Well, what the hell is Semitism? Like a Semite is a person, and and then, like I said, the language, culture, religion, and then politics. Like, it's getting there's a lot, and it's getting quite muddled and confused, and that works in their favor, obviously. But the real irony is it's intellectually disingenuous. These people are on the corporate media, the mockingbird jerk-offs. It's intellectually, it's disingenuous too. They're smarter than that. Anderson Cooper. Did anyone see the photo of Luke or the video of Luke Rudkowski badgering him? He got him kind of cornered, and Cooper, aka Vanderbilt, immediately the three bodyguards provided the human, big wall. I think they're all black guys, as a matter of fact, too. So maybe that's what Anderson he's down with. That's a part of the job description, what's required of him, because he's into big black guys along with whoever his husband is. But Luke Rudkowski, if we are changed, he had him kind of cornered, and Cooper was on the run. He was pressing him, as any good media person is, in doing their job. You ask the questions and you press whoever it is that's in the hot seat, and you got, it's problematic. You got to be careful too, but he deserves to respond to his early day, his ties, ambitions to with respect to the CIA and Operation Project Mockingbird, and he just refused to answer. He looked at the camera and kind of, he's just a coward. He's on the run. So, but and the point, more to the point, is the way that they use these terms, especially anti-Semitism, which by default, we all have to be pro-Semitism or pro-Semites? Really? Why is that? Why is it that we need to be all pro-X or whatever it is, pro-Sem?
First of all, like with Semitism, I mean, first you got to determine what Semitism is.
Exactly.
Like, it's
so
I don't even
vague.
believe that it's genetically inherent. I mean, I believe it's just language.
It's everything and nothing, I guess, when it comes right down to it.
Like Semitic language.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's right.
I don't believe they've found. I know I've heard of migration patterns when it comes to Semitic
look at the
cultures. But
DNA and the Khazars.
DNA. There's no DNA evidence. It's like a person who says they're Welsh. There's no such thing as Welsh DNA. You know what I mean?
That's national identity, regional. Yeah. So a lot of people have passed through that area, part of the world throughout the years, at the Middle East especially. Right? It's a crossroads.
Well, it's kind of like hard for people to understand that. Like I was using the Welsh as an example. You tell a Welsh person there's no genetic connection, or you can't do a blood test and find out.
It's cultural
if
and regional. It's cultural and regional. Nonsense, I would argue.
They'll have a fit.
Well, hey, a black Welshman. Or some Chinese Welshman. Yeah, well, okay.
But it's the same concept with the Semitic thing, like there's nothing genetically DNA that says.
I think there is, though. No, I think there is, because it's more like a Middle Eastern descent. You can find yourself if you do like a DNA test, and that's why it's kind of. So just to be clear, most Semites, they're not Jewish. Most Semites are not Jewish. Many Jews. Actually, most Jews are not Semitic, while most Semites are not Jewish either. I think I've got that straight. Most Zionists, they're not Jewish, and many Jews are not Zionists. Some are, but here's the question. One of the questions: who? Most Zionists, if they're not Jewish, then who are they?
Converts. Oh wait, you're talking about Zionists? No.
Political Zionists, right?
Zionism is a movement. Like that was the movement where they wanted to encourage the other Jewish people in Europe and abroad to move back to Israel and Palestine. So
Jewish homeland. That's right, the homeland for the Jews. They originally had settled upon Madagascar. I'm not sure. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, that was before the Israeli
Madagascar.
state.
I just heard tonight too, because I've been doing some research to lead up to the show that we've got. It's actually, we're going to title it "The Synagogue of Satan," and you do find that in the Bible too. And there's been a book written the same title, and just we're going to really go for it on that front. We have a nice, very wonderful Jewish lady joining us, and we're going to dive into the whole kind of Khazarian, the Ashkenazi mystery, because those people. And we gotta figure out too who are the majority of political Zionists. The supporters of Israel, they're not Jewish, once again. But this is who we're going to have on the show, and it's going to be, I think, hopefully pretty good. Pretty. Just let her have at it. I'll just kind of bounce a few questions off of her. Maybe try to, if we can, steer things in a certain direction. Have her respond to. Whatever it is that we are hoping to get a clearer sense of, in particular the Mystery Babylon. You hear about that from time to time, and I just learned tonight the Rothschilds were not originally. They weren't so hot on the idea of homeland for the Jews, exclusive homeland for the Jews. Wherever which Middle East came later, I guess, right, and ended up with the Balfour Declaration, 1917, granted to Lord Rothschild on behalf of, I think it was Lord Rothschild on behalf of Lord Balfour, and I didn't realize until just the other day, it didn't click that do you know why that was done? Do you know what that was all about? Why it was granted to him, the promise on behalf of the British government? Mark probably knows. You gotta unmute yourself, Mark.
Hey, you gotta unmute.
Why was it such a big deal? In fact, to this day, Jacob Rothschild, it's his most prized possession. He loves that letter.
Yeah, I'm aware of it being awarded to Rothschild, but I don't know for what reason.
Oh, I see. It was to nullify a rather significant debt that the British government owed to these international moneylenders, the Rothschild banking cartel. And remember, bankers, all wars are bankers' wars. They finance both sides time and time again. And to think that that's not happening again in the Middle East, people maybe might want to take a closer look what's actually going on. Keep digging, try to come up with some whatever information you can on that front, rather than just the obvious. So who's funding Hamas, right? That was initially, it was an Israeli.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it
Go ahead.
you who said something that or it could have been somebody else that pertained to? They're telling us. This is Bob Dub, which brought up a good subject the other day. She said it seems funny that the conservatives want us to support Israel, but at the same time, the liberals want us to support Ukraine up in the Russian conflict. So either way, you've got one of these political groups wanting you to support them. You know what I'm saying?
Just incredible, heads I win, tails you lose. And look at America, the USA right now. Where are their political priorities? The Congress and I guess even Senate, that they could care not. American citizens are there's a secondary priority, which is, it's outrageous, utterly it's unforgivable, it's obscene. There's nothing good you can say about it. And the reason, I guess, is because so many of them, they are captured with with somebody's got the goods on them with some form of blackmail. They've committed themselves as Klaus Schwab has talked about, right? What is it? Dominate the parliaments of the world, or our assets will be seated in the parliaments, the Congress, the governments of the world, and you know that he is a Rothschild himself. In case anyone, his mother, which is a really big deal. So that's. And the question, of course, Jewish or not, or what have you. But one of the really interesting angles to this we haven't brought up as we wind things down here is the role of the Catholic Church. We hit on that earlier. Catholic Church, Vatican, it's huge.
The thing about the Catholic Church, from what I've found about all this, is it's the opposite direction. Like, the Catholic Church, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Red House.
There's a Red House over yonder.
Red House.
Jimi Hendrix did a really great version of that, didn't he?
No, that's the Roadhouse. The Red House.
No, man, he did the Red House too. But anyways, go ahead.
The Red House was a meeting that took place just before the end of World War II, where the Nazis they already knew that the war was coming to an end and they were losing.
Yeah.
So they came up with a plan to escape from Germany.
Oh, the rat lines.
And eventually they found paper trails that led out of Germany down to Italy, where the Catholic Church had actually allowed the Nazis to escape capture. And
Argentina and hey, Canada, hello. USA, Operation Paperclip, and let's not forget. Did you know this? The not necessarily the groundwork, but they added to and helped to contribute to the further development, post World War II development, in a big way, of the American Psychiatric Association. So you literally, as Americans, have friggin' ex-Nazis dictating, overseeing your mental. The world of mental wellness, both from a standpoint of medication as well as dictation.
Well, don't say that to Mark, though.
Mark. Probably not anymore, because of kudos to the government. It's all being taken off by the so-called left.
Yeah.
Trudeau in Canada.
Yeah.
What about?
To be all taken over by socialists or left-wing socialists.
Well, yeah, they formed a coalition government with the NDP, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah. So, well, yeah, and that's the only reason he's still in power. And we need a proportional representation system. We do. We need proportional representation. It's things as they are. They're broken, but. They're working well for the powers that be. There's no doubt about that. Anyways, look, I think I've had a lot of fun here, ladies and germs. A lot of fun.
Now, before you end this, kind of give yourself.
You turned it into a political show and not an interview. Like, you just could not resist.
What?
You could not resist. It went from being informative to now it's a complete political show.
Come on. A little bit of comedy, spirituality, sexuality. Woo! Hey, I'm going to be getting me some good love and getting off the market and get me some good love and my baby, my boo. My boo. Cut up here with my boo. Yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Wolfman Jack, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, well, that was a little bit. At least you allowed us to get to know you. Like I said, we were that I was, but I like to listen to you guys' perspectives and the insight that you have in regards to certain subject matter. So that matters.
Thank you, and I appreciate you allowing me the time to unleash and unload and just kind of vent in some ways, but also I'm trying to pass on information to you and the wider listening audience that everyone might hopefully find helpful. And I encourage everyone to take what they've heard tonight and work on checking it out. Fact check. Go start digging out there and searching and seeing if you can get a clearer sense of what the hell is actually going on, whether it's the political end of things, current events, spirituality, or culture, history, anything, you name it. So, and if you have any questions, Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com. That's pirate, the numeral 1. No need to spell anything out. Radio at protonmail.com. I have a personal address as well too, _Jaffe Ryder at protonmail.com. Can you believe a couple, I don't know who it was, but okay, targeted individual, coming back to that, it's a callback, as we circle back around in true Socratic fashion, is drawing this to a close. But this targeted individual business, yeah, I mean, the poaching of you've probably experienced this yourselves, maybe you've heard of it through friends or just other people out there. Assholes opportunists, assholes, they'll poach our intellectual property, whoever it is, right? They will prey upon us, and I don't mean get down on their hands and knees and beg for mercy, but the other kind of prey, right? Isn't it interesting, those two words? But we won't get into that right now. Maybe some other time. Leave that as a bit of a teaser, people to maybe reflect upon. Why are those words so close? The one vowel. It's like meditate and medicate. Okay. Coincidence? I don't think so.
No.
Huh?
I thought you were going to say coincidence. I think no.
Oh yeah, I think not. I think not. That is correct. Yes, indeed. Sherlockian.
There's just a difference between an English person saying it and a Canadian. I don't know. It just, you don't get the same if you don't hear the English saying it. You know what I mean? Like, I think not.
Oh, jeez.
Mark, this is where you come in at.
Yeah, see if Mark will say
Mark.
I think not.
Come on, Mark.
Where you at with it?
And action.
I've got a bit of a weird.
Oh man, we're rolling. Going with this.
Cut.
Come on now, when we say action, you say I think not.
Mark, these guys are really building you up,
It's one line, man. It's one line.
No, I haven't got an English accent. This isn't. I've got a bit of a weird sort of German Irish sort of thing going on.
It sounds good to me. You just covered it. That's
Norman.
That's
well.
like that's pretty
English
good.
or Normans, William of Normandy.
So
Hey,
I would say give your plug, but you already did a pretty good job of it.
I think so. Yeah.
You're like a pro
So
at this stuff.
just really thank you so much. I love it. Look, if you want me to take a back seat anytime you guys around this time, actually an hour earlier would probably be a little better for me, if that's possible. When we kick things off, if you want me to come on as a wingman, I'll dial it down and kind of
what, you've done great. I know you wanted to be more informative and everything, but it was like I was telling these guys, we'll leave the hardcore stuff to you when we have you on here today. It was just going to be to get to know you, and you did a great job of it. You know what I mean? So
I hope I tried. Yeah, and there's a lot of there are some blanks and missing pieces and parts there that if anyone does have any questions, by all means, just reach out to us, and we'll be happy to accommodate. Minds.com, drop by, sign up, register with Minds.com. They've got their issues, but Mark is someone who, wow, I can't say enough good things about it. So amazing to have you on board, Mark, as a wingman, someone who's there who can kind of find the information we're looking for, like the Israel group that went completely missing, that we still can't find with any regular Israel search. They're suppressing it, man.
Weird thing going on there.
How did you find it? How did you find it?
I just used the search engine, the Mindstorm search engine, and it appeared.
Weird.
Yeah.
Dude, not
And
my
then
end. It does not come up.
It appears again. So it's not consistent.
Do you guys want to try it, Karma? Like not now, but later. Just to do a basic keyword search on Minds for Israel, see if it comes up. We do have a master, or kind of a legacy group master list, more or less, that people were helping to contribute to, was making the rounds via the digital underground, and that we encourage everyone to take a look at and to help further develop if they're so inclined. And if you or someone you know that you can vouch for wants to come on as a moderator, let us know. And we can either help you or them out, or pass word along to the people who can make the magic.
Is that legacy group talking about
What
the
are
one
you
that I've been
looking in,
posting
guy?
on?
Pardon me?
Is that
Roger.
legacy group you're talking about the one I've been posting on for?
I don't think you're I don't think no Israel. Look, there's the Middle East, Palestine, Zog, and Israel. Those are the four that we kind of help to. There's not much really. Like, it's a free speech zone, right? And I mean, if you launch a group, basically, if you want to just kick everybody off, you can. Just because Minds is free speech doesn't mean that if you put a group together, it has to be. If you launch a group and want to be a total hardcore dick, it's free to do that. But it's I don't think it's what you're talking about. No, we'll have to send the link to you if you're interested in contributing later. But we'll send you the master list. Make sure you get that, all of you. I'll fire that off to you on the other machine via Jaffe in just a few minutes. How about that?
Yeah.
But see, what I don't understand is what you're looking for in Israel, because I type Israel in Minds and I see stuff. I love Israel. I support Israel.
Nope.
Israel lives.
No,
None of that
just Israel. That's it. With the Israeli flag,
Yeah, that's what
it.
comes up when I say that. So I guess you're saying what you're looking for.
Jeffrey,
Mark?
I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be better for you to first make sure that the list is up to date?
It is, more or less. It is. Yeah, it is. Also, we'll work on this behind the scenes a little bit, Karma, and anyone else who's interested. One thing I will say though, as well, Mark, your mic, you've got to check. You've got some dust in one of your jacks or something. The line that you have, it's got some major static, dude. You need some headphones, bro. Get some headphones.
Yeah.
Come on, you're
Mr.
You're a tech guy. What the hell?
But yeah, no, it was probably my heater that had next to me.
Can you guys hear that? The electrical interference that's coming in via his end of things? It's just kind of it's static.
It's actually better, believe it or not. You should have heard it on our first episode. Like,
So turned off a microphone. I swapped that over to.
Yeah. You know what? You might be right. It could, maybe the heater is interfering because of just the electrical, frequency or something, magnetism. That's right. Who the hell knows? So yeah. All right, folks. Hey, it's been a pleasure, my friends, and I really do. I hope that we can continue to do something along these lines, and I'll be happy, like I said, to take a back seat and put a sock in it. It's your show. It's not mine, but I'm happy to contribute. If you want to do this time, it works very well for me. I'm a busy guy, as we all are, but if we can coordinate this on a semi-routine basis, well, hell yeah, produce some pretty decent quality content. And if you shoot me a Rumble link an hour before we go live, I can promote it.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Now, me and Mark were talking about this. We we came up with this time, so after this we can
Okay.
discuss it and everything. An hour early I don't see as a problem for me, but I've got to worry
that's-
more about Mark because he's over in
Oh,
England.
he's fine. That's like it'll be like 3 o'clock his time, I think. No, he's in.
I've
right
had
now.
that poor man up at 11 o'clock at night, dude. I mean,
Well, I've been off with Jeffrey for until 7 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning.
yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I've seen some of your shows, you guys. Like it just goes. You got like 12-hour. Come on, like you got to break it up. Like you know, holy
we're
jeez,
hardcore,
break it up
dude.
a little bit.
We don't play all that. We're
That's where post production comes in. Post production.
He doesn't play.
Yeah, I mean, mostly what I do is, I mean, these guys are all the show. I mean, I just freaking go along like.
Oh, that's hey, that's come on. Give me,
It's the truth. You
that's why the
Passing the bug.
you watch most of this stuff, man. I say a little bit here and there, but it's mostly these guys. Like if you watch all these videos,
He always is saying that stuff, attempting
That's-
to like
yeah.
disassociate as
Yeah.
responsibility, but it's him all the time.
That's
He'll make
why the
some
name of
random
the show
poll.
is. That's why the name of the show is Live with Roger Hanson, right,
And
Roger?
these guys,
I've
right? These guys.
I've
Yeah,
got to
right.
get some kind of credit. It's like I'm not the movie star on these things. These guys are. I mean, they come in here and I mean, most of the awesome stuff that comes on this show is from them. I just
Well, you know, our vision for the network, WPRPN, is simply, if you look at our FAQs, is you just contribute. Everyone brings to the table what skills, what abilities, what strengths they have, and chip in a little bit. That's all. You know, a little bit every month, like a couple hours, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Just do something. You know, even if it's just like emails or sharing links, you know, or what have you. That's it. Just whatever you can bring to the table, and it's powerful. I guarantee you. You know. So, and you know, Karl Marx, he talked about. He's like, well, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs, and we've tweaked that. We've reformed the that, I don't know if you call it aphorism or what have you, axiom, but it's from each according to their abilities, to each according to what they put into it, or to each according to what you contribute. You know, because needs are infinite; they go on forever. Whereas it's basically the other approach is you get out of it what you put into it. It's as simple as that, not what you need. Because look at these illegal aliens or the open border visitors, shall we say, whether it's, you know, USA or Canada, and like raiding little kids' candy buckets as an example, just as the latest thing that has been showcased. But there's a lot. The USA is in big trouble right now. An asshole order out of chaos. Biden is largely to blame. Him and his son, of course, up to their eyeballs in just the worst kind of corruption imaginable. So just do what we can to better help rectify and make you know, positivity and aiding wherever we see suffering, I guess, really occurring. And if you can help make something stronger or that operate in a better, more optimal way, then of course anyone, we should do that. That's all that's asked of us in life, really, and service to others.
Now, before we head out, Karma, Mark, you guys want to say anything to
JR?
Jaffe? It's so hard to remember.
It's been a great it's been an interesting chat. Yeah, it's been an interesting discussion.
Always appreciate your presence. Yeah, really. So hope to see more of everyone, including yourself. Just get your mic fixed, dude, or I'm gonna jump out through the computer screen and have to smack you around a little bit. I'm sorry.
Nice.
No, Karma, you better say something because
No,
I know
just thank you.
you're his
thank you
biggest
so much.
fan.
No, don't
Just
talk. I'm his biggest fan. That's funny.
go.
No, I just appreciate you being able to do that. I thought you and Roger would, because y'all talk about similar stuff. So, I was hoping that you guys would be able to link, and I'm glad that you were able to do it. Thanks so much for joining us and, dropping some knowledge.
Trying to just my pleasure. And Chris do better. Let's give him and Bob Dub a shout out. Everyone's caught up in the mix here. It gets a little confusing sometimes to remember, like, who the hell told who to go talk to who exactly now? Is it what?
So I was listening
to
one of your shows one day. Listen, I was listening to one of your shows one day, and Do Better was on the show, and I knew Do Better from being on Roger Hanson's roundtable one time. So him and Moose came one time, and I saw that he was on there. So then one time he joined us at the roundtable, and I was just like, "Hey, I see you on the Pirate Show. Can you ask him to kind of link with us or whatever?" And he ended up sending you the link to be able to join Roger's show, to join his chat room or whatever. And I was telling like Roger, because I'm like, there's only a few shows that you've done that I missed. I'm usually heavy in YouTube before I started joining the panel. And then, so I guess, you ended up getting the invite to 24 live with Roger Hanson, and then you guys started talking, and it was just dope, because like I said, it initially started with me asking Do Better to ask you, and he was telling you ask him yourself, and I'm like, I'm not going to ask him.
Right,
I was like, I don't even know him.
Mm-hmm.
He kept telling me to do it, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I don't even know him.
Don't let her fool you either. She talks about you endlessly. It's like
that's not true. He's just being extra. Please, let's not do that. That's why I don't like being places with you, and I'm about to stop co-hosting with you because you be lying on me. That's not the truth. Like,
she loves
that's not the truth. He gonna say it's a joke, but that's not the truth. I'm very professional with my approach, like, and I don't really don't do that. Nah, but for real, like, I did tell him, I was like, you guys both do conspiracy. I think that it'll be good if you guys got each other's knowledge, so that way, because Roger doesn't have a very popular platform, but you do.
Oh, come
and I felt like,
come on.
No, not in a bad way. I'm just saying, you were just building. When I met you, like, I was the only person.
You realize I've got like 450 subscribers on YouTube, right? No strikes.
That's why it's important to get somebody with 1,000. So I'm seeing
we're both. I mean, he's got like 1,000 subscribers, but we're both small creators. It's not like we're superstars. You know what I mean? You got
almost 2,000.
Well, see, you thought he was a superstar. You're like, oh, he's not gonna respond to me. Those big people don't like those. I was like, nah.
And that's something that really
truth.
It's true. No, and and it bothers me. It's a reflection of people's egos. The way that it's like, I have 10,000 subscribers. Why should I talk to this little person?
Right.
Right. Or it's like, it works both ways too. It's like, I don't have enough social media attention, or now maybe I have too much, and
he was discouraged at first. And I told him you were cool. You seemed cool on your panel anyway. That was before I knew you, so I was like, nah, I think.
I'm just hesitant about reaching out to people who has more, because in my experience, it happens.
Yeah, and very rarely, you're right. If people they have like, and this just shows like the as the old saying goes, if you want to see what sort of character a person really has, just give them a little bit of power, or I guess you could say attention, right? So and the thing is, and with social media, and we all know this, we've heard a lot over the last few years, especially the way it's making it's sickening society. The narcissism. It's one of the, for example, it's one of the reasons you never see me on camera. Nothing against the likes of Mark, who looks quite wonderful, and I love seeing him, or Karma, or anyone, even Steve Earl. Roger Hanson there out of West Frankfort, Illinois.
Frankfort.
West Frankfort. Have you heard? Yeah,
Did he say
let's not-
fart? He just said fart, didn't he?
I did, yeah. West Frankfort, Illinois.
I don't like doing the camera thing just because of the AI. They use our likenesses. Like, I'll use it on my show and stuff like that, but I'm very, very standoffish, and I was like, I'll turn to the side. If you notice, it's very rare you'll catch a like face head on. If I'm talking to people, I like to do that.
Yeah.
But because I know people intercept, especially like you got the Elon Musk of the world, and no offense to anyone, but just real like people with their hands in AI and TikTok. If you any shareholders in TikTok, if I know that they come around, because I have a lot of people that'll come under aliases to kind of associate with my presence. And for me, I feel like, well, if you're hiding for a reason. And I don't feel like it's because you have my safety at best hand. I feel like you're hiding maybe because you would like to do something kind of shady towards me. So yeah, I'd be careful with those.
Yeah, as a woman putting themselves on camera, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just in general. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, and the thing is, I caught some heat for that at going back to the whole Gab business that we were talking about earlier with the crazy Muslim people, and the way I connected with AWOL Aaron, the pirate guy that helped to get the ball rolling on that. The two of us kind of putting our collective heads together, brainstorming a little bit, just a visionary sort of, hey, we can do this, let's go for that, let's make it happen. And then he bailed, and I'm just kind of concerned because of as bright as he is, that he's struggling with maybe some substance abuse issues, alcohol being just one of them. But with Gab, they were like, oh, hey man, why don't you got your camera on, turn your camera on. It's like, we're talking, aren't we? What's the problem?
Yeah,
it's like, let's have a conversation. No, it's like, oh, get stuff.
Just get a life,
Yeah,
I mean,
give me a break.
I turn around, I get involved with gamers and stuff like that, and these people, man, they think that it's so important that you have to talk and show your face on a video game, and I'm into video editing. I love it. And every time I have to freaking edit a video or I have to edit a video, I don't like the fact that my voice is in the way of a good place where I can make a video cut. You know what I mean? So
I like actually your voice. I like it. It's distinct and unique. I do. I definitely. It has. In fact, and speaking of video editing, feel free to edit whatever material or content of ours that you might come across, which is happens to catch your eye or your ear, and you might want to get in touch with us first, just to say, hey, what's this? What do you think? And then kind of and after bouncing it off of us, we can get back to you with our ideas, and then you just do what you want, I guess, and then see what the final product is that we can package and promote.
It would be good. I'd love to be doing
because
stuff
I can't. My editing skills suck. In fact, I do a little bit through, I don't even know, the open source or open box. I don't even know what the hell it's called. I forget. But I was having problems just cutting down that 6-hour plus special edition show we did covering the Middle East a couple of weeks ago. Finally got it online. Have your show online now too. If you check out BitChute and Odyssey, we have the first one where you appear, and as I recall, and all the accreditation is there for people that dropped in. So you notice if you scroll down, you'll see that you've got your social media links are freely available too. But yeah, we'd appreciate that. And like I said, from each according to their abilities, to each according to what they contribute. What's in it for me? What do I get out of it? Hashtag WWRHD. What would Robin Hood do? Check out Jaffe's Man Cave, and if you really want to find out who I am a little bit more, see what I look like, it can easily be done. And I'm just going to leave it right there, because I don't want to spoon feed people who really, are, I assume, are a little more adult and capable than that. So, not that I'm talking to any of you here necessarily on the panel.
Great. Or, you were great, and all I can say is you're always welcome on here anytime you want. You want to come on, you just come on. And let
Yeah,
us know,
well,
so.
and we got Rattlesnake George helping set you up with Rattlesnake George. We're going to try to keep doing that, like just passing guests on to you, people that would like to engage in conversation, and you can do your part in promoting them, and it's kind of a win-win sort of deal, right?
Right. So, is that it for everybody? You guys good with?
I'm done. I'm spent.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
good. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And today's my day off, Roger, so I'm not gonna see you tonight.
Okay.
We
So
got basketball.
we will see you tomorrow, right?
Yep. I'm not sure that I'll be there at 1, but yeah, I'll drop in. I'll be there.
Okay.
We'll be tagging you too for our Friday night feature show that will be launching here, I think, in a little under 36 hours.
Okay.
And
So
I
it's Friday.
do a pop-up coming up tomorrow night. I do at 7. My time.
Yeah, and that was
Right.
one thing I wanted to know. Tag us, please, would you? Because I don't know what is the name of your show. We haven't really promoted it much.
Yeah,
Jeez.
no, I don't do much with promotion. But the interview, it's just because like Roger kind of got me into doing these interviews. That's not really like that was a direction that I was headed in. But I don't mind talking to people and helping others.
You do fine. You're great.
She does
Yeah.
great. You
So
should have
fun.
seen.
slow.
You should have seen that
Slow
last
down.
interview she did. It was amazing. She did.
So tag us, Karma, is what I'm saying,
Thank
please.
you.
Okay, feel free. Just tag us, both Jaffe and Pirate Radio Network, and we'll happily share anytime we see that you're tagging us, and we'll pass links on to others.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Not a problem. Our
and
pleasure.
I'll send you a copy of this on this chat after we're done with the stream. So.
Excellent.
You same with you, Carmen, if you want a copy of it.
Yeah, no, definitely. But let's see. I don't know. You about to put it up on the thing, right?
Yeah, it'll be on
No.
this chat right here after we're done. So
Okay, cool.
I'll do it through Google Drive, and all you have to do is click on the link and download it.
You gonna do any post production or just raw feed? There you go. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
That's it.
Already. I spent so much time the first couple of years of our enterprise, like it was just crazy. I finally said, just fuck it. We'll just do it live.
It's a great story, you know what I mean? People on podcasts don't care about what you look like and everything. Like, they want to hear your voice. They want to hear what you have to say. And that's what I respect about podcasters and people who listen to podcasters.
Yeah, because you get fixated on not liking what the messenger looks like, where you're unable to listen to the message. And that's something like, because I used to do a podcast radio show on this app called Station Head, and the biggest thing, I remember people paying me just to show my face. They're like, I'll send you Cash App if you get on camera. It's like, it's literally a radio app. Like, why do you want to see me so bad? But I mean,
Guys are weird, man. Guys are just
it was women as well, but
women as well. So they're like, yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But yeah.
And everything in between.
Oh yes, let me not get canceled for not respecting the he, she, him, her, him.
Yeah, don't forget about the in-betweeners.
Oh my god, the in-between wieners. No.
Okay, now with that, we will end the show, guys. And I want to point something out that I haven't done in a long time. Not one time in this episode have I said Satan.
No, you just did it. I keep telling you, man. We get so close every single time, and then he always adds it at the end.
Roger, do you self-identify as a Satanist?
No. I never said Satan one time in this episode.
Oh, you usually do you? Hail Satan.
No,
Okay.
oh my gosh. No, but he always says that at the end, which means
The great adversary, Shaitan. No, yes, the great. Totally take it all the way back to the ancient Zoroastrianism, I guess, right?
Who is Satan actually? What is the devil?
Well, the devil within, I guess, is all I can come up
Oh, we were just talking about that. Alpha versus Omega. Alpha being lowest light self, vibrating on the lowest frequency, and Omega being vibration.
with. Well, sure. Yeah, and do you remember, I think we covered this before in one of our earlier talks, that the ancient Greek term, koine Greek, for happiness is eudaimonia, literally meaning the good demon within. So hashtag meditation, hashtag medication, and get that vibration, as you say. Get yourself attuned. Get it atoned. Which, if you look at the word, it what does it spell, other than at one meant? So, and anytime you see meant, you should be thinking mind. That's Latin for mind. So at tune meant, and at one meant, or at tone meant. And the tone, beautiful, man, beautiful. Just strike that amazing, the resonant sound. I think it's okay to be flat and sharp once in a while when you're goofing around, but try to always come back to that middle way, middle ground.
Right. So you guys good to go?
Hey guys, see you later. Have a good day.
Buenas noches.
Later, guys.
Yeah.
And
Sonbuhaseo.
I appreciate everybody being here, and I will go ahead and end this and see you guys later.
Indeed. Bye.
All right. That was an excellent stream, and thanks everybody who actually stopped by to watch the stream with Captain Sinclair / Jaffe Rider / Pirate Radio. I will do more episodes like this on this time and every day, this day every week from this day on. So it's just a matter of getting used to it. I want to thank everybody for showing up, and have a good day. Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today's topic is conspiracy, and I'd like to welcome Karma, my co-host. Hello,
Hi.
Karma. Okay, so today's topic is conspiracy, and I thought that today would be a good time for us to get more in depth with these DUMBs, these deep underground military bases, and go over some of them that are known, and maybe have a conversation about it. What do you think, Karma? Oh. Hello, Karma. I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute.
It's all good, G. How you doing?
I'm doing alright. I'll say what I just said when I was muted. Today's topic, like I said, it's conspiracy, and I wanted to get more into these DUMBs, these deep underground military bases, the ones that are known, but also kind of discuss, what we think about
The ones in Alaska and stuff that we were talking about, HARP and JPL and stuff like that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
there's also a couple of them that I found too that was interesting. There's one in Iran, and then there's another one in Croatia that I found too. So these aren't just deep underground military bases in the United States, but they're all over the world in different locations. So I figured we could dig into it if you want to. Well, first off, what do you?
I'm here. Okay. It's gonna be noisy in the background for a little while.
All right. First off, what do you think about these military bases from what you've heard about them?
In regards to what do I think about them? What do you mean? I mean,
The first of all, like the secrecy behind them, the security, the fact that nobody knows what's really going on in there.
yeah. I mean, that's to be expected. And just regards to everything that our country is derived of, and just actually, even like today, I watched what's his name, Powell's address to the Fed for the Fed or whatever. And like I'm listening to him talk in circles around you guys. Well, not just you guys, or just in general, people that are listening, they're asking him the wrong questions, and he knows this. And then in regards to, it's almost like they're all staged, and the questions, hey, they're all staged in the questions that they ask, and the stuff that's to be answered. Excuse me. We live in a world where that's how we've been able to maintain secrecy and deception. And when that's threatened, we create more distortion. We'll expose a little bit in order to protect a lot of it. So you'll find out more stuff because we rather you not find out the grunt of the stuff that we have hidden and that we have to hurry up, pay attention, and is that we have offered. And like yeah, I guess for me, because I know, and it's not a big, oh, it's not like a, oh my god. I mean, like, it's kind of up to us to care enough to find out what's going on, to know enough what's going on, to pay attention enough what's going on. But people are so consumed with the deception that they don't even know. Like he was talking about like inflation dropping, and I just never mind, because I don't get paid enough to do this. I really don't. And it's just like I pay attention, but you can give people the knowledge, but to be deemed as if you don't know what you're talking about, there's no point to share it. Figure it out if I don't know. You know what I mean? If I don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know.
Well,
The military.
you brought up a good subject too. Like whenever they're doing these interviews, the questions and answers. Do you think they're selected ahead of time? Like you're allowed to ask this question, but not this one.
It's like every 1 in 5 is random. You know what I mean? We have our certain people, and it's not even the questions, it's the people. We have certain people that are going to ask certain things, and they expect a certain answer. Because see, there's no way that he'd be getting away with the answers that he provides when I was asking the questions. But then again, I'd be asking real questions. The questions that they're answering, he's telling you to your face exactly what they're about to answer, exactly what we're going to do. But he makes it sound like it's working in your favor because of the words that are being utilized. And it's crazy because we kind of just settle on that without asking for an explanation, without asking for further elaboration. We say, you know what? This is what this is. This is what this is going to happen. And it makes no sense because he's telling you that stuff is about to hit the fan. And he's literally saying it right to your face. And most people aren't watching him. They're watching Baddies, Atlanta, or whatever. No, they're not paying attention. And he's telling them, like, hey, we're about to like really look, they're not worried about money because Christmas is around the corner. No matter how much stuff costs, you're going to buy it. You have no choice. So we hike up our prices first. You have no choice because you're conditioned. You're not smart enough to say, hey, I'm not going to be a product of this system. I'm going to actually eliminate from it. I'm going to separate from it. And so they'll say, oh, well, we expect inflation to go down. Yeah, it will. After the first of the year. Prices always go down after the first of the year. But not before we hike them up. Come on, boys. Let's go. Get down. Get your stuff and let's go. And so when when we're hearing him say, "Oh yeah, we expect inflation to go down," he's telling you the truth. Less confusing. He's telling you the truth, but he's not telling you like when or how or what. Like I said, at Christmas time, everyone's going to shop no matter what because they're preconditioned to do this during the season, to outdo the next one. I was in before Halloween even hit. Walmart has a slew of Christmas stuff, and there was actually people buying it. Like in October, it's because they're conditioned. So no matter what the price is or something, people are going to purchase it. So we're not really worried about something. We put the price up high because we know we're going to make it in the business. They want to go to hit. They want to reach 5,000 for the S&P. About close to 5,000. They're not going to get it all the way, but that's why it dropped because you cannot buy it if it's too high. They got to drop it low enough for us to be. I mean, for it to be something we like to purchase, for it to be ideal for us to purchase. People not paying attention to that, though. Like, so I mean, when you talk about the secret military business, I mean, everything's a secret. I guess I kind of digress, but everything's a secret. But it's not really a secret because they're having press conferences to tell you what's about to happen, but you're not paying attention. You're not listening. So if you're not listening, you're not paying attention, you're shocked and surprised. Where do you think these diseases come from? Okay, let me just explain to you. At a time that there were no doctors, people were unable to go to college and all this other stuff, I'm sure if these diseases were dominant, people would have been dying a lot more then. People die more now than they used to. And the reason being is that they'll say we made such advances in medical technology. No, you haven't. You created medical technology and the instances to have to use it. You created these diseases in these laboratories, you store them up, and you store them up. You store them up, and then once you store them up and they're exposed, you act like you're the savior of the world for the problem that you caused.
Yeah.
Oh, let me come act like I'm coming to rescue you. They're just being prepared for war. Like this
Well,
Palestine.
that kind of leads into one thing that I was also brought up in one of our conversations too, like Area 51. Okay, everybody's so used to talking about this alien UFO part of it, but who's to say that they're not doing experiments on highly deadly diseases or germ warfare or gene, all the genetically
Or
modified
humans.
stuff. Yeah.
Or humans. They're taking humans. They take children. They take humans. They like and some of them volunteer to do these type of things. Like there was a whole thing when they were talking. Oh, what is the name of the study? I don't remember. I'm not at home and I can have it in my notes. But the military had to sign, of course, NDAs. Like you're not going to tell about what happens here, and we're going to do these things here. And they literally their whole section, their whole branch, their whole area was for them to have drugs that the government had created in the laboratory to experiment on them to see how well they can control the minds of other people. This went on for years.
Yeah.
Years. And so they claimed that it was to control the minds of the enemy. But you sit here and you tell me how many crumpets and teas and cupcakes are you going to pick up from your enemy? So how are you going to be able to poison the food of your enemy if you're not even getting close enough to feed them?
Yeah.
And so obviously the drug's not for us. The drug's not for the drug's not for the enemy. It's for the people that are going to trust me. It's for the people that's going to say, you know what? Oh wow, this is delicious. Oh wow, they're having a holiday party. Let me go here and have, you know what I mean? Downtown,
Yeah.
shoot, they do downtown activities all the time. Winter gardening, you name it. They do so we're gonna eat, and they pay for a little booth, and you don't know who's paying for the booth. You don't know who's in charge of what's being distributed. You just know, wow, I love those toaster strudels, or I love those whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever, and you eat it, and now your mind's being controlled. It's so funny because somebody else just came up telling about the same thing, about how it's been proven that the government is accessing your mind and controlling you. I've been saying this for years. Now some, I guess, wealthy Caucasian says it, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, we knew it. You're right." It's like, are you kidding me right now? I was telling you guys that before it got out of hand, and no one wanted to listen to me. So I mean,
Well, what you're discussing kind of sounds like MK Ultra, because what we were talking about before about mind control and stuff like that, and I could understand, or I could believe it 100% that that's the kind of stuff taking place down there, using mind-altering drugs and every other form of compartmentalization and stuff that they could possibly use to try to alter the person's way of thinking, bizarre experiments and things of that nature. It's something I could see being real. So.
And then when you're talking about utilizing like certain I want to say channeling, like that alone, television is that type of channeling. It tells you that when you're turning the channel, when you are watching a program, that's your programming, and it's just like what channel you're tuned in will be the frequency in which you vibrate on. And it's just crazy to me because we don't even think about something as simple as checking our phone, tuning into us. we think that we're just getting caught up today with what's going on. Hey, we're thinking that we're just getting caught up today and know what's going on. But the truth be told, we're not just being caught up to date in what's going on. We're actually being shown. We're actually being shown the huh? We're being shown how easy it is to be manipulated, but we're distracted because it's cool, it's shiny. You know what I mean? Like they say, everything that glitters isn't gold. iPhone 15, like this, how they think when they talk about the 5G. 5G was a big deal for people, and everybody was anti 5G, anti 5G until you had no choice but to get it if you wanted the newest this technology, the newest that technology.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my carrier because my people told me how to buy my 5G phones and not have to use 5G. They told me shout out to you, you know who you are. Like they told me, they showed me how to do it. Look, let me show you. And so I know how to turn 5G off, but not everybody's privy to that. Nobody, and not everyone's versed to that type of knowledge. And then you're sitting here and you're allowing certain type of ultraviolet rays and just certain type of radiations and frequencies to penetrate your system. It becomes the norm. All of a sudden, you're snappier than you, like we were talking about with the video games. You're snappier than usual. Video games are like the least of our worries because everyone does not play that. We're going to do something that everyone is going to access. We're going to intercept you through a means that everyone's going to actually be subjected to. Like even like we're talking about with food and stuff like that. Even when we're talking about like with food and stuff like that, not everyone's going to eat the same thing. We have to get away and make it appealing to you, even if it's in just the massive consumption of holidays. Not everyone does Halloween. Most people do Christmas. If you don't do Halloween or Christmas, most likely you do Thanksgiving. You do something. You do something in regards to being connected with this ultimate, regardless of what it is or how it is done. You are subject to it. You're connected to it. You're exposed to it. We have to make sure that you're being. There's too many different social media sites. We can filter a little bit through here. We can filter a little bit through here. But when you're talking about mass consumption, you're talking about like massive threats. Oh, okay. Everyone knows about the war, even if they're not keeping up on it. I know about the war. I never watched it and stuff on the news. The only time I even looked at the news for something in regards to it was when I was. The only time I did was when I was looking for the thing that Mr. Anderson was talking about. Mr. Anderson, he was telling us about that missile. And he was telling us about how the missile went out the sky. Like that was the only time I really had a direct connection with the stuff that was happening in regards to Israel and Palestine.
I know, like when you're talking about, frequencies and stuff like that. Like if you ever did pay attention to the old TV series, The Outer Limits, okay? You look at
but I never watched it.
You look at the introduction, the beginning of the TV show, and it's profound, and most people overlook that, you know what I mean? Because they're telling you point blank at the beginning of the TV show that your mind and what you focus on is theirs for a complete hour. You know what I mean?
I'll be right back.
So that's one thing that does stick in my head about, when it comes to media and being altered by the things that are going on around you. You are influenced and stuff like that by television, by internet, by different social medias. So we need to continue on the deep underground military bases. So first I'm going to start out with Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Now the Cheyenne Mountain Complex is a United States Space Force installation and defense bunker located in unincorporated El Paso County, Colorado, next to the city of Colorado Springs. At the Cheyenne Mountain Space Force Station, which hosts the activities of several tenant units also located in Colorado Springs at Peterson Space Force Base, where the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, and the United States Northern Command, U.S. NORTHCOM headquarters are located. Formerly the center of the United States Space Command, the NORAD, the complex monitored the airspace of Canada and the United States for missiles, space systems, and foreign aircrafts through its worldwide early warning system. Since 2008, NORAD and the United States Space Command have been based at Peterson Space Force Base in the complex. Designated as an Air Force station, is used for crew training and as a backup command center if required. The military complex has included in the past many units of NORAD, U.S. Space Command, Aerospace Defense Command, ADCOM, Air Force Systems Command, Air Weather Service, and Federal Emergency Management, FEMA. The complex's communication center is also used by the nearby U.S. Civil Defense Warning Center. Now, the one thing that sticks out to me is whenever Trump started the Space Force, everybody keeps talking about like it was something new, and the one good reason for bringing up Cheyenne Mountain is the fact that the United States has always had a Space Force. It's been in place for quite a long time now. Cheyenne Mountain was the headquarters for the United States Space Force. And it was also headquarters for NORAD. Now, NORAD, if anybody's interested in knowing, is kind of what this globalization stuff is going on about. They have different ideas how they want to turn everything over to a one world government through the United Nations, and there's certain steps that they want to take. They want to create a northern alliance, basically, and that's what NORAD is set up for. Then you also have organizations that connect the United States with countries in Europe, which maintain order for the UN as well. But besides all of that, what really sticks out to me is that they also ran the not only the Space Force, which is not far-fetched, by the way, it has been around and it is fact, but they also ran the Civil Defense Warning Center through there, as well as FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management, is also associated with NORAD. So, you know, when people talk about these conspiracies concerning FEMA, maybe you need to take a look at that and realize, you know, these people aren't really out to worry about your health or your well-being, because they've got their fingers in some stuff that's pretty interesting, to say the least. Now, I've had my issues with FEMA too, because like here where I'm at, I'm in a small town, and for some reason when there's catastrophes, they will step in and help you if the population of your area is large enough. But if you're a small town or a small community, they won't lift a finger. They won't even send resources or money to help assist in disasters. And to me, that kind of sticks out too. Like they want to change. They want the population to migrate towards these larger cities and leave the country areas and the smaller towns behind. So for me, that is something that really sticks out for me. So I figured I would bring that up because that's actually a valid situation that I think is important, that needs to be discussed. I will post links to that in my chats if you guys are interested in checking them out. If you aren't, don't worry. Just ignore them like they aren't there. And I will move on to the next topic that I wanted to discuss. And like I said, I am on Jitsi. If you guys want to, just click on that link right there. I've provided it in my chats. And you're more than welcome to show up, give your 2 cents, 3 cents, however much you want, you know. This is open to everybody, so you're free to join anytime you want to. So I will leave it at that. Now, I've got another one. It's called Cheshan Air Force Base. Cheshan Air Force Base is a military airport operated by the Republic of China Air Force in Hainan County, Taiwan. It is known for its extensive underground hangars. Hualien Airport operates within a 25-acre civilian section of the base. It is one of the most important defense installations on Taiwan, as it houses the military's most survivable aerial counterattack forces. Now, in 2018, the Air Force issued a solicitation for the automated CIWS, and that is a close-in weapon system. A close-in weapon system is a point defense weapon system for detecting and destroying short-range incoming missiles and enemy aircraft which have penetrated the outer defenses, typically mounted on a naval ship. Nearly all classes of larger modern warships are equipped with this. So in 2018, the Air Force issued a solicitation for an automated CIWS system to add an additional layer of protection to Chaihong Air Force Base and Chaishan Air Force Base. Now, constructions of the main underground section of the base spanned from 1985 to 1993 and cost more than 27 billion NTD to build. The underground hangars can accommodate approximately 200 fighters. The underground complex has 10 blast doors which exit to multiple runways. It also has its own hospital as well as multiple underground gas stations. So we're talking about a pretty big installation there. And what catches my eye about this, it's operated by the Republic of China. You know, what's the Republic of China doing in Taiwan when everybody's making a big stink these days about the Taiwan government and China wanting to step in and take charge of Taiwan? Like, that right there does seem kind of suspicious to me. Kind of like they're trying to instigate some kind of war with China against the United States and most likely Australia, because if Taiwan falls to China, that's going to affect Australia's economy quite a bit. And in return, Australia is one of our biggest allies in that region, so I can see that happening. But big question is why is this Air Force base running in Taiwan territories? You know, if it's such a big issue. So.
Okay, I'm back. I apologize.
It's fine. I was going over some of the stuff that I've got on here. I covered Taiwan, and I also went over. Well, you seen the post, didn't you?
Inside the chat where it was talking about the secret military base.
Yeah. I posted the links and everything to them inside of live with Roger Hanson, and then I also did them on. I covered Cheyenne Mountain, and then Cheshan Air Force Base in Taiwan. Cheyenne Mountain. The one thing that really sticks out to me that I wanted to mention is, you know, how everybody threw this big fit about the Space Force and Trump creating it and everything.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually a load of shit, because like the Space Force has been out a heck of a lot longer than what Trump was ever in office. As a matter of fact, Cheyenne Mountain was created for the specific use of the Space Force, and a lot of people aren't aware of that, you know, like, so that's one thing I wanted to point out. And then NORAD, that was their headquarters, and NORAD, if you're not aware of it, that's kind of like an alliance between the United States and Canada. And they, like with the UN, how everybody's wanting to try to make everything into a world government.
Yeah.
Like, they have certain steps to try to achieve that. NORAD is a part of that. So you have a North American alliance, and then there's the alliance between the United States and Europe and all that, you know. So you got that going on, and that was actually Cheyenne Mountain was actually their headquarters. That's where they ran out of. You see, and then it gets even weirder there, because you have the emergency broadcast that's operated out of NORAD, as well as FEMA. You know, so FEMA is what's really odd about that area, so I think that's pretty interesting.
Isn't FEMA national though? Like, isn't it go everywhere?
Yeah, everywhere in the United States. And I mentioned something, I don't know if you heard it or not, but like what gets me about FEMA is, like, I'm from a small area, you know what I mean? So when we have disasters and everything, FEMA won't help us, because the only way FEMA will help any area that's been hit by disasters is if their population is above a certain amount of people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, like, to me, it just seems like FEMA is trying to herd people. It's a herd mentality, trying to herd them into these bigger populated areas, because they don't want them to be in small towns.
So that they can use the small towns for concentration camps. Have you heard of FEMA concentration camps?
Well, why don't you tell us about it?
I just heard supposedly that there were such things to where eventually people will be put in concentration camps that would be operated by FEMA. It'll be a state of emergency, which is we're moving towards. It's coming soon because of these wars. There's going to be one more little tiny thing that breaks out on the side, and then it'll be a reason for us to shut down. Our government has to make a little bit more money before we can do that, though. In the process, for your safety, we'll transition to digital currency. We'll transition to more. Well, it's not going to be.
Yep, we got cut off. Hold on, give me a second. I can take care of this. This happens to me every once in a while.
When you're able to, when you seem to be irate or going crazy, not complying, you want to go out and kind of do your own thing. And this is when FEMA concentration camps are going to come into play. So first it'll start with getting the people that just were putting us in harm's way. At least that's what it'll present. And then before you know, it's something you've done or anyone you know has done that is not in compliance and in complacent with what we have going on our agenda, will be a victim of having to be placed in these concentration camps. The kids will be taken somewhere separate. They'll be separated from their families. Most people won't be able to know where their children. I mean, unless we stop it. This is our plan. These are the goals. I'm just saying it can be stopped, but nobody wants to stop it. We want to watch some ass shake and talk about how you should be this size at this time and have this much money in this area. And so that's more important. But I mean, eventually, like I said, they'll take your kids and they'll separate you from your children. Your kids will submit easily. They'll train them to be basically war ready. Eventually, it'll make it seem as if you put them away. They start with the kids in foster homes, parents who they don't really give you a reason, especially the babies. Like, so if you got separated from your mom at a young age, and let's just say, open the microwave, stop making it beep, and you got separated from your mom at a young age, and you don't know why you got separated, we'll feed you whatever storyline is going to make you more ruthless and more aggressive for our fight. And then we'll sit here and we'll allow you to build up. And if you're not, we like how they offer you stuff for going to college and having degrees now. The more ruthless you are, you'll get stuff. You'll get ranked. You'll level up. We're not going to go with traditional military because then there's clauses to where within the military there's certain branches. This is going to be a completely different branch. It's not going to be your Army. It's not going to be your Navy. It's not going to be your Air Force. And it's not going to be your Marines.
Yeah. Now, you've heard about the.
So there's just some things that you're going to have to pay attention to. Hold on, please.
Now, you've heard about the guillotines, right?
No.
And the calling.
No, the only time I've heard about the calling or callings was on Manifest. Manifest was the show on Netflix about a lot of stuff that we speak of that we just kind of disregard. It's a really good show, though. But no, that's the only time I heard about callings. They called their visions callings when they're able to see the truth. I thought my cat was throwing up. She not, though.
Now, older, more traditional conspiracies believe that the calling is going to happen. And when I say calling, I'm saying CULLING. And like when they used to call horses, or they still do in some parts of the world, but or animals, they'd call them. They'd gather them together and just eradicate them. And there's conspiracies that are out there that believe that they're trying to call humans as well. Not only are they trying to call them, but FEMA is also supposed to be involved in it. And when they start the calling, here recently it's gotten more popular that they believe that FEMA is going to move into the back of these big Walmart super centers, and they'll set up guillotines and line people up and just start cutting their heads off.
That's why they set up that's why they reconstructed the structure of Walmart. I don't know how your Walmarts look, but they've already prepared down here. And luckily for me, I'm trespassed from Walmart, so I don't have to worry about that.
Just stay away. Just stay away from Walmart.
All right, I'm trespassed from the one that that's nearby anyway, but I can go to other ones. But no, it's still funny because like they've already started, and people are like, "Oh, they're remodeling." Like if you look at the structure of the new self-checkouts and the way that they're doing it, you can kind of see how the X-ray scans. Even Wawa, what's disappointed me, just how they've changed their computer system. Everyone's gonna have to check in. You're gonna have a barcode. If you refuse the barcode, you're not gonna be able to. You'll be able to survive, but you have to be smart enough to survive. But the barcode system is basically a mark system for us to be able to know where you're at all times and to be able to keep you under control. And we're going to tell you it's for your safety because there's going to be a problem in every single area, especially the big ones. Excuse me, the little areas, are going to be military, police. They're going to be police because it's easier to be able to police just to make sure. We're more so worried about people coming in there to take cover than we are worried about people leaving because most people in small areas, they don't really go big. Like you get the kids who are like, oh, I'm going to get out of this small town and I'm going to go to the city, stuff like that. But in most cases, people that are in a small town are in a small town because that's where they desire to be. So there'll be military that's around the borders just to be able to monitor who goes in and out. But in the big areas, there'll be, like I said, a barcode system. They start with this vaccine. The problem was everyone hasn't submitted to the vaccination. And so with that being said, and it wasn't enough for people to say, oh, you'll have to stop having this job or you'll have to stop working. So again, like I said, we have to have some type of form to where we can kind of touch everyone. We have to have something. And that's where the money system comes in, because everyone uses money to survive. No one has gotten into the mindset of being able to survive without money. The people that could help us get to that mindset are too greedy to actually assist with our thought process to go against money. So then we'll control your currency and you won't have any access to it except by that which goes through us. We'll know at all times when, like right now, your government doesn't know what they can find out, but they don't know offhand when you're going into the bank and accessing your funds. Well, now it'll be, you'll have to scan to enter into the bank, and then we will know. You'll have to scan to enter into the bank, scan to enter into your account. When it does, it'll kind of send a signal to a national database that'll explain whether, like, what you're doing, and we'll be able to monitor all transactions and all occurrences. I know I keep saying we, I probably sound like I'm like the leader or something, but I'm just saying that's how.
It sounds good to me. Don't worry about that. I'm not big into the whole semantics of I kind of understand I know what you're saying, so.
Yeah. And so that's just in order to control. But I mean, like, there's a way out. People just, they don't want to hear what the way out is because they're too afraid of, they're worried about not having stability and losing control. Whole time, this whole system is being set up for them to no longer have, like, lean on your government for stability. And we're going to tell you, you find stability in these camps here, this is where you're going to be safe. They're not going to say it like that, though. They're going to market it like it's Disney World and you're going to want to go, just like the vaccine. We're saving your life. You have to have this. Oh my God, I would have died without the vaccine. And you get all these people that believe that.
Yep. Now, on the other one, the Tieshan Air Force Base, now, this one is kind of weird, too, because, like, this is a China Republic military base on Taiwan territories. And this isn't a small Air Force base, either. It's an underground deep underground military base with enough space to hold 200 jet airplanes on, and the takeoff running pads to hold them. And the weird part of it is, like I said, is it's in Taiwan. My big question is why, if there's so much stuff coming out of the conflicts between Taiwan and China right now, why does China have this military base on Taiwan territory? Okay.
Okay, so this is what the logical explanation is, or maybe that's why they're fighting. But truth be told, what if everything that you see is not real? What if we would like you to look at the dancing monkey because there's a talking horse over here and we don't want you to know about it yet? You know what I mean? So we'll distract you with what you want you to see. There's a lot of fighting going on for power. You understand? We want to know, because where do you get most of your items from? Just how China is attempting to separate from. No, you're not playing.
It's the other way around. Taiwan.
No. But
I got
we're separating from China, but you say that we're China wants to separate from the United States.
Yeah.
They don't want. You will say that they don't want to, just because we'll say that they get so much money from us. But China gets a lot of money without us as well, and they're quite advanced when it comes to technology, more than what we give credit for. So it wouldn't be in America's best interest to separate from China.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing that really gets me too is like, if China does overrun and take Taiwan, all right, like they did with Hong Kong, it's going to affect the economy of a lot of those countries around there, especially Australia. And I mentioned that before when you was off taking care of business, but now if it affects Australia in their economy, that in return is going to create a domino effect on the United States, because they're our closest ally, in that area. You know what I mean? So
Australia.
I can see that as just being a reason why the United States would start that kind of propaganda, is what I'm really thinking. That type of propaganda. And I don't know. It just seems odd that they want to push that agenda like they're pushing the stuff in the Ukraine.
Now, why do you think that war was? What do you think that war stemmed from?
It's a proxy war. What it is NATO, that organization that I was talking about.
So long from someone else. NATO. We learned a lot about NATO.
No. NATO has been wanting to get Ukraine into their little party, you know what I mean? And under the covers, you know what I'm saying, they've been negotiating with Ukraine about joining NATO and the EU.
Mm-hmm.
And all this time Russia's been saying, we're not gonna have it. You're not going to have NATO that close to our borders, and besides, Ukraine is so closely tied to Russia that's insane to even think.
To cross them, right? Unless
Right.
you're hiding something that you'd like to maintain for your own self. Unless
Right.
you're
Well,
holding something.
Right.
And we are, and you know what really bothers me is that you keep your friends close and your enemies closer. America is the biggest example of this, because they'll stand publicly with one side while fighting for another cause.
Well, see, I found out. That's what I was trying to tell Ryder. Whenever it comes to Ag Day, all right, I watch Ag Day whenever I can in the mornings, and the reason why I do that is because if you pay attention to what's being said on there, you'll find out a lot of the real news, what's really going on. Like, I found out that 60% of the grain products in food comes from Ukraine. There's actually the problems we're having with food shortages right now is because of that war taking place. 60% of the world's food supply, when it comes to grains and stuff like that, has literally come to a stop.
And if I tell you that, and if 60% of your food supply type is coming from a certain area, are you not going to back me in saying support this cause, even if
Exactly. We're on the same page there. And Taiwan, all right? Taiwan has they're the ones who produce most of the electronics and the chips and all that stuff. That's where the majority of these computer components come from. And a lot of people aren't aware of that either. So
it says it on there. How can you not? It tells you made in Taiwan. I mean, like, how can you miss it?
How many people do you think actually take time to read stuff, though?
That's why no one can be upset when this stuff blows up in their face, because literally they're like dangling the dollar on a fishing pole right in front of everyone, and these people see this guy attached to this fishing pole and keep jumping at it. If you don't go knock the guy out with the fishing pole and stop trying to like that, there's your dollar. Why are you know what I'm saying? Like, they're showing you like you're going after the wrong target. It's not the dangling dollar. It's definitely the guy dangling it in your face. So it's just like, how can you, most high bless you, puppy, but how can you not even pay attention to what's happening around you and then act like so concerned? You're not. You just want to have something to talk about. You want to make it seem like you're cool and you're hip and you know what's going on, so you watch the news. The news is so full of nonsense, it's ridiculous. Then you get all these people who know absolutely nothing. I don't, and see, that's mean and that's rude. Lord forgive me, because they know stuff, but it's just like they talk about it and they have no idea what's going on. And then when you teach them or you show them, you say, hey, this is where you find the answers. This is where you find out what's going on. They're in such complete denial that something like this could happen, because apparently the government has been tucking them in with a stuffy every single night, so they feel like, you know what I mean? I mean, for real, like, it could never happen. Not my government. Like, are you kidding me right now? You really believe this? Like, how much do they pay you to believe in this? And it's just
right.
Like, my 401k and whatever crap, my retirement fund. You're gonna mess up my retirement fund. You're not gonna live to see retirement destroyed. Are you kidding me? They're going, and that's another thing. All those people that just disappeared long before they're able to access their disabilities and their Social Security and their retirement funds and stuff like that. What do you think happens to that money? That money doesn't just, oh, no one gets it. If the families do not claim it, and that's where your stocks and bonds come from. But when people start claiming their money, then they have no more, the government has less access to it. To make it unclaimable, we'll turn it into something you cannot touch, you cannot see, and now it's digital.
Okay, I've got it. This one, it's the Iranian underground missile bases. I'm going to read it to you and see what your take on this is. And I'll share the link to that in chat so that you have it. This one is actually pretty interesting. So, here, let me go ahead and read it. According to Iranian authorities, Iranian underground missile bases, or silos, also known as the Missile City, exists in all provinces and cities of Iran. The bases contain road mobile transporter erector launcher trucks, along with other hardware, and due to the lack of adequate ventilation could not be as far underground as claimed by Iranian sources. A video from one of the missile sites was released for the first time on October the 14th, 2015 by Brigadier General Amir Ali Hazazadeh, commander of Aerospace Force of the Army of the Guardians of the Islamic Revolution. This was just a few days after news of the testing of a new generation medium-range ballistic missile. The Imad was broadcast by the state media of Iran. Amir Ali Hazazadeh stated that Iranian missiles of varying ranges are ready to be launched from underground bases once Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei ordered to do so, adding that Iran created missiles based in all the provinces of the cities throughout the country at a depth of 500 meters. Bases were again displayed on TV on January 5th, 2016, amid heightened tensions with Saudi Arabia following the execution of Shiite cleric Shiite cleric Namr al-Nimr. The second in command of the Revolutionary Guard boasted that Iran's depots and underground facilities were so full that it didn't know where to store new missiles. The release of the footage of the Iranian underground missile bases provided the situation for the lawmakers to show that the July nuclear deal had not weakened the military of Iran, and it was a show of strength by Iran in response to the Western powers, especially the U.S., speaking of military options against Iran in spite of the nuclear deal, according to The Guardian. Hajizadeh said that Iran was not seeking to start a war, but if enemies make a mistake, missile bases will erupt like a volcano from the depth of Earth. According to Al-Imbar, a senior Israeli defense expert, the head of the Space Research Center at the Fisher Institute for Air and Space Strategic Studies in Herzliya, this missile base enables the Islamic Republic to store and covertly fire surface-to-surface missiles. He describes the underground facility, whose location is unknown, as a complex system of enormous tunnels. He also added that those bases could be used by Iran for a surprise barrage missile attack. So what's your thoughts on that?
I was looking in regards to like allies and just if Iran is an ally of Palestine and it is secured in Asia, and if the government is siding with Israel, presenting ongoing, ever it's deployed, like I feel like there are American missiles underground. Like we're not siding with who we forefrontedly side with. Like it's like we're telling you this is our team, and it's not our team. Like people think America sides with, and I don't like. It's all staged. So with it all being staged and everything is just waiting to literally blow, them having missiles that can explode from underground are not surprising to me. This has been something that has happened. They've had that for a long time, but having a military base full of it, I feel like it's just training in order for it to be able to be constructed elsewhere. And like just think about different scenarios where how much do you know about being a flagger on the street? And then okay, how much do you think those flaggers know about the stuff that they're putting? They're told to lay these pipes, and this is how they lay them. They're not told what's in the pipes. They're not told what are in the irrigation system. They're just told to construct it. The same with the scientists. When I was listening to someone speak about the vaccine, and they were saying about how each scientist in each different laboratory were given different components of the vaccine to work on, so that way that they would not question it being put together. And by the time they were made aware of what it was going to be used for and what was happening, it was too late. Which to me is pretty much what's going on. We have little different components going on over here, different components going on over there, and by the time you put it all together, you have your Big Bang explosion.
Yeah. Now, the thing that really sticks out to me about a lot of that is like they didn't say nuclear capabilities when I read that. They were just talking about underground missile bases, you know, and like getting Israel to make a comment about that is kind of being kind of like a hypocrite, you know, because I've told you guys about my research with Operation Hanson, you know. Israel imprisoned Vanunu because he came out and admitted that Israel had nuclear bombs underground in bunkers, and it's a dead man trigger. Instead of it launching to other countries to destroy that country, it's like a self-destruct mechanism.
And why would you want to self-destruct unless you're hiding something?
You know, I mean, why would you want to kill your own people?
We don't care about the people. I think we got to get that out of our head. There are people that are in control and in command, they're not people oriented. The people are, they're disposable. You understand? They're just not, they're just props to them. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They're kind of just tools, weapons to get across and get done what they would like, unless they form an alliance. And if they're able to fall within their allegiance and say, okay, I'll commit to this, or I can offer this, and I have this to say, or I'm able. You have to bring some type of benefit in order for you to even be considered as like salvageable or worth being. And that sounds bad, but it now we're creating that narrative within our own selves, and so it's easy for them to operate on such. And I hate to break it to you or anyone else, it's like we have that here. There are, and that's why certain elite know what to do to prevent bombs from terrorizing or dismantling their areas, because we have that too. We think the death ray is going to come from above, but it's not. We have, like I was saying about having the flaggers that put the pipes and stuff underneath the ground. There's a lot of things, and it's so funny because anytime I see a hole in the ground, I always look. But there's always going to be. I always look. You can't pay me to not look. And walking does that to you, I guess.
Yeah.
But I see a lot more holes, and so it makes me more averse into the situation. But you have no idea as to where, what why or when. Well, I don't like to say you don't, because we do, but in regards to how do you pick these people out? Like, are you just going to destroy? Yeah, like it's kind of going to be to this whole. You're going to be in a state of panic. We're going to kind of push you to certain locations, push you to certain areas. I think it's crazy because, like, if you look at the way the world is set up, it's kind of set up to have how this corporation is set up. It's kind of set up to have one area that can break off and kind of sustain while everything else is kind of connected together. In Canada, they would like to. I see America attempting to kind of have people migrate to Canada more so, but secretly, less outwardly. But they're migrating to Canada because we'll be able to be saved this way. Canada has areas too that won't be any better, like, because it's not even about being an American ally. It's about being a power that be ally, being constructed with no, no. And so it's about whether or not you're, like I said, in compliance. Like, you have to be understand, and being in compliance does not mean being completely under control. Believe it or not, we'd rather people be able to think for themselves and challenge the narrative, as opposed to kind of just falling. We don't need a bunch of sheep. What are you gonna do with a bunch of sheep? We want to eat a burger. If we can't eat sheep burger, we want burgers. You know what I mean? We want other stuff. We don't want you to be like this, because that's how we're gonna herd you. You're gonna be herded, and then you'll be slaughtered. Like, you call it the calling. Like, so if your mentality is the same, and this is our sacrifice, this is our blood sacrifices, in order for us to be able to, and we're offering it in order to start fresh, in order to start new. As we see it, or that's how it's necessary. This is what we have to offer, quote unquote, the gods, in order for us to be able to sustain our existence. We can manipulate it like we're going to go live on a different planet, but we don't want to live on a different planet. Even if we want to go there to visit, we can capitalize off of that. Yeah, that'd be great to be able to go on vacation on the moon or on Mars, but we don't want to live there. We want to live here. We understand the significance of the life source. So we rather be able to sustain our existence here. And it's like, we got to get rid of some stuff. So yeah, we're going to blow some shit up, and it's going to, and hopefully if we put them in, if we did right with the placement, it should bring how we are separated, the land masses are separated, it'll bring it back together, because it'll blow from each angle, like from each, and I don't want to say each corner, because it's not on the corners, they're kind of on the outside, but when it blows, it's going to kind of push everything to the middle, and then they'll be connected. And then when this happens as well, Atlantis will be able to resurface. It will resurface as well. A lot of stuff is going to be shown that has been hidden and been lost. But that's after, like, after the war that we're denying is going to happen. After the war that we think is just a myth. Like America, I don't know why people think that America is not about that fight in life, like that there'll be no war. Like we're too safe for that. We're like the biggest instigators in the world. Like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like how can you really seriously think that this is not gonna hit you in your backyard?
I
I
think
mean,
I think they're just like delusional because like the first thing that actually hit us in on our soil in a long time was 9/11. Like, and
right.
that shook our foundation real bad. So
And then look at the fact that it was an inside job. So
yeah,
if we were capable of doing, and just to move some money around, right? If we were capable of doing something, so and to be able to grasp control, not just the money, we want because we can control your mind with this narrative. Because now you live in a state of terror. When we can terrorize you, you're going to be more likely to comply because you're saving your life. But if and that was just a test run. Look how long ago it was. And you were hitting year 13 coming, or are we not? We're hitting year 13, but we're coming to where it's been 2025, 2026. And how long has it been? So 2001, and we're in what, 2023? That's 22 years. 22.
2003. Yeah, 20 years
No, I thought
exactly.
it was 2001, wasn't it? It
No.
wasn't 2003.
Wait, 2001. You're right. Yeah, you're
It's
right. So it's been 12
2001.
or 22 years.
22, 23, 24, 25. 3 more years from here is 26. That's why, because we're behind schedule. It would have been
You know,
25.
I get confused because I remember 9/11 and then I remember I sobered up in 2003. So those kind of go hand in hand. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like like 2001 was kind of interesting year. A lot of people who wasn't like old enough to remember 2001. That was, I mean, for that time period, it makes perfect sense that that 9/11 happened. I'll just put it to you that way. Um, when you look back at all that stuff, like when I remember in the morning when 9/11 happened, you know what I mean? People were talking about it, and I was just so insensitive to the whole fact. You know, there wasn't too many people that I knew who actually comprehended what really took place. You know what I mean? Because it was just they were so desensitized, it just didn't matter to them until later on when they realized. You know,
Or they weren't allowed to be seen. For me, when stuff was happening, I was always kept blind to it. My mom raised me in a state of being blind because she always thought I wouldn't be able to handle the stuff. But stuff was always happening to me. You know what I mean? I never really had control over what I was being exposed to, what was going on, what my power was being used for. Until I started to realize I have power and there's stuff that's going on. I have a direct effect of stuff that happens, which most people do. We all do. It's just a matter of how much you're aware of it in order for your power to be utilized. And when 9/11 happened, I was in school, and I remember being in school and not knowing at all like what was happening, what was going on. I mean, like you get told, oh, this hit the Twin Towers, and I mean, you know, because I was in Jersey, I grew up in Jersey. It's like I've been to the Twin Towers before, seeing them before. You're used to seeing them, so then it's a big deal when you go back and you travel to New York. And oh man, now it's not there. For a long time, they had like a mirage thing up there, but it's one of those. And then I'm like, never forget, never forget. That's the slogan: never forget, never forget. We want you to be reminded of this constant tragedy, because when something else hits, we don't want you to feel like it's not. It could never be you. It's kind of, like I said, like a precursor for what's to come. And then it's been so long, when you start seeing little stuff go towards it, look at how you compare it. Okay, back then what was going on with other countries? Weren't there little teeny wars that were being had, and then now all of a sudden something tragic hit ours?
Yeah.
So is it, you know what I mean? Is it not the same cycle but in a different renderance? And I don't think people are kind of grasping onto that aspect. Well, people are, like, the smart ones are. No offense to the people that are not. We're not trying to say you're dumb. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just saying there's more to life than ass twerking and stuff like It's just like, I mean, it's happening right now, and it's going to be way worse. 9/11 is at least like they're not going to attack their own. You know what I mean? They kind of attacked stuff that was seemingly important to them. Not the White House, the Pentagon. Oh yeah, and then the West Wing. Didn't the area of the White House get attacked as well? Yeah, and there was attack on the White House, the Pentagon. The stuff that then they started just throwing stuff around to make it seem like everything's gonna go crazy. But all of this was trial runs, so we can see what did we do right, what did we do wrong, how are people's response to it, how can we gauge the response for the next go around, and make sure that it's more that we're able to maintain more control. We didn't keep that control for long. I mean, like people went back to their regular lives because it didn't seem like it was a big deal. So we want to show you bombing kids. We want you to see on the news, and half those pictures are not real. I'm not attempting to be insensitive to the tragedy that people are really experiencing. But when I sit here and tell you that a lot of what you see is like the most exaggerated aspect of media you could have ever produced, it's the truth. We would like you to know it can happen to you. Kids will die. Kids are going to die.
See, that's part of war. And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand. Like, when it comes to war, people are going to die, you know.
Right.
And I say the same thing about the Ukrainians, you know. It's not the EU, it's not us, it's not even Russia who's the victims. It's freaking the Ukrainian people. It's not even their government that's the victims. I mean, these people are getting sucked into a proxy war left and right, and people are dying because these political powers want to take control, and they want to try to move
they already
in.
have control. That's the crazy part. They already have control. They want you to be in a state of fear, so you're easily controlled.
Who gets control, Russia or the United States? You know what I mean? And this country
That'll
is
be
in
the
the
next
middle
war.
of it. You see,
That'll be the next war.
This country is in the middle of it. Like they try to say that Russia wants to put in a puppet dictator or puppet leader. They've already got one, and that's been placed in there by the UN. You know what I mean? The guy that's sitting up there talking all the good talks and saying solidarity and all that shit, he's a puppet of the UN, of the EU, of the of NATO. You know what I mean? The reason why they invaded Ukraine was because he was negotiating with the EU, and he was negotiating with NATO, and Russia caught him with his fingers in the cookie jar. You know what I mean? So
now you got to prove your loyalty.
Right. It's a proxy war, nothing more. I mean, we're using the Ukraine to fight Russia from a distance.
And the same thing with what's happening with Gaza and Palestine. We would hate to believe that, but it's the truth. But like I said, it's never the side that we would like to believe. America's in alliance with Russia. I know we say we're not, but Russia is a good friend of ours, and I understand we disconnected years ago. Allegedly, we understand. Just like we're free, right? Just like we have that Constitution that says that we're no longer we're no longer owned by British Empire, but aren't we still? Isn't that what the 13th Amendment says? We're subservient. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're gonna tell you that we're free. Like I said, we rock with Russia. I know people hate to hear the truth, and sorry, crazy guy of Ukraine. We're gonna like.
Well, I mean, if we had such a big issue with Russia, why are scientists from Russia and the United States going to the International Space Station?
There you go. And I've been telling, since when the war first started, I said the same thing. Not about the spaceships. I was just saying, hey, we're not beefing with Russia. I don't care what your country tells you. Russia is not their enemy. And people are like, yeah, right. And then you will see all this stuff. Stand with Ukraine. Like literally, stand with Ukraine. Give us your money so that way we can go ahead and launder it some more, filter it out some more. Go. No.
So I didn't want to go through Jaziava Air Force Base. That was the one that was in Croatia, and it's a long read. The reason why I didn't want to do it is because of the amount of time we have. But I don't know if you remember hearing about the Croatia and the bad wars that they had over there. This is one of the bases that was involved in it, and it was Serbian wars. Serbia and Croatia and Herzegovina.
I'm listening. I'm kicking the kids out from being around.
But even though I'm not going through it, I posted the links on live with the Roger Hanson chat. I also did it on the stream, and I posted it in here if you want to read it. But that's an interesting one that we've got going on there. So now you remember I couldn't remember the name of that mountain in Virginia. It was Mount.
No.
The one that was I kept calling it Mount Hood and I couldn't find it.
Yeah. Now I do. Yeah.
It's actually Mount Weather. Mount Weather Emergency Operating Center. And Raven Rock Mountain Complex is the next one I was wanting to read about. So I'm gonna read this real quick, okay?
Okay.
Now, the Raven Rock Mountain Complex, the RRMC, also known as Site R, is a U.S. military installation with an underground nuclear bunker near Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. At Raven Rock Mountain, that has been called an underground Pentagon. The bunker has emergency operation centers the bunker has emergency operations centers for the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, along with Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center in Virginia and the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado. It formed the core bunker complex for the U.S. continuity of government plan during the Cold War to survive a nuclear attack. So, these three complexes were used going to be used in order to keep the government going. All the high officials, all the rich people, all the elites as they're referred to would be in these three complexes if a nuclear war was to fall upon us. You see?
At least outwardly. Because we have other locations, because it's not safe for people to be versed on where we are. So we tell you this is where we are, so that way if you attack there, we can watch you attack there, and then we're able to attack back. So, and why are we so prepared for a nuclear war if there's not going to be one? You know what I mean? Oh, just in case. Who just in case is a nuclear war? You know what I mean? I pack bags and I get them snacks and drinks, and then, let me just get our nuclear bomb shields just in case. No, you don't kind of think about nuclear war just in case. You know for a fact it's going to happen. Again, like I said, that's just a decoy. There's somewhere else that they'll be, and it's actually underground. I mean, it's underground. It's underground, and it's here. It's here. It's not on the moon, because everyone says that the rich people are going to take off to the moon or to Mars or something after like all the bad stuff starts to take place. But they're not going to do that. It's underground. There's underground huts and underground like tunnels and stuff like that, and they're gonna 2026. It's gonna be a lot different than it is now. I mean, we could stop it. Talking about it kind of slows stuff down. That's why we're behind. But I mean, like, most people are kind of getting fed up with the concept, so they don't really believe that it's either they don't believe that it's happening or believe that it's the way for it to be stood off or held off. So they just kind of give up on it and know it's going to happen. I'm going to just enjoy my time here. The good Lord gave me. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm just going to be a lazy fuck and not do anything about your life. Oh, I didn't mean to say it like that either. But I guess I did.
You said it. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center is a government command facility in the U.S. Commonwealth of Virginia, used as the center of operations for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA.
FEMA, yeah.
Yeah. also known as the High Point Special Facility, HPSF. Its preferred designation since 1991 is FS or SF. I'm probably guessing that's San Francisco, maybe. The facility is a major relocation site for the highest level of civilian and military officials in case of national disaster, playing a major role in the continuity of government per the U.S. Continuity of Operations Plan. Mount Weather is the location of a control station for the FEMA National Radio System, FNARS, a high-frequency radio system connecting most federal public safety agencies and the U.S. military with most of the states. FNARS allows the president to access the emergency alert system. The site brought into the public eye. No, the site was brought into the public eye in 1974 by the Washington Post and the Associated Press, which mentioned the government facility in its coverage following the crash of TWA Flight 514, a Boeing 727 jetliner, into Mount Weather on Sunday, December the 1st. So it took... Huh?
I was just gonna say, you telling me why you the top military official, but you hiding? Well, I want the top military official. You the top. You need to be out there on the front line. You telling me you sending the rookies to defend our lives while you hiding in a bunker? That don't make too much sense to me, my friend.
Yeah, but you find it strange that a 747 crashed into this mountain?
Man, that's like Manifest. That plane crashed and disappeared. Oh, you're gonna make me watch the whole series over again and look for something else.
I mean, what kind of message do you think was being broadcast when these 747s hit on 9/11? You know?
Yeah, like honestly, what was happening? Where is that at? Where's the black box? Where is it? Oh, there's no black box because there was a bomb, just a pass.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, it seems odd to me that Mount Weather wasn't brought into the public eye until an accident happened with an airplane, and all of a sudden it's being broadcasted on the news. You know, that does seem kind of odd.
Yeah, like nobody knew about it until there was a reason to. And then I wonder if that was strategic. More so like the plane crash was on purpose so we can tell you about it, but it's no big deal. It's like it's no real big thing to talk about. Because you have to give full disclosure. By law, you're supposed to know what's happening. It's up to you whether or not you believe it. So if I make what I tell you sound like I'm crazy, then I mean you're just crazy for listening to me.
Yeah. I do find that kind of odd. It kind of sticks out to me. So I went ahead and shared the links for Mount Weather. I could probably...
You put them in live with Roger Hanson as well?
Yeah, I put them in there, and I have them... Did I put one up on the stream? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I'll get that there. Now, deep underground, the 30 strongest and most secret military bases. That's the one that we covered last week, I believe, or was it the week before when we were kind of getting into all this?
I thought it was last week when we were talking about the military bases, but it might have been before then. We've been talking about it for a while because we were talking about that in Alaska and stuff. Yeah. And I knew then that was when I was going. We were still on Thursdays when we were doing that because I would be at basketball.
Yeah, that's right. But I did want to get deeper into this because like I was really prepared of it, and this is the first one that we did on the first episode, so I just figured we'd do that. Now they have when I'm showing on the video. Actually, I know you can't see it, but they have something on here for Quora 2. If you want to read through the conversations and stuff, I'll post that on the stream as something for reading, just in case you want to check that out later on. Because I have a tendency of forgetting to post stuff out of chat onto our 24/7. And the good thing is I'm actually able to do it on the Rumble chat too. So.
Oh, nice. That'll be good for a future reference for those people that watch it later on.
Yeah. So we pretty much covered everything on all of that. The big one though that's in Croatia, that actually I strongly suggest you check that one out. That's a pretty big installation. So.
Okay.
Now right here I'll read out of this comes off of Wikispooks, and it's deep underground military bases, otherwise known as DUMBs, are possible large bunkers.
What? Otherwise known as what?
DUMBs. D-U-M-B.
Deep underground military bases, dumb. Huh. Yeah, that's what dumb people. Go ahead.
Are possible large bunkers or even extensive interconnected networks of bunkers hidden deep underground, mostly in the United States. There is extensive speculation about it on the net, but relatively little concrete evidence. Now, a large number of deep bunkers were built during the Cold War to fight and survive a nuclear war. Known underground bases include Mount Cheyenne, Mount Vernon, Raven Rock Mountain Complex, and the British Central Government War Headquarters, some of them later officially decommissioned. Through the decades, tunneling technologies have continuously improved, and by the 2000s, civilian tunnels of 50 to 80 kilometers, 30 to 50 miles, are fairly ordinary. Given enough time and money, there is no engineering reason for there not existing a large number of secret military bunkers. The system could have been expanded over several decades using classified parts of the government budget. The most obvious purposes are an emergency shelter system, network in times of political or military crisis, and a secure position from which to strike back. However, many of other reasons could include continuity of government, command and control, weapons storage and deployment, undersea bases to be reached via submarine, scientific...
You know what just happened with the Titanic? You know why I started laughing, right?
Why?
Yeah, because of the Titanic. That whole
yeah.
Like, go ahead.
Scientific research, which needs to be hidden from the possibility of exposure, hidden power sources, nuclear, geothermal, and storage of data. Some as Richard Sauder argue that enough infrastructure has been moved underground so as to be a restart civilization.
I just said this. Before you... I've never read this before, never heard of this before. I told you this before you started reading it, and here you go. Thanks for confirming. Is that correct?
After a nuclear war, i.e. a breakaway civilization.
Wow!
Yeah. Now,
and that's budget on my salary with my extent and access to this knowledge. I'm telling you, there's a lot you can learn by tuning in. That's crazy. That's insane. That's wild. I mean, wow. I
Yeah.
literally just said that's what's happening.
Now, NDAA 2013, Section 1045 of the NDAA,
2013. What part of 2013 did we say?
Section 1045 of the NDAA of 2013.
Yeah, but what month? What
It
month?
just says 2013.
Okay, go ahead.
And it had a focus on the capabilities of the U.S. to destroy tunnel sites in China. And the commander of the United States Strategic Command shall submit to the appropriate congressional committee a report of the underground tunnel network used by the People's Republic of China with respects to the capabilities of the United States to use conventional and nuclear forces to neutralize such tunnels and what is stored within such tunnels. Project Iceworm. In the 1960s, the United States began construction of what would be a large military facility built under the ice of northern Greenland. The plan was to establish a massive series of under ice tunnels capable of supporting the storage, transportation, and launch of 600 specifically designed nuclear ballistical missiles. The long-term plan called for 2,500 miles, 4,000 kilometers of subsurface tunnels to be constructed and maintained. If fully realized, Project Iceworm's tunnel complex would eventually have encompassed some 50,000 square miles, the size of Arkansas or Greece, and employ 11,000 military personnel. So,
Who, by the way, are disposable. That's why the high ranks will get to hide underground and they'll put their forefront soldiers out to die. You know, like, it's just crazy.
now, the program was abandoned when the ice sheets moved faster than anticipated.
That's the people that say about the world being flat.
Yeah. So now we have done pretty good on that. Let me get your feed on that, and I will.
There's nothing else to say. I have nothing else to say. I just think it's funny that I'd be on point, and I don't even I don't think it's funny because I know I'd be on point. That's not the thing. It's just a matter of when do everyone else get on point? When do everyone else pick up? It's all right here. I mean, it didn't have. You can't use my money as an excuse anymore because I can't. Then I wouldn't have this access. Can I use status any different? And it's just a matter of the information is right here. We telling you what we're about to do. You're not gonna fight us because you need us. And that's just crazy. Yeah, creating a dependency where you're elsewise gonna be eradicated. If not, that's wild. You're gonna die if you don't depend on them.
Yeah.
At least that's what we tell you. Because we depend on you. And then imagine what they're gonna do with all that energy. Man, they're gonna be able to transfer so much energy from these dead bodies. It's gonna be amazing. At least for them. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna be able to fuel their systems. This is straight fertilizer. That's how we'll regrow the ground. You know, and we'll regrow the earth because we'll have the seeds that are present, and then these dead bodies will literally just fertilize the entire ground. So after it's been completely in shambles, we'll just start from the ground up for what we want to be here.
Well, I have got to end right now because I've got to run and do some errands, but I just figured we'd go back over this, you know what I'm saying, and get back into it and stuff. So
I'll see you later. Thanks so much. We still got to talk about doing an interview. So
yeah, and we were
Jockey's interview tonight.
That's supposed to be tomorrow at 10 in the morning. So hopefully we can get that straightened out and get it going.
10 your time.
10 my time, 11 yours.
Okie dokie. I'll keep an eye out on the chat then.
And we're going to do that on Skype.
Okay.
So
I think I saw that a little bit too. I've
So,
been doing other stuff, but
I've got you added into the group chat on Skype already. So when you go in there, you'll see it. So
Okay, sounds good then.
I will end this and thank you for another great show, man. This has been pretty awesome.
Oh, I know. I was telling them last night. I was like, man, I might have to stop showing up every day because like my family's been so off balance, and I just got to get back on point because like I got certain goals, but then like I prayed on it and stuff, and I was like, nah, you still got to keep going. You just gonna have to work around it. So that's what I'm working towards, just being able to incorporate everything and make it work for me the best way it can.
Okay. Well, I will see you later and
All right.
talk to you in a little bit.
Have a good night. Be safe.
You too. And I'd like to say thanks everybody for showing up and have a good night. Hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today is my topic on strangeness. It's going to be a good one. We've actually gone over some stuff that's pretty good on here, and we also did some guest appearances on pirate radio, which was a pretty good experience, I guess. But it sparked me into doing something that I've actually had an interest in for a while now, and that is transdimensional beings. Now, let me kind of explain this. There's paranormal, and then there's parapsychology. Now, parapsychology is another approach to the paranormal. Alright, like people talk about ghosts, they talk about UFOs, you always hear about crop circles and things like that. Now, that's paranormal. Then you have parapsychology. You have people who take a look at these things and then they try to relate it to old lore, like in Ireland and Scotland and England and all over Europe and the whole world. Actually, there's lore of leprechauns and elves and gnomes and things like that. And if you look at them closely, you can tell that there is a resemblance between what we consider UFOs and aliens today to those entities or deities from the past, and it's a constant. And a parapsychologist looks at that and they ask themselves, is this a psychological thing that humans have developed, and it's just something that's happened all through our time being here on this planet, or are these actually spirits, entities, transdimensional beings, things of that nature? So that's the parapsychology. Now, they also deal with things like they'll take little robots and they'll put them on like a pool table kind of table where they have corners, and they'll have them marching. Hello, you there, Karma?
I'm here. Yeah, I apologize for being late.
Oh,
But
it's the first time you've been late, so.
second, I was like 10 minutes late. I think last Sunday too.
Oh, that's
Like
right.
6:10.
Okay.
Yeah, I keep track of my mishaps. But yeah, what have I missed? What have I missed?
Now, today, what I'm wanting to do is because we actually had you actually had a pretty good conversation on pirate radio, and there was something that we did last week concerning the skinwalkers, which we brought up on that Halloween special, and all through the time that it was being discussed, it made me think of transdimensional uh, entities. So today I kind of want to go over that, and they're also called hyperdimensional. So that kind of goes into some of the stuff that me and you've discussed too, like when you mentioned that was in agreement, on that part with the receptors in the brain and stuff. It
Yeah.
it kind of goes into that, which, by the way, I think we both kind of came to a mutual understanding of it, because remember I was talking about you can't have just a spiritual life. It has to be physical, mental, and spiritual. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And
Yeah. Interconnected.
interconnected. You can't have one without the other. And
Mhm.
when you were talking about that, that's kind of what brought it up with me on like the transdimensional thing, because when I was going over Skinwalker Ranch, what that doctor, what was her name again?
Rita.
Dr. Rita.
Yeah.
She was talking about a lot of the stuff that I had read about, and there was also like strange things that happen that are just way beyond the Skinwalker, like UFO sightings and things like that, and then cow mutilations and things. And in the book, the most interesting part about those cow mutilations is like the people that freaking witnessed them was standing no more than maybe 3 feet away from these cows. And then they would turn their head one moment, turn back, and all of a sudden, bam, there it was right in front of them.
But no trace of anything that could have done it.
No trace, nothing.
That's crazy.
See, and when I read that, that's where I started thinking about transdimensional beings or transdimensional entities that could travel between dimensions and do this stuff, because they've also talked about portals, they've talked about orbs and things of that nature.
Have you ever seen the Looper?
Well, describe what a looper is first.
Well, it's a movie. I mean, the movie itself, when they were like able to teleport and like transport from by teleportation, obviously rather quickly, just at a thought. And then how about Lucy? Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, I've seen Lucy.
Now, I believe, or I have it under great knowledge that we can obtain that level of education without any type of blue pill or type of robot stuff or anything like that. But when they say how you basically disappear, and they'll say if you do get to that level, you disappear. Now there's a way to maintain your physical existence as well, but it's why people kind of have those things to where you talk about like souls latching on to like just things in order to maintain their identity or to maintain their presence. So when you transfer yourself, because like you can interchange existences too with, but it would have to be very conscious. You have to be like it would have to be a very conscious transaction. It wouldn't be able to be. I mean, you could take someone else's identity through transferring, but they would be unaware, which would make it to where it would be an uneven transfer, so you would not be able to embody the full capacity of the potential of like just like the skill. So, but there wouldn't be a reason to take someone weak. That would be more so it like you would exchange with something that is either equal or ascendant as to you, and so or willing to do such. And so when you are transferring like okay, so we wouldn't want to obtain Lucy's level of education because supposedly you just turn into some liquid and just disappear. But the truth of the matter is, when you are able to transfer, it's not that you get weak, but you lose a little bit. So but you still have it in your spirit. So your physical is already different because you've transferred, and now your spirit has the access to the same capability, the same capacity, but because when you do any type of interaction, that's work being put in, and then that's you losing the amount of energy. You still be able to maintain, again, like I said, physical existence. You alter your physical existence without surgery. Like how you can see people who look so different, they'll make it seem like age. And like, oh, by the way, the Chandler guy did not drown, but whatever. And you will be able to, I don't know, if you change your cheeks, so like working out, and if you work out and you become a new position, that's a new physical existence. You really experience the death and a rebirth, and when with each transformation, each transition, you're able to, depending on what you transition into, experience a heightened awareness, a heightened intelligence. And so it's just cool because, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's cool to me because, like, we think that we have to kind of be limited by what we are and have no idea of what we can be because we've been told that all there is what we see. All
Look,
right.
that right there though is a block. You know what I mean? Like things that block you from progressing in life. You know what I mean? Like I think something's like up against your. Or is it really windy
Oh,
there?
it's the fan. No, it's the. Hold on. I'm laying on the fan.
Oh,
I'm
that,
off of it now. It's better, right?
yeah, it's a lot better. Now, like for me, that's what I think. I think those are blockers, you know, and I think they're put up on purpose because like they're controls, and a lot of people don't really understand what controls are. You know, like we talk about control people trying to control you all the time, but when you take a look at the actual idea of what a control is, you have to like think about when you go into a factory, you know what I mean, and they're working
Mm-hmm.
on these they're working with this machinery and stuff that's dangerous. What they do is
Mm-hmm.
they put controls up to prevent you from touching this or going in this area, and they mark them off. You know what I mean? Those are controls, and
See,
they
it's
don't.
funny you thought of it like that. The first thing when you're talking about restrictions. Those are restrictions, but when I'm thinking of control, I'm thinking an operation mechanism of how the machine itself even works, and then being someone, something at the helm, even if it's just the code. They're the same with us because we are like the original code, and so like, but go ahead, because what I hear what you're saying when you're talking about being controlled or having control. It's something to
Or
where
having controls within your mind, which are
mm,
preventing you
mm,
from going
or
from.
someone else at your controller, like
Yeah,
someone else operating you. Okay, now that's where I see it more as like you, because we are, like we said,
or
we're computer
something,
systems.
or
Yep,
something.
something.
It
Energy
could.
itself,
Yeah,
and energy itself manipulating your sensories, manipulating your reactors, like yeah, and that's what this is currently. The whole we live in a simulation, as is above, as is below, like more like how I mean, like literally a recreation of what we actually are, but with just experimentation, so much implemented experimentation to where we are feeling separated from what we are actually interlocked to. And if we create you in separation, like you're not going to be able to, you don't even know your function. Like if you're not connected to the other components that make you work, like within a car, like I was using that example before, you're not
mm-hmm.
going to be able to, you don't, to you have no function because you're not doing anything. You're not in place with what you need to be linked with in order for you to operate properly. You're just sitting in a box on a shelf.
Mm-hmm.
until you have an actual duty, until you get actually connected to those components that show you what your function is and help you to operate efficiently. And it's a matter of the divide and conquer that we've all been speaking of in order for there to be control of the overall simulation, because somebody, not somebody though, but energy above is sitting and playing the game to see how it's going to work. But that's what we think.
Mm-hmm.
We are actually just releasing our willingness to play the game. We're too tired. We're too busy. We're too whatever it is that's going to take us away from actually gaining insight of who we are and our capabilities. So we allow someone else to do it for us. Too lazy is what it is. We're not willing to actually, and afraid. To afraid is more like it. Too lazy, or unaware. We could do
Well,
unaware, but we know that's
let me
there.
let me throw a curveball real quick, okay? Some of
Mhm.
the things that have been thought of as trans-dimensional beings, okay? Now, here's a list of them. One is the Thunderbird. Yet, Yeti, or the Bigfoot, is another one. Then you have Chupacabra, the Chupacabra. Then the Jersey Devil. Then you have the Hellhound. And then the Loch Ness Monster. Now, as trans-dimensional beings, with everything you just said, how do you believe those would fit into the
They
equation?
would do that so that way you wouldn't know what you could actually be. They'll tell you that, oh, okay, this is what a transdimensional being is. So that way, oh, there's no way I could ever be that. But of course, you're not. They make it a far fetched story. They don't even condone those stories as being accurate, true, or any type of validity. But you're a transdimensional being. I'm a transdimensional being. I mean, like especially upon ascension, through enlightenment. But we'll tell you that it's a yeti, and so you don't reach your full potential. Wow, that's insane. Like, people are just gross. I can't. When you said that, not even think for a minute that those they consider those. No, they're not. Those are just stories that, oh, you got to be kidding me. This is what they're telling people are transdimensional. It's not, though, because we're transdimensional, and so we wouldn't even think about becoming ourselves because we would be told that ourselves is so outside of ourselves. That makes sense in that case as to why we wouldn't, because then we could just operate upon basically the control settings. Okay, the control settings are these are transdimensional beings, not you. So I definitely am not even going to look over there. That's a waste of time to consider this constant urge to be more, because I could never. These type of things are like that, not me. That's insane, man. I didn't know that that's how that was gonna go.
Now, that brings me to modalities. What do you think about? Have you ever heard of modalities?
Model, modality, modules. So,
Now,
I have not. No, I feel like I have, but what I see it to be is probably not what you're gonna tell me it is. The same with transdimensional. So,
modalities are usually used in like massage therapies and stuff like that. Um, the Japanese have a Japanese form of massage. It's based on the belief that's rooted in the idea that energy force lines, which are called QI, um, they those are the lines for them, and but what the Qui is, it's vital energy that's held to animate your body internally, and it's the central uh, important
yeah, that's what I see it to
Eastern
be.
systems of medical treatment. Like they use it in acupuncture wherever they put the needles and stuff, and self defense, Tai Chi. They use it on there too. So it's the key, is what it is. It's what
I
you
is so the chi,
the
the
key.
chi or the cree,
The
the key. Okay, when you said modality,
Yeah,
and I told you I didn't know what, or
it's
I was
it's
going to
it's
say
a
it's
form
something
of
else.
modalities, is what it is.
Yeah, but for me, I was going to say that it's the base of how something is, the model of how something's supposed to be, and then when you look it up in a dictionary, it tells a particular mode in which something exists or is experienced or is expressed, and that's what I saw it to be, the model, the representation of how something is.
Now,
Um,
now shiatsu massages it aim
that's
to
it.
remove blockages to the flow of the ki. Um, this is an active form of massage, often performed on the floor. Now, like on the Jeffersons, when you seen Mr. Jefferson laying on the floor and what's his name, his neighbor,
The neighbor stepping on them. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
walking on him. That's what that's supposed to be. It's one of the massages they do on there, which they don't have to take off their clothes or anything, and the therapist uses either their elbow, their knees, their feet, and to apply pressure. And
My massage lady did this. Well, she's not mine because I've had better. But one time, this lady I used to go to, she stood on my back like it was wild because I've seen it on TV and never had it happen before. And she's like stepping on me. Oh, it felt so good though. I feel I could. I tell the kids to step on me all the time. I well, not all the time as much anymore, but yeah, I love it. And but my oldest one, he steps on you, I'm going through the floor. He's yeah, a
now,
linebacker.
shiatsu actually means finger pressure, so that would that would be being able to transfer energy with your finger. I've heard of people saying they could do that.
Yeah,
Um,
like with mantras.
uh,
Mantras, but transferring to others with your finger, yeah, to touch. But yeah, I mean, like that's a weakened form. I mean, you can transfer energy without at all touching anything. I feel like when you get to that level, that's when you start experiencing a whole different type of like I would say exhilaration. Just you would like for more. You know what I mean? Like especially when you can do it without the aid of anything, like without drugs or without machinery, without when you can literally like look at something and kind of tell it what to do or tell it what you expect of it for it to understand who you are and like or what it is and what it's going to do. Just control, being able to control it. But because we can do that, but like the modality is that we're not able to. So
Now, the Thai massage is another active form of massage, incorporating stretches and body movements similar to yoga. Traditionally, this is performed with the client fully clothed and on a mat on the floor. Now, the interesting fact in Thailand, you may be asked if you want oil massage, which is the result of a Western tourist being more accustomed to Swedish massages.
you said oil massage.
Yeah, now traditionally, Thai massages doesn't use oil apart from in medicinal treatments. So apparently they use medicinal treatment massages as well. And then you have a couple of other ones like the Lumi Lumi. I don't know if you ever heard of that one. It was
I've never heard of a lumi lumi.
now Lumi Lumi is a traditional Hawaiian massage, and uh, it does incorporate oil. It's a very oily massage, but with that one, they also do prayers, breathing, and humming, and then they dance. Um, the Lumi Lumi tradition believes that memories are stored in the body as well as the mind, and that massage allows us to let go of patterns, behaviors, and trauma stored in the body. So they literally believe that you're storing the memories and the traumas and all that within your body, and when you do the Lumi Lumi, it releases it.
The thing about it is that's the truth. Like trauma is stored, and that's how we have certain reactions to and responses to certain occurrences, especially if they're repeating itself. If you're used to someone stopping short, just to use a light example, when a
Oh,
car accident, you have to help your mom. Go ahead.
yeah. I'm gonna mute this real quick. But go ahead and
Okay.
keep talking until I get back.
Oh, okay. Well, when you have been into a car accident and a car accident has made it to where like or the car stops short, and now every time you feel like a car has stopped short, you go back to that moment. That's a stored response because of an action that has happened. So when we are thinking about trauma, when we have something that it keeps occurring, let's just use a relationship now, a little a broader experience. Whereas you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend who every time she goes out, she doesn't call you. She never calls you. She never texts back. She's always too busy. And then, and at first you're just trusting, like, oh, whatever she's told me she's doing it. It's no big deal. Like, it's like, no, come on, babe's just chilling. And then you find out that she's been cheating on you. Now she turns up pregnant and the baby ends up being someone else's. Whoa, wait a minute. I thought you were. Hold on. I thought you were at work all those times. You telling me you were with a guy. I just what in the world? Then you do it again, and you attempt to have a connection to someone, and then they tell you they're at work and they're not answering the phones and they're not texting back in a timely fashion. And now you're starting to get flashbacks. You're like, man, last time that happened, this girl was having babies. So you might ask them this question. And they're like, oh no, hon, I'm not cheating. Of course not. I'm really breaking. You this time you take initiative. You like you ask those questions that you never even considered before because you took people's word for what it was, and then you find out later on they're cheating. You even asked, wait a minute, I even asked, what do you mean you were cheating this whole time? So now you move on to your next relationship. In your next relationship, same type of occurrence. She never answers the phone. She's always irresponsive when she's away from you, but seemingly always seems to have her phone. And like this is like the best relationship like you've ever been. She always has her phone, but she doesn't really talk to you when you want to talk. You know what I mean? She doesn't
Yeah.
talk when you want her to talk to you. And then you so now you're traumatized. You know what I mean? The past two relationships, first one you never even asked, second one you asked and she lied, and then you found out wow she really was cheated. And this one you're like, man, I don't know what to do. I don't I want to ask. And but if I ask, she might just lie. I want to trust her, but I mean, like I really don't trust her because I've been traumatized. So now you follow her. So now you're stalking her. You stalking her. You're
Mm-hmm.
doing a whole bunch of illegal stuff just to find out what she has going on because you are too afraid to ask because you've been traumatized. You are too afraid to leave it alone because you've been traumatized. So now you're putting yourself in it. She catches you one day. She catches. Well, what are you doing? Why are you following me? Uh, you never answer the phone and blah 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 blah. But all along and behold, she's a hustler. She's out here wanting you guys to move in together. She's already working on a house. She knows she that you guys like. And I know this sounds crazy, right? But it's the truth. This caused the reason you felt how you felt was because of your stored trauma. You have stored trauma, and you respond to certain instances in ways that I mean, like you would not have normally responded to had that the trauma presented itself. But it's able to be released, like you said, this massage being one of them. But
Mm-hmm.
in regards to other things before those people that because they know the power and abilities and healing capabilities of massages, it's why only a few select individuals are such a privy to experience such. Imagine if that was part of standard healthcare. You know what I mean? Because you
Yeah.
have to like you have to go like pap smears. You're supposed to go get pap smears, and you're supposed to get what's those colonoscopies or whatever. All the crap they tell you have to do. But like they don't. Why is not a massage? You know? Oh, you have to make sure you go to healing therapy as well. We'd love to make sure that you're releasing all that stored trauma. We've had a lot of crazy events happening, right? Look at that war, and then we opened up another war over
See,
there,
like
and then we
right there too. Okay. Like with what you were talking there, for me, I can see a lot of. Well, you know how I said it's physical, emotional, spiritual. Like I can see a lot of the emotional stress there. You know, stuff like that. But
right.
like think about what it's doing to you on a physical level as well. Like your blood pressure's going up, you're probably hyperventilating, you know, just
Gaining
because
weight, losing weight, unable
mhm,
to eat, overeating. Yeah, it just hair falling out. Yep.
Yeah,
But
or
you,
turning gray.
hmm
I've got gray hair for a reason, man. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, after probably not having anything like that. And but you know what's so crazy for me, because I see the world for what it is now. I see everyone has an agenda, right? And I know that people can only access you as free willingly giving as you are. And that was one of my main reasons for stepping back from like social media and like interacting with people, because people are grossly greedy. You know what I mean? They you get a little bit and they just keep taking. Especially when you say, hey, hold on, I gotta save some for myself and make myself great. You'll never be great. And they'll just like, completely latch on to you and they'll start leeching you. And so when you are sharing yourself, you're like people are literally manipulating you. We're talking about being under control. People realize the ability to control, and it's not even just the simulation now. It's the simulation being created within the simulation in order to
mm-hmm.
simulate the simulation. And oh wait, they can do this. This is really true. Oh, there's aliens. Let me make my own aliens. Oh, there's this. Let me do this. Let me, and then. But taking advantage in the process. In the process, they're having things to where they're, excuse me, allowing or altering how you think. They're creating devices that make it to where it can change your mind. I mean, like you said, we can say what we want to say, but like thinking about the COVID vaccine and stuff, like people are injecting things into their system in order for stuff to kind of work in a favor of an
Yeah.
overall purpose without knowledge of it at all. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? And I mean, like then, and now the savior's going to come and he's going to inject some bull crap in you as well, but you're not going to know because you're going to be like, oh man, you're here to save us, and like, no,
Yep.
it's not.
That's
But
really what it comes down to. People expect outside influences to take care of all their problems.
and they
Yeah.
don't look inside because the outside influence are the ones that have created the circumstances. So
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to me, I expect the outside influences. If you, especially if you're not going to clean up your mess, like if you're going to keep throwing trash on the ground, we're going to ban you from the park. That's true. It's illegal to loiter. So if you're throwing trash on, excuse me, loitering is illegal, soliciting is illegal, and so which would mean your voice in my head is solicitation, and that is illegal, especially if I did not welcome you here. You would have to get my permission first to say, hey, can I plant right here and kind of just sell my noise? Oh yeah, absolutely, sure, why not? If not, it's illegal, right? You're not supposed to do it. Now
Mm-hmm.
when you talk about littering, if you're going to pour dirt on my name and you can keep throwing trash, if I go to any business and I just keep throwing trash on their ground in front of their business, and the manager's like, hey man, no littering. Okay, okay, no littering. And then they keep coming back. I keep coming back. And I'm throwing, hey, I said no litter. And they keep giving me chance at the chance at the chance at the chance. This is the outside source, outside thing coming inside my establishment. Coming, and I'm not, we're not even in the parking lot. We're inside the store. Keep coming inside my establishment, throwing trash on the ground. I've asked them several times not to do that. Eventually, what's going to happen? They're going to get kicked out. And if they show up after I've trespassed them, now what happens? I'm calling the police. Hey, I told them to stop doing this. They keep coming here doing this. I didn't want any problems. I didn't hit them. I didn't go look for them. Hey, you over there, throwing the trash on the ground. Come in here and throw some trash in here so I can kick you out and tell you not to do it. No, that's not how it happened. They
Yeah.
took it upon themselves to come in my no. So that's in that case, you are expecting the outside thing to kind of get the on through. Stop soliciting. Stop loitering. Stop
Well,
littering. You do
everybody
expect that.
everybody keeps talking about vampires. I mean, on a
Ah.
transdimensional level, I mean, don't you believe that there's people who want to drain your energy so that it makes them stronger?
Exactly. So why not feed them poison? If you know something is actively attempting to access you without giving you just, we'll say, restitutions, and not making sure that you're even look. So you're a vampire. So you be drinking blood. You suck people's blood. So you stay up all night, huh? I'm trying to stay up
Well,
all
what
night.
if
What's
it's
up?
not blood? I mean, what if it's your energy?
That's your
What?
energy. Well, I mean, I was just saying if you were having a
Yeah, I
basic
know.
conversation, there's something you could get from that vampire as well. But you
Mm-hmm.
mean you're just gonna come and just drink me all up, and I'm not gonna get nothing? No, 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 it's not gonna happen like that. It's not gonna
I,
happen. I'm gonna give you poison. I promise you're gonna hate yourself. You're gonna kill yourself, and then they're gonna attempt to reverse it and make it to where it feels like you, but you're stronger because you prepared for this state for so long,
mm-hmm.
and so you have the ability. You're supposed to anyway. Not everyone does that. They kind of let the vampire make them kill themselves, and now all these people are popping up dead. Like that man did not drown. I
Mm-hmm.
was just like telling you for a fact. He keeps saying it. He's telling me he hasn't stopped telling me he's not dead and he did not drown. And I am not dead. I did not drown. And someone has been hit or habitated his existence, and we're gonna see that soon. Well, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, not everyone maybe, but like I already see it now, so I don't know. I don't know
Now,
how that goes.
here we go right here. What is hyperdimensional beings? We got level 0 is knowledge of dimensions, just knowing knowledge of dimensions. Level 1 is supposed to be time travel, according to this guy. Level 2 is teleporting. Level 3 is demonstrating timeless moments. Level 4, literally biologically immortal, can only die by certain weaknesses, if at all. Then you have level 5, can physically or at the soul level enter alternate dimensions. Then you have level 6, doesn't live in the ordinary world, nearly omniscient, essent, or highly magical. Then you have level 7, which is ascendant, travels great distances within dimensions and changes the nature of dimensions. Then you have level 8, travels between several dimensions virtually at will. Then level 9, higher dimensional magical powers. Knowledge beyond power means something special and practical. Then there's level 10, uses one dimension to live in another as a
Hold on, wait
habit.
a second. There it goes. The mic was cutting out, but it's good now. Go ahead. Can
Okay,
you do level 10 again though?
yeah, it says uses one dimension to live in another as a habit. Super nomad between dimensions. Then you have level 11, dimensions permanently magically obsolete. That's weird. Dimensions permanently magically obsolete.
Yeah, they have no, not that they don't have meaning, but it's just like you are what is. You just exist. It's not even a study anymore. It's not all the, you have to read all these books to get here. Like, yeah, you got to do that or that helps. But like reading everything and not believing what it is not really helping you get anywhere at all. It's just you having awareness of something that you kind of deny and denounce. So it's one of those things to where nothing is, but everything is absolute. There's nothing, but there's everything at the same time of there being nothing. They kind of coexist. And because they are the same thing, they don't just coexist, they actually are the same thing. Everything is nothing and nothing is everything. But you have to look at it on the level of creation and from where everything starts. Like you just start with a plan of I'm going to build this house or I'm going to make this car or I'm going to build this business, and then you start there and then you go grow into something. So you start with nothing and then you grow into something, but that means that thing is absolutely nothing because that's all it came from, and so it can go back to that as easily as it began.
Okay, so he explains it. He says that you should also see hyper souls. So the hyper soul, the most efficient soul formula by far appear to be AB. If you are not A, you are aware of B, therefore A. Variant A, sublimate B, C, D. If you are not A, you are aware of B, C, D, therefore A. Now, it goes on to revised, and its higher numbers now seem to be earlier models, though not much research has been done. So this is a placeholder until hypersoul formulas can be developed. Hypersouls is still thought to be a real concept. -2 tile divided by 6 categories equals
Well,
4 formula for souls. That's crazy.
I mean, like, why would you even explain someone at what they are in those type of methods? Like, you're just really like throwing it in their face. Like honestly, how do you make everyone understand that? Like, how do you? How do you? I mean, because it's supposed to be a universal concept. That's what it is. Nothing in it. That's exactly what that is. Like, yeah, okay, you're giving labels to absolutely everything, but denying the fact that it's absolutely nothing. If everything has a label, then that's attempting to make it something when it actually is nothing. Like, you have to get people to be able to accept that everything is nothing, not to solidify it being something and then it being that nonsense. Nothing, not his hustle. Shout out to him. He knows a whole bunch of numbers and formulas more than I do, type thing. I guess, like,
Like,
whatever. But
I don't know
bro, like,
about all
I'm
that.
just saying, like, no, that's not like, you got to really understand who you are. Like that's just like, what in the world? Like, I'm not gonna read my kid that for bedtime stories. Give me
Yeah,
something we can
yeah,
feel types. Yeah, you gotta like, no, man. There's no. Te lo prometo la
no.
pasito.
I'm gonna post the link on here. I've been posting these on here as we go,
Yeah, I
so
saw one. That's where I saw the other one, the massage one. I grabbed it. I'm not organized yet, but I did start twisting the boy's hair. Then I got tired of it and I went to sleep,
now
and
we
so that was that.
now we get into the really nitty gritty. This is the good stuff. This goes into Einstein. Now, Einstein applied theories for extra dimensions, which would give the universe a curvature, i.e., space and time are curvy and bend. It applies that there had to be more than 4 dimensions that the universe exists in. Now it'd be a huge coincidence if all life in the universe existed perfectly within 3D physics, with no ability to interrupt, move through, and use any of the other dimensions. We called this possible category of most likely extraterrestrial life hyperdimensional. Essentially, physics would imply that these beings may not even be formed with matter, may be travel through time like we can walk through space, teleport across the universe by sheer force of will, manipulate gravity, etc. You can really go crazy with what might exist out there. It quickly starts to sound more like science fiction than anything truly scientific. And that's because we don't have a lot of science needed to understand what the universe would even look like if we could observe all dimensions. However, most would agree that we could ever communicate with these beings. No, would agree that if we could ever communicate with these beings, it would be pretty surreal, magical to experience, almost fantastic, like meeting literal gods. It's entirely possible they're just floating around out there, completely unbound by time and thus immortal and eternal, building and shaping worlds and life for their own amusement. Who knows? The stars themselves could even be conscious outside of 4 dimensions, and they may even view other life on Earth. No, they may even view our life on Earth as a complete natural and physical process, as we do the flow of a river or the passing of weather. That's pretty cool.
Now that is something we could put in a short story and make sure that gets distributed to the kids. That last part was definitely where it's at.
Yeah.
Like, yo, it's crazy because who you dropped the link, right, of the person that wrote this.
Uh, it's one of the comments. He was just he knew what he was saying, but I don't think he was trying to write a book. That's what's so weird about it.
But it's not even a bad thing. What he did was right because he was a. But you know why I love what he did, right? But he questioned himself. I don't like that part because he's nervous about it being true because he knows it's true. But I don't want you to look at me like I'm the guy with the tinfoil hat. We need more people to not give a crap, put their tinfoil hats on proudly, and walk around this like to where, oh, you're not wearing a tinfoil hat. Oh, I'm conscious, and just walk away from them like, you know what I mean, type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, and that's where we go with it because honestly he was speaking so many true points and so many facts, but then he kind of was like, who's to say or who doesn't know? You know, and let people know that you know and be comfortable in knowing, staying proudly and firm in the fact that you know, because your awareness is what creates your infinity. Your awareness is what brings you your immortality. Because when somebody else denies their immortality, once somebody else denies their capability, it's free grabs. When you tell someone what the truth is and they deny it, I love it. That's like it's just like, oh man, better than orgasm. Because honestly, it goes to me. If you don't believe in what I'm giving you or what's being
So,
offered to you, even if
hold
it's
on.
not from me,
Hold on a minute.
you
Did you just say that, like, orgasms are
oh my
hyperdimensional?
gosh, come on, move on past that. Move past the wet
Hy-
panties with you. You understand? You move
hyperdimensional
past.
orgasms. You just said
Have
you
you
had
never?
a.
Have you never? Have you seriously never? Oh my god, that's like I used to have them a lot more often. I haven't been masturbating as much as I usually do
No,
or
I'm
used to.
I'm I'm
But
talking about
it,
hyperdimensional orgasms. I'm not.
but that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying in regards to it. It's still masturbation, even if it's with your mind. Yeah. Are
Yeah.
you kidding? Where you don't use any tools and you don't use, and it's literally just the thought and the ability to connect with the energy. Heck yeah, you've never done the God. Oh man, who are you screwing?
Okay,
You really
so
got to get with these guys.
so we need to get on to the most interesting part. You're big on talking about like the computer aspects and being in a program. All right. So I want to go over something called hyperdimensional computing. All right. Now, have you ever heard of hyperdimensional computing?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not versed.
Okay, so it's referred to as HDC. All right, and hyperdimensional computing is an approach to computation, particularly artificial intelligence, where information is represented as a hyperdimensional long vector, an array of numbers. A hyperdimensional vector, hypervector, could include thousands of numbers that represents a point in a space of thousands of dimensions. Vector symbolic architecture is an older name for the same broad approach. Data is mapped from the input uh, space to sparse HD space under an encoding function. Representations are stored in data structures that are subject to corruption by noise or hardware failures. Noi- yeah. Noisy, corrupted HD representations can still serve as input for learning, classification, etc. They can also be decoded to recover the input data. H is typically restricted to range limit integers. That would be a control, in my opinion. Now, this is analogous to the learning process conducted by fruit flies uh, of fact no OL no of by
I'm
fruit
gonna mute,
flies
but
of
I'm still
factory
listening.
systems. Okay. The input is roughly 50-dimensional vector corresponding to odor receptor neuron types. The HD representation uses 2,000 dimensions. 2,000 dimensions. So, HDC algebra reveals the logic of how and why systems makes decisions. Unlike artificial neural networks, physical world objects can be mapped to hypervectors to be processed by the algebra. HD is suitable for in-memory computing systems which compute and hold data on a single chip, avoiding data transfer delays. Analog devices operate at low voltage. They are energy efficient but prone to error generating noise. HDCs can
Like that
tolerate
beeping in the
such
background.
terrors.
Oh,
Huh?
go ahead. Do you not hear the beeping in the background? It's really
No.
loud for me. That's why I was wondering. No,
No,
of course
I
you don't.
can't.
You hear
Mm-mm.
the beeping.
Now, various teams have developed low power HDC hardware accelerators. Nanoscale memoristive devices can be exploited to perform computation in a memory hyperdimensional computing system can implement operations on two memoristive crossbar engines together with peripheral digital CMOS circuits. Experiments using 760,000 phrase change memory devices performing analog in memory computing achieved accuracy comparable to software implementations. That's just crazy. I'm gonna stop talking
Basically,
there.
so yeah, no, yeah, but it makes sense, and yeah, I appreciate what you just said because it was more like a revelation of already what is seen and witnessed. So it's cool because you just gave me an explanation to what I already knew, but I was unable to explain. So now I understand what's happening, or then I know something was happening, and I knew but like
I
just
just
being able to do that was able to,
I
yeah, go
just
ahead.
figure like if you get into conversations with people about that again, just bring up hyper dimensional computing. Okay, it's also used in AI, and it's been around for a while. A lot of people don't understand that concept. Like a lot of the stuff that you're talking about is like real science. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know, and I never even studied it. That's why I think it's dope. It's just like I'm smart. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, yo, well, I did study it. I did study it, but I studied it with an alternative method, hence the gel, alternative energy restoration. Because the stuff people studied in books, I literally studied from nature and was able to reach the same aptitude, or not same. I mean, like, because I don't stay on it. Like, I'm sure if I would have, like, there's certain parts of it that certain components that I kind of I store but I don't necessarily use. Whereas and I feel like that's with every
Oh, shit. I did it again.
I focus aspect universal globalism as opposed to just right here. Because once I move from right here, same with my house. This is my house right here. If I move to Canada, it's not my house. If I move to California, it's not my house. If I move to New Jersey, it's not my house. This is my house here. But when I go over there, it's not so. So it's like making this here. You know what I mean? It serves its purpose while here, but what's going to serve me while there? It has to be something that serves me while there. It has to be continue. You know what I mean? Anywhere I go, it should be something that I'm able to utilize. I cannot sleep in this house anymore. If I go to Jersey, like this, it's not happening. There's no way for it to. But it serves its purpose where it's at, and kind of thing. When it's necessary, I'm going to Florida. I'm going back to my house in Florida. Type. It's here when I come here. So when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at it like you're going to travel with everything that you are, everything that you have. You're supposed to anyway. The important stuff is going to go with you regardless. So, what are you going to nourish? What are you going to flourish? What are you going to enhance upon? What is that
Mm-hmm.
you're going to be able to elevate? And with that, it's going to be who you are, your energy, the energy you choose to incorporate. I mean, like, because all that stuff is great when it's time to build a house. You know what I mean? When it's time to fight, be ready, be able to fight. Definitely. I'm not telling you, oh, I'm not a fighter, so I'm not even going to engage. Well, that's just foolish. Engage with absolutely everything you presented. There's a purpose and a reason that is being presented to you. But what you utilize and what you keep on a consistent basis on the forefront, that could be completely different. and that's going to be based off of necessity, based off of your position in this whole. Whether you're an alternator, whether you're a starter, you know what I mean. Like machinery is going to be different in creating all of these simple parts because they do different jobs. So yeah, the battery didn't go through the same functionality that the tires went through. Functionality test that the tires went through. The tires didn't go through the same functionality that the seatbelts went through. Yeah, but they're all again in the same exact car, like all of it. And then just be under the category of a car, and they're able to transport. So you got to look at symbolism in that, and the ability to transport and travel. And I could do this forever. Like I already,
Okay.
you know what I mean, type of thing.
Now,
But
now,
yeah,
now,
that's
what
it.
we have to talk about with everything you've said and what we've
You should
discussed
go to
with.
sleep. Where
No,
are you at?
I'm right here.
There's no talking and there's no
Oh,
beeping.
oh, okay. Sorry, I had it muted again. So
I,
with everything that you've talked about, okay,
hmm
and what we've discussed with these articles here, let's go back over the topic that I wrote down. Okay, now we've we've
Transdimensional humans.
we've started talking about trans-dimensional entities. Okay, but let's also expand that into things like crop circles,
Hmm.
aliens, and
Aliens.
how
There's no
these
such.
how could these incidents relate to or be explained as beings from another dimension? Could they possibly be transdimensional entities that we've discussed in those forms? You know, rather than being ghosts or aliens and the like. You
Yeah,
know, could
because there's no such thing as aliens. They're not aliens. They're
could
just
they
higher
be
intelligent.
could they be trans-dimensional beings from a different dimension? You know,
But
stuff like
being from
that.
different dimensions can like you can go to a different dimension, Roger.
Right.
Like as Rod,
Well,
you know what I mean. So
what
so so so
about
so you would.
what about these sightings though? What if like you said that I could do it,
They're
you
from
could
this
do it,
dimension. They're just
anybody
changed in
can.
form. I mean, they're here. So they're here, and it's not like they just disappear. They just change form. They have the ability to become whatever they feel like becoming. So they become something different. People have this ability
Hmm.
now. That whole downloading a new body, they got this concept from the ability to be able to transform and to be able to be something different within this dimension. Like people do this
Hmm.
right now. Like I know for a fact, people, I'm 100%, 1,000% sure people quote unquote download these new bodies. They've run the trials and they're ready to present to the world
Now,
for
what about crop
phenomenal fee.
circles though?
Well, crop circles. I mean, that's just a higher intelligence. Like I don't, they don't, they and what they are. Oh, what they are. Oh, they're signals. They're messages, and they're messages for us. They're messages for you to understand what's happening, and they're markers, so we know what we have to do in certain areas and what we're looking for. I'm not gonna tell you all of that because you're not giving me enough for me to be able to do that. I rock with you, but I mean,
Oh,
I'm being
you
honest.
no you. You're hitting on stuff, you know what I mean. We've been discussing this stuff, so give me your viewpoint on it.
Yeah, no, true
You don't
story
need
though. It
to do
is.
it.
It is. That's what it is. It's for people to know. And I mean, people listen. And I'm be honest with you. It has nothing to do with people. I say people, but that's just who we are right now. We're people, but we've been different things at different times, just depending on what is necessary. So we're human right now, but we'll be something else again too.
Hmm.
And when you're looking, and it's not going to be a robot. I hate to break it to the world. Just throw that in there. But when you're looking at things and what's happening and what's going on, it's in order for us to communicate because again, all these pretty houses and cars, we're going to get rid of them soon, sooner than later. And there'll be no such thing, but we'll have our markers. We'll know what we got to do in certain areas and what we're looking for because the stuff that we're looking for is in the earth. It's not on your house. We don't want to take your kids. It's just gross. And but people that imitate us do and make it look like it would be something that would be natural occurrences and with amongst people like us or people things like this, and they'll say, "Oh man, you got to watch them. They're child killers or child whatevers or whatever." You know what I mean? But really,
Hmm.
they are, and it's order for you to be disassociated what we are, because we say, "Hey, people are going to live. We're not going to kill everyone. I mean, it's not going to be a problem where." And it sounds really crazy coming out like this, but I just got to tell you the truth, and it is the truth. And so, but we have to maintain a plane. We have to maintain a physical plane. So this one is it. Unfortunately, it does serve us really. It not unfortunately, but it's the best suited for the practice. The only problem is what's been inhabited on here. So we got to get rid of a
Hmm.
lot of it, and we have to get rid of and because people are so unwilling to change their consciousness, we give so many opportunities to kind of get it right, so we don't have to annihilate everything. And people are like, no, I'm not gonna do that because it's not cool. And so, fine, whatever, okay. But like you've been warned, type of thing. And yeah, we just need to know where things are going to be at when we get stuff done, because there's certain points to make it stronger. We'll be able the energy will be able to, like, when you see it, you got to see it from what it's going to be, because they all go together. It's not They're not separate. They're in separate places, but they're all connected. We do it on purpose in order for us to know what's happening where. And yeah, no, they're not doing anything now, but they will. They can, and they have. They can do little stuff individually, but it's them connected, and you'll be able to see the energy first. It's gonna be so cool. Well, it's gonna be cool for me because I'm gonna be on the other side of it. I ain't gonna be on the side where, oh my god. But yeah, like it's really it's some of our best work yet. And I mean, like, we've been doing this for, oh god, forever, honestly. But so yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I mean, we know how it's gonna go, but I mean, guess we'll show you how it goes. I don't know. I'm going to stop talking now. I hope I'm going to stop talking now.
Well, the thing is like where I really picked up on this stuff was there's a woman over in England that I referred John to, and I told him he really needs to try to talk to her, and she's a parapsychologist, and she brings up the fact, that like we at one time believed in elves, gnomes, trolls, things of that nature, different lores throughout time. Now you take a look at today's generation, and it's changed towards ghosts, aliens, UFOs, and crop circles. And then she said, well, you take a look at the crop circles. Now you have these crop circles that are popping up in fields, but also 400, 500, 600 years ago, it was even farther back, 2,000 years ago, it was traditional for people in England who were pagans to go out in these fields when they had not sowed their crops, but whenever they had finished with their crops, and they would do ceremonies and festivals to celebrate the bringing in of the crops, because they were actually doing these festivals to worship their deities. Now, what's to say that that's not connected?
Which is why power had been bestowed amongst some.
Right. Now, what's to say that that's not connected to these crop circles that we're seeing today? And what's to say that there isn't some kind of psychological connection with us and having to see things like elves and dwarves and gnomes, UFOs, ghosts, entities.
Having to see things?
Yes.
It's not having to see things. They are here. You don't have to see them. It's because they exist.
No, I mean, it's an honest question. I mean, I know you have your opinion. I have my opinion. She brings up a valid opinion. I mean, it's true.
But it's just a matter of thinking that you have to, and it's not all opinion. It's some very well facts, because it's not. We do see them.
What she says isn't any less valid than what you say. I mean,
what I'm saying, depending on who's listening, because she's right. She's saying, what's stopping us from having to see these things? The thing about it is, nothing's stopping us from having to see them. We do not have to see them. The reason we see them is they exist.
The question is it's not seeing them. It's how is it that they keep popping up? Like, crop circles isn't something that just a certain group of people see. You know what I mean? Like,
because they exist. That's what I'm saying.
No, she's not saying they don't exist. She's saying, what kind of connection do we have to make it to where we see these crop circles? What makes it to where we believe in gnomes, we believe in trolls, we believe in elves, then we start believing in UFOs, we start believing in...
Usually people see them, right?
What's to say they're not trans-dimensional entities that's been here all along, appearing to us the way we want them to be seen?
Oh no, because it doesn't work like that. I'm not going to be who you want me to be because It makes you comfortable. I am who I am, and then if you're able to see me, it's because you are who you
Well,
are.
you're
It's
talking
your
about
energy
yourself though.
level.
You're
No,
talking
no, in
about yourself.
general, and even these things,
You see.
even a car. I can. Oh, is that a Toyota? Oh, it looks like a Toyota, and you get closer. Oh no, actually, it's an Acura. You know what I mean? You saw it how you thought you
Well,
saw it,
well,
but
see
what it
that
is, it still
that steps
was.
back from what we were discussing though, because like you can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying?
How is it both ways? Seeing
Like
something for what it actually is versus what you think it is, it's the same thing. I
like.
mean, like you might think it's a Toyota, but it's actually an Acura. You might think it's worthless, but it's actually everything. It's one of those type of
But
things.
we live in a matrix. If
Or
you
you do, not
no
all of
no,
us.
I mean, you see, like right there, you can't say you don't live in a matrix. You're here. We're
But
talking.
wait, you cannot. Or am I? Am I here? I'm only here because I choose to be. Because if I'm not any longer here, then I'm not here, right? I'm
But
only here because I choose to show up. If I
no,
stop
I
showing
mean,
up, I'm no
period
longer
on
here.
life. I mean, in the real world, you're
But
here.
look, how do you know how I exist if you don't know me? The only way you can know of my existence is me bringing it to you. And I don't necessarily. What if I? You don't know that. What if I stop coming because I'm dead or by your nature dead? But I am dead to you if I'm no longer here. My life here with you is over, and I have rebirth somewhere else.
I've
Type of
met
thing.
you.
It's
I mean, that's
that.
important too. I've
Did you
met
though?
you.
What if I'm not who I say I am? What if
You
I'm just
see,
HDC and I'm just something typed into a
See,
code and I don't really, you know what I mean? But
that's
you're
that's kind of what it gets into. You know what I'm saying? It's like uh, your how you appear. You know what I'm saying? Like
But I
that's
only am going
kind
to
of
appear
the
how you
deal.
see me.
Like people back then didn't think of UFOs. They didn't think of well, they did think of ghosts, but they didn't think of UFOs, and they didn't
Because it was
think of,
normal.
you know what I'm saying? They thought of the elves. They thought of the gnomes. They thought of, because that was something that they could visualize. So
Dwarves exist though. There's dwarfism. Like dwarfs actually exist. They've just dumbed down the terminology and we don't give them any type of substantial power. Like it's not something that we just hope to see. They really do exist. Things living in different places. What's a troll? It's supposed to live under a bridge. Well, we have plenty of trolls that live under
gnomes,
192.
gnomes, things
What's
like
a
that. But
what's a gnome?
that's what they comprehended, and that's what they saw. You see what I mean?
Be-
That's what they saw. That's what they were capable of seeing. You
But
see?
who's to say that others didn't see other things? That's just what's smart. Because I mean, people have been seeing things and not telling people for ages. I mean, like,
Hmm.
why tell people if they're going to do stuff to you when you tell them? Why tell people if they're not going to be able to understand what you understand? Why tell like doesn't you get tired of sharing knowledge with people who are closed off? Like, there's no point
Hmm.
at that point. It's like you figure it out on your own. I don't have to help you, and
Well,
that's the point I had got to.
even in your own mind, okay? Like there's a lot of things you can't comprehend. There's things that are
Mm.
just way too overwhelming that you can't comprehend. So if
See,
there's
and
a
see when you
if
say you,
no everybody,
but
okay?
see, that's the terminology that puts it to where it's in place for it to have to be definite and finite, and that's where you're not,
So
and then you're
you're telling
creating
me
it.
that you have complete knowledge of the universe.
I never told you
No,
anything.
I mean
You're assuming that based off of the words that I'm saying. I'm telling you that when you forcefully say something is, it becomes. When you continuously say something is, it's always going to be prevalent until you choose to change what you're associating and being able to describe or how you're describing it. It's going to be that thing. So if I'm always like, oh, I'm worthless. I'm worthless. I become worthless. If I always
right.
become, I don't know what I understand. I don't know I'll never know what I understand. But like, there's ways for you to be able to comprehend absolutely everything. It's just your willfulness to do so. There's ways for you to be able to block out anything that's attempting to access your energy for free and not be able to pay up like they supposed
Mm-hmm.
to. Like, even if you play stupid, I know one thing: the best way to get somebody that thinks you stupid is to be that stupid person that they think that you are. Like, because if you present yourself as with your full capacity, they're going to attempt to go harder. And if you're the hardest, then of course it's going them
Now
hits are
see,
going to hurt.
that also brings up another aspect of this transdimensional thing. Like there doesn't necessarily have to be just good entities. There's bad entities that want to do stuff like that.
But see, evil doesn't exist. Like evil, there's no such thing as evil because we expel it. Like we allow things to be what it is by free will and take on any form that it feels is necessary for it to operate.
Well,
But that does
let
not
me
mean it's going
let
to
me put it
operate.
to you this way: there's entities that want to drain you of.
Oh, I know Elon Musk. Shoot, he's number one entity. Let's talk about Kanye West. Like, let's keep going. We can go for days.
Yeah,
I know. You talk
I
about
already
me, or
know
you talk about the
you.
world.
I already know
Shit.
you and your Elon Musk thing. You've
I mean,
explained
like,
that.
you don't
You've
add
explained
Kanye.
that
Let's
a
add
few
Kanye
times.
on the record. Let's add Kanye on the record. Shit, let's add Aubrey Graham on the record. Let's do that. I mean, Aubrey is a little light. Like, let's go. We can go for days. I've been
Yeah.
doing this for a long, long time, honey.
Yeah, see,
Long,
like
long time.
that's another aspect. Like there's trans-dimensional entities that aren't just positive. They're not just negative. They don't. They're according to
They
levels.
weak and they got to
they're-
be able to get where you at, and they don't know how to
Right.
do it without being leeches. Exactly. That's like the people I know when I was coming up. They would rob people because they didn't have the money that these other people had. They see people like that like to kind of rob people in other aspects, and automatically their mind is like, well, they robbing me, I get to rob them and get away with it because they robbing me, and I know they robbing me, type of thing. But I don't like robbing regardless of who's doing it, how rich you are, or what type of level of existence you run on. I like robbing is robbing. You're not gonna take anything from me because I ain't taking nothing from you. And if you feel like you're gonna take something from me, well then I do absolutely nothing on the force scene, because if I do something on the force scene and you might be able to counteract what I'm doing, I don't want you to be able to counteract. I want to be able to attack your ass and be left alone about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit like, no, I'm doing nothing. Because if I ask you to stop and you don't stop, then we have a problem. Because no means no, stop means stops, period. And if you're unable to comprehend these simple instructions, we have to do something about it.
Exactly. And see, that's where it goes back to what I was talking about. Like, it's on physical, emotional, and spiritual levels too. Like, there's
And a connection.
There's that connection there, and you can't have one without the other. The little thug trying to rob you on the street to freaking your emotions.
You whooping his ass and letting them know that you don't get down like that, and him being surprised because you're a girl and they think, what in the world? Is that Medea? It might be, bitch. Don't ever try it again.
I think I explained it good enough. Now let's talk about the emotional stuff. You know what I mean? Stuff that drains you emotionally and leaves you freaking tired, and
suicidal and sleepy, and it is so crazy because lately I've been seeing people who are usually way more tired and way less able to achieve my level of energy, accessing my energy. And I want their money, so I've been allowing them, if people want to get the money, because I mean, like, why are you doing this? You know what I mean? So keep doing what you got to do, honey. I'm on my way to be where you're at, type of thing. But in the regards, I'm still protecting myself because you're only going to get certain things from these things. Like, I might just one day blow up and be on live talking about what I know and who is doing these things to me, and you might not even know that I was aware of it. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't see that coming. Exactly. But speaking of which, I have a show tonight. But it's regards to what you allow, what you accept. And Jaffe even hit on that day we were on Pirate Radio. It's like, yeah, but shouldn't you be able to block stuff? But Mr. Anderson was like, yeah, but you're affecting stuff. But stuff affects you as much as you allow it to affect you. Where as long as you're aware. When you're unaware, it's going to affect you as much as it would like to affect you. So for me, being aware helps so much, because I know when they come and they bring my drinks from Wawa and they have stuff in it. Certain delivery drivers, they tell me who certain delivery drivers are, how or certain Uber drivers are, and I'm able to kind of know what I'm getting prior to its arrival, type thing. And it's one of those things to where I share this with the world, and I'm so passionate about it because I do it on a consistent basis. Like, I love what you told Jaffe. You're like, this is her lifestyle. Like, she really believes in it. She really lives in it, and it's the truth. And I think Jaffe knows that as well. And Mr. Anderson definitely.
Well,
but
he needed to know that, because I think the way he was responding to it, I didn't think he understood. Like, this is something you believe in wholeheartedly. It's pretty much every part of your life. That's
Jaffe likes to play devil's advocate. Jaffe understands
that's
more
why,
than he.
That's also why, like, if you know Karma love too much, you just let her talk.
And then he had to, but no, not really, because I like to hear what, because then how am I
Well, I
learning?
mean,
If you're not going to teach me, then I'm
after
not going to
that,
interact for too long, because I
I
know what I
talk,
know.
I talk with you. Don't go there. I talk with you. We've been doing it right now, but I know that when you're on a run and you're saying what you're saying, it's just best to let you get it out. You know.
Shoot, yeah, because then I mean, well, oh, you don't have to, and I accept that too. I don't mind not telling everything, and sometimes I feel like when I get cut off, it's more so the universe saying, "Look, these people deserve to know what you know." And period. I'd be happy to be cut off. I'd be happy to shut up because the messages they come from me, but I'm just a messenger. So if people are not adhering to I'm not mad. No, I don't be upset, and I don't mind stopping at any point
Mhm.
ever. But I also understand that, hey, I'm doing you a service, and it's just like, I didn't want that. It's like going to the car dealership and they telling you got 50,000
Oh
things
hell.
wrong. You were getting the oil change, you know
You
what I
gotta
mean? And they're like, oh,
gotta
you need new
always bring up
tires.
gotta always bring up the car dealer.
No, I'm just saying, because it's the easiest way to describe like separate components working as a whole, and then different areas. Like I said, you go
Hmm.
for an oil change, they tell you you need new rotors, you need new tires, you need, like, hold on, just change the oil, and that,
Just
you know what I
just
mean?
remember what we talked to about receptors in the brain. Okay.
Oh, you mean because of Tesla? Yeah,
Yeah.
no, and you
No,
feel
I
as though
mean
the reason
in
why
our
I bring up the
brain.
car dealership is because of the
Remember
connection to Tesla.
we discussed about our brain having receptors that fires off electricity.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if that's what you were meant. And you're not answering the question.
Like
Honestly, you're just avoiding
like
it. And that's what
you
you told me
know,
about addiction. Are you addicted to your ability to hide? Are you addicted to your power?
well,
I'm just
like
joking,
a
right?
lot of people, a lot of people like to say that addiction has to do with serotonin, and I'm okay with allowing people to get away with that. But the real problem behind addiction is dopamine. Okay,
Hmm.
and those receptors that are in the brain are damaged, and dopamine has to reroute itself within the body so that it can reach the brain, because your brain needs dopamine. All right. So every time you have an addiction and it becomes overwhelming, you're damaging pathways that introduces dopamine into your pleasure receptors within the brain. So when you go without like a candy bar, or you go without coffee, or you go without cigarettes, or you go without booze or drugs, that's when you start feeling upset because you want that freaking gratification in your
Or even
brain.
video games, like we were talking about
Right.
yesterday. Yeah,
Okay, and that's the physical aspect about it. Now the
same with
dopamine,
money.
when you stop doing those things, what happens is your dopamine has to reroute itself to where it can find a path from wherever it's stored to the brain so that it can provide the same pleasures that that candy bar, that soda, that
That's why people pick up new pastimes, studying history or conspiracies, and being able to interact with the universe on a different level in order for them to
mhm,
be able to avoid what they thought they were missing.
people become sex addicts too, and that's not on a
Oh
joking
man, that's
matter
an
either.
addiction though.
I
No,
mean,
that's sex.
that's
Being a sex
actually
addict is
true.
an addiction. Yeah, I mean, like okay. So I'm
Don't
not saying that
stutter.
I agree with this path, but I've been told I was a sex addict when I was married, and he's as if it was expressed as if it was a problem, but like I wasn't ever going outside of my marriage. But he told me loyalty was determined by my willfulness to have sex with other men and allow him to watch. And that was a part of my life that I actually had to live in order to maintain my marriage. And I
Yeah.
mean, like, then I mean, at some point you get to a point where you're like, I really don't want to do this. And I mean,
Hmm.
because and I expressed that, you know what I mean, all that. But his reason was because he couldn't keep up with me sexually. He's like, look, I can't, like, I cannot do
I,
what you expect. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, when it comes to that, that's where the addiction becomes perverse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a crack addict who freaking finally had too much crack, or you know how me
And
and
that's
we were talking, and I said I've actually smoked myself freaking sober on pot. You know,
because
people
you
don't.
can't, yeah, you're not getting high anymore.
Right, people don't understand that. Like they don't understand that you could
That
actually
too much
smoke,
sex can make you not want to have sex anymore.
or
Because,
you just don't get the effect. So you have to push
yep.
it further until freaking you finally get that desired pleasure.
Well, I think I later found out with him it was because he desired men more than he desired women. But that was the whole. But he, I mean, he's married to a woman. She probably doesn't know. Hopefully, she never hears this podcast. But I mean, and maybe he's changed his ways. Maybe he's changed his way. But that wasn't for me. I didn't get married to have interactions with different men. But it was times to where, like I said, I'd go home and there'd be a man in my room, and he'd lock me in my room, like, "Hey, you have to do this." It wasn't something I ever wanted to do because I was
Mhm.
fine with not having sex. If I was not having sex with my husband, it was something I was forced to do because it was pleasure to my husband. And then being told, hey, there's no such thing as rape in marriage. You kind of have to submit to your husband. This is what you have to do because I'm asking you and you're my wife. And like that
Mhm.
kind of turns your idea off of marriage because it's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? The next person comes along and it's like, how do I know you're not going to lock me in a room and make me fuck some random guy? And it's
Well,
just like, you know,
we were having that conversation a little while ago. Something that had to do with like people. Well, yeah. Was it a part of where we were talking about people trying to drain you like a
yeah, that's
vampire?
the same
Yeah,
thing.
that
Yeah, it's
same
the
thing.
same. And
Trying
that's
to
what my ex.
trying to pull your energy so that it could build them up, make them stronger. You
He
know.
was my first teacher in this even existing. Like I found out that this was something that was present as a result of being married to him. And then I indulged with it, engaged in order for me to learn more because I know it's just not him. But it was so cool because he would show me the type of things to look for. Once I made him aware, I was aware of what was happening. He never denied it. And that's one thing I respect about him. He let me know, like, oh, you ready to go? Because I guess it's one of those things to where if you're aware of it, you're supposed to be aware of it. If not, it's supposed to just happen to you, especially if you're made aware of it. And what better way to be made aware of it as opposed to it happening to you? So, I mean, like you're experiencing it right now and you still have no idea what's going on. There's no really point to continue this existence with us because you got to at least know what's happening around you. If you're ever going to change it, you're never going to change anything if you're not capable of even understanding it. So,
Yeah.
like I said, when I would ask or I would speak up on it, I mean, like it might cause fights, it might cause arguments, but I always got my answers from him. And I appreciate that. And I mean, directly. And to this day, I mean, like to the point to where we have shared them with our children and to where they're aware of different things that can happen and what they're capable of and could be capable of upon proper training. So
Now,
it's like,
hey,
hmm?
um, before we get off here, I want you to let everybody know when your show is and how to
Oh, I
find
don't
it.
know. It's gonna be tonight sometime. But because I want to say it's gonna be 1 a.m. But if I don't make it at 1 a.m., it'll be 1:44. If I don't make it at 1:44, it'll be 2:34. 2:34 is a good time for me because 2:34 and it's the continuation of a new existence. But it might be before that because I was actually considering doing it at 11. But I like to do my witching hour shows. And it had been a full moon, like there was a full moon the other night with Jaffe. It's still kind of, but it's like coming down now a little bit. It's just like and that's why I was upset because I stayed on this line and I didn't sit outside. Not upset, but like I mean, you have to understand what you can do in a full moon. That's why I've been feeling more like myself lately. Like and like I said today when I took my nap, I could feel that someone else needed my energy more than I needed it. I was twisting the boy's hair. We're good. We have a lot more control over our life than other people do. Why not having that? Because they would not have been able to play on their iPad. Really kind of served everybody in the house kind of justice because look, I get to not really be responsible and they get to not have to worry about me saying no more iPad, let's get ready for the week. And it's one of those things that they didn't want their hair twisted, I want their hair twisted. It's like no one was really hurt in the making of this nap. And
So
so
you don't know for sure what time you're having it tonight?
no, a bunch
Okay.
of different times have already stuck out to me.
Now,
So.
what channel and what platform are you gonna do it on?
Oh, so look, listen, you can
No.
maybe hook me up with mine because look, I can do mine. I can do Rumble. I can do mine straight from Rumble, right? Isn't there a way for me to be able to do that the way I do? Because I put it
We
on.
could do it like this and then stream it into your Rumble.
I don't want to do Jitsi. What do you mean? Oh, you gonna come on and you gonna do it? You gonna come on and
If I did that, it would go onto my channel. You
But-
you'd have to stream it straight into Rumble.
from where? You mean the way I've been doing it on OBS?
Now, what you could do is record it. I could record it for you, but then you would have to do the pre-recording live, like take the recorded video and then just stream it.
I don't know. I'm gonna go because I'm gonna go on Bigo. I don't know if I'm gonna go on Twitter or whatever it's called. X.
Okay.
They should call it Exodus. If he's gonna call it, if
So-
it
so
means
you-
Exodus, he should be saying Exodus. like, because X is just ridiculous. Just call it Exodus. And then I have to explain what Exodus is. Yeah, then you have to explain stuff. Wow, what a teacher you are. And so, like, he should just call it Exodus. And it's aggravating because I don't want to say, I'm going X right now. He's laughing in his mind, like, everyone's going X. It's not fucking funny. And it's like, you know, so say X. They call it Exodus and tell them why it's Exodus and explain it to them so they understand what they're getting into and they might be more into it anyway. But yes, on Twitter.
So you're thinking about getting on X, formerly Twitter?
Yeah, I know. This is ridiculous. Like, there's so many other things to be doing right now. Yeah, I'm there. Bigo, I know I'll be on Bigo. Then the Bigo is where I get my crowd from, and then I get like I don't know, Joffrey show too. Though I get my little you know, and I think Joffrey's on my Twitter too. So maybe like I don't know, he'd catch it, you know what I mean, type of thing. And I'm saying that. So
I mean, I'm just saying there ain't too many times that I get a chance to know ahead of time that you're doing your videos. So whenever I find out,
in the
it's
inbox.
good.
I'll put it in the inbox.
It's good to put a plug out for you too, because like we're actually live streaming right now, so this is,
I know, and I still listen, catch me if you can type thing. I like you, and it's like you want, and I get why you do that, and that's cool. But at the same time, it's like, man, look, you're gonna find me when it's your time, regardless of it. It is. I always show up at that.
I've already explained that to John. I told him about the synchronicity. I was like, you just let her make her decision when she wants to do it.
It's 1:31 at 1 a.m. I told him 10:31.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's 1:31 to me, but you know.
About everything. Like, I told her you're pretty hardcore on that synchronicity stuff, so that's
means a lot.
Yeah, that's something that he has to just understand.
I walk around certain buildings, certain times. I choose which pole, just for those that be watching, because I know you be watching. I choose which pole when I go to Wawa. They have numbers on them, so there's certain numbers mean certain things. Supreme Mathematics out there, guys. Go ahead, Supreme Mathematics, Supreme Alphabet. And so I walk around certain ways. The left is your receiving side. Certain things are allowed on my left. You might see me go around the trash can a different way because I don't like to receive trash. But if I don't go around, then you'll probably see my fingers do something. Or if it's a person, my biggest thing with a person, if I don't want them on my left side because I can already feel where they're coming from, I make sure that I go ahead and void that out as well. I'm real big on all of that stuff because, you know, it matters.
I picked up on that stuff. So.
Hey, I bought a cute little fan today. Can you hear it? Can you hear this fan right now? Do you hear it? Oh, okay, so I can use this one. I can't, there's no air in my house right now. I don't understand what's happening here. Landlord was here today to fill up the pool and leave the hose in it, but they have not turned my air back on. I don't know what's happening. It says it's on, it says cool on. I don't know if it ran out of freon. I don't know anything about that stuff. But that's why I was sitting under the fan. And then that was the big fan that I usually have going in the living room. But I bought this cute little one, so and you can't hear it. So good, I can use it because it feels good. It actually works. It's extremely powerful. And it was only $8.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And it's purple. Oh my God, the best part of it. The best part of the story. I left out. And then there's this other thing that we were talking about. Yeah, purple only. Purple is the best color in the world. But listen, you know what's so funny is purple is my favorite color. And I was talking about the alpha, omega, and then we were talking about darknesses and lightnesses and stuff like that. And the alpha being at the bottom, which is funny because its color is red. And guess what color the omega point is? I bet you can guess.
Purple.
Yeah! And guess what number it is? 700 plus. And it's just so great that 7 is God, and we already know that. So it's just like, oh, wow, okay, so I really did do this, and now there's a chart. And so that's great. What's up, boy?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this off because we're going on an hour and a half now. So.
Yeah, and they trying to sneak up on me and ask me to spend more money. Like, I ain't already spent money on stuff on Minecraft this weekend. They think they split. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we're going to have to get regrouped because I don't know where they thought they was going to come in here, ask me to spend money on a Sunday like it's Friday. And, it's free? Oh, Among Us. Now, let's talk about this because I'm not going to do it. I know I'm going to say no. Anyway. No, stop asking me stuff. We're done at work. All right, I apologize. We're going to have to edit out our ad-libs.
Oh, that's fine. This is all live, so we're just gonna keep it in there.
Oh, so there's not gonna be an edit. Oh, okay, well, yeah, hi, there's Jason Rob. But all right,
yeah,
looking crazy with their clips in their head. All right, yeah, let me get back to work. It's really hot in here. I wish someone could come to. fix my air. It's hot.
I'm
Might be
gonna
hot.
go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and end it. You want to say bye so you can take care of business?
I don't say bye because bye is fine. And once I say bye to you, you know I'm not coming back. But yeah, see you later, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll inbox you at the time I'm about to start the show. I'll give you like a 15-minute warning. So if you can pop up, you can pop up, and I'll
Okay.
drop link consciously so that way I can. You know what I mean? Well,
Yeah.
you'll see me on Rumble. You'll see, but you know how to get to me. You know how to view it. You just don't know when to view it. So yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that's it. I'll tell you when I'm gonna do it.
All right.
Hey, don't come messing with my features and stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna be fine tonight, so don't make me unfine. I'm coming there doing all that. You know what I'm saying? All that techno stuff, like making me weird and stuff. I don't want no problems. You know what I'm saying?
I know you got you got your routine.
Yeah, I think
so.
about going red tonight. I think I'm gonna go red tonight. I ain't done it yet, but I was thinking I was gonna go ahead and do my hair. That's why it might be so late to show, because I ain't done it yet. And so I was thinking I was gonna do my hair, and I might just turn it red because I got some red in there. I just ain't been wearing it. I just yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get it right. I had it for a long time. I ain't worn it at all, so I just want to see what I could do with that. And I don't know. I'll see what I do. I don't know. I ain't made no choices yet.
All right.
I'll let you know.
See you later, babe.
All right. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too. See you guys later, and thanks for being here. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am doing another episode of Tech Talk. Tan and Mark could not join me today, but that's fine. I am going to go ahead and do this on my own. Today we are going to cover something that I have been watching and following for a while. I've been getting emails for God knows how long from the Daily Build. And I actually became curious with C++ a while back when I dabbled a little bit in Unity and working with code and stuff. So I figured I would start out with this article. It's from the Daily Build, and it concerns randomization and sampling methods. The article is by Peter Ockel, and this is public domain. It's a 116-minute read, so with that I will just go ahead and start reading it because it's very interesting. If anybody wishes to come in and maybe have a conversation about what I'm reading, you're more than welcome. There's a Jitsi link in the chat and in the description, so feel free to join if you wish to. With that being said, I'll start reading. Has many ways applications can sample using an underlying pseudo-random number generator and includes pseudocode for many of them. This page discusses many ways applications can sample randomized content by transforming the numbers produced by an underlying source of random numbers, such as numbers produced by a pseudo-random number generator, and offers pseudocode and Python sample code for many of these methods. There is a download source code, and that's 245.2 kilobytes. This page catalogs randomization methods and sampling methods. The randomization or sampling method is driven by a source or random numbers and produces numbers or values called random varieties. These varieties are the result of the randomization. The source of random numbers is often simulated in practice by so-called pseudo-random number generators, or PRNGs. This document covers many methods, including ways to sample integers or real numbers from a uniform distribution, such as the core method, and that is RNDINT. Ways to generate randomized content and conditions, such as true-false conditions, shuffling and sampling unique items from a list, and non-uniform distributions, including weighted choice. Hello.
Hey, what's good? I see everybody kind of bailing today. I got the boys. They got to be at practice in a few minutes, and then the game started at 7. So I was just going, pull up for a little bit, for a little while at least, as long as I could. I don't know much about this tech stuff anyway, so
Yeah,
it's just one of those. Yeah.
it's fine. I'm just
Come on, guys.
I've got good material that I can read and go over, so it's all right.
Okay, cool.
Just go ahead and spend time with the kids. Tell them I said hi, and
Look, Mr. Rogers, say hi. They can hear you.
Hi, little Roger.
there you go. And have fun in Minecraft. I put out 4 more videos for them, so.
Oh, neat. He said he put some more videos out for you. I'll make sure they check it out when we go home, because I got that account on the TV for them. They got the kids' YouTube on their iPads. I don't put regular YouTube on there because, the world is tainted enough. I don't have to rush it for them. But, I'll make sure they check it out whenever they go home. Juice got his iPad in his hand now, so that way, while we wait for Rocky to practice, he could play on his iPad.
I just was playing Minecraft.
Yeah, he was just playing Minecraft. You should see. You're gonna have to see his. We're gonna record his screen and start posting some of his videos, because he and tonight I would like to do our interview, and I'd like for you to show me how to record OBS or something, so I can start record Bob Dub, because I do Bob Dub at 7 tomorrow night after the thing. So I'll hit you up about that. But you should see his little room. Like, he got a whole cellar, and it has all his armor lined up. Like, he's so cool with, he's so dope with it. Like, I still ain't built the house yet. But he really be getting it on the Minecraft. And then Rocky likes videos more than he likes to play, and he'll play, but he's gonna actually go in there and commit. I think it's kind of cool. Just different personalities. But all right, then if you cool, then. You say cool? Everything good?
Perfectly fine, yeah. And you guys just have fun and do what you got to do. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Alrighty. No, you not going to do an interview tonight?
Oh, tonight, yeah. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, sorry.
Nah, you make me feel like I'm going to be chasing you down.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it. Sorry.
All right.
We were just having
Let's
the
do 11
conversation.
my time, 10 your time. That's cool. That way I can know they're straight. I got them in the bed, and if that's cool. If you got to reschedule though, we can do that. But that's what I'm gonna plan for.
Now, we'll go over the OBS and everything beforehand too. So.
Yeah. So probably a few minutes before that. I just was going to do it at 10, but usually I get them in the bed and settled in by 10. There's no way I can be sitting in front of the computer at the same exact time. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right. So 11 worked better for me. All right. I appreciate it, then, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. You guys have
See you
good.
later.
Bye bye.
Oh, stop! Don't lick me, weirdo. All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
There we go. That was Karma. She's my co-host. She is usually taking off today so that she can go and spend time with the kids and do what she's got to do as a mother, and she's really good at it. So glad that she stopped in and gave her support. We'll continue with the reading. Okay, so ways to generate okay, I better come up here. This document covers many methods, including ways to sample integers or real numbers from a uniform distribution, such as a core method or the core method, and ways to generate randomized content and conditions, such as true, false conditions, shuffling and sampling unique items from a list, and non-uniform distribution, including weighted choice, the Poisson distribution, and other probability distributions. This page is focused on randomization and sampling methods that exactly sample from the distribution described without introducing additional errors beyond those already present in the input, and assuming that the ideal source of random numbers is available. This will be the case if there is a finite number of values to choose from, but for the normal distributions and other distributions that take on infinitely many values, there will always be some level of approximation involved. In this case, the focus of this page is to mention that minimize the error. The focus of this page is on methods that minimize the error they introduce. The documentation shows pseudocode for many of the methods and sample Python code that implements many of the methods in this document. The document shows pseudocode for many of the methods and sample Python code that implements many of the methods in this document is available, together with documentation for the code. The randomization methods presented in this page assume we have an endless source of numbers chosen independently at random with a uniform distribution. For information, see sources of random numbers in the appendix. Now, I'm not going to go over the appendix on this, so like I said, I can share the link to this, and if you wish to go over those, feel free to do so, but I will not go over any of the appendix when it comes to this. In general, the following are outside the scope of this document. The document does not cover how to choose an underlying PRNG or device or program that simulates a source of random numbers for a particular application, including in terms of security, performance, and quality. I have written more on recommendations in another document. This document does not include algorithms for specific PRNGs, such as Mersenne Twister, PCG, Zorshift, linear congruential generators, or generators based on hash functions. This document does not cover how to test PRNGs for correctness or adequacy, and the sample applies to other devices and programs. And the same applies to other devices and programs that simulate a source of random numbers. Testing is covered, for example, in testing PRNGs for high quality randomness. This document does not explain how to specify or generate seeds for use in PRNGs. This is covered in detail elsewhere. This document does not show how to generate random security parameters such as encryption keys. This document does not cover randomness extraction, also known as unbiasing, deskewing, or whitening. See my notes on randomness extraction. Variance reduction methods such as importance sampling or common random numbers are outside the scope of this document. In addition, this page is not focused on sampling methods used for computer graphics rendering, such as Poisson disk sampling, multiple importance sampling, blue noise, and gradient noise. because this application tends to give performance and visual acceptability a greater importance than accuracy and exact sampling. About this document. This is an open source document. For an updated version, see the source code or its rendering on GitHub. You can send comments on this document either on Code Project or on the GitHub issues page. My audience for this article is computer programmers with mathematics knowledge, but little or no familiarity with calculus. I encourage readers to implement any of the algorithms given on this page and report their implementation experiences. In particular, I seek comments on the following aspects. Are the algorithms in this article easy to implement? Is each algorithm written so that someone could write code for the algorithm after reading the article? Does this article have errors that should be corrected? Are there ways to make this article more useful to the target audience? Comments on other aspects of this document are welcome. And now we have the contents. This is all that's involved in it. So it's pretty big. Now, notation. In this document, the pseudocode conventions apply to this document. The following notation for intervals is used. AB means A or greater but less than B. AB means greater than A but less than B. AB means greater than A and less than or equal to B. No, I forget. Yeah, pay attention to these symbols right here. It's important. And I believe I've got it to where that's clear on the stream. I will double check. Yeah, I hope so. Maybe I could take the chat off there and make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, there we go. So if you guys are having problems with seeing the code that's on there, then sorry about that. Leave a comment in the section below if it does, or if it is a problem. Now you have log1p x, the equivalence to 1n 1 plus x, and it is a robust alternative to 1n 1 in the colon plus x, where x is a floating point number, and that's Pedersen 2008. Now you have make ratio, and that's ND creates a rational number with the given numerator n and denominator d. Sum list calculates the sum of the numbers in the given list of integers or rational numbers. Summing floating point numbers naively can introduce round-off errors. Now, this is about the best I can get things going, because this is all about tables and code that's going to be really, really hard to read out loud to viewers. So I believe I should probably just finish off there and be done with it. finish the stream. I wish I had more to offer today. But like I said, today's actually been a pretty interesting day. Yesterday I started streaming on Rumble instead of on Minds Plus or Minds, and I have been using Jitsi for my streams, and today was the first day that I actually used Skype so that I could do an interview with another podcaster who